Good, good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, please join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Kenneth Arkwell, Antonio Congisti, Grant Duff, Peter Goodard, Kelly Hamilton, David Hayes, James Wei Hing Hu, Kamal Bikai Kandasamy, Julia Kojitsky, John Andrew McKee, and Eugene Melnick. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Today is our first hybrid council meeting. Members of council, staff, and the public are participating in today's meeting remotely and in person, and the meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are here with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the Beijing 2022 Olympic medalists from Toronto. I'd like to call upon Mayor Tory to make the presentation.
Well, good morning, Speaker, and thank you, and colleagues as well. And it is nice for those who've chosen to be here in the council chamber. It is, I guess, another way station on the path to the emergence that we can have from the pandemic and to the recovery of the city. But I will take this opportunity, since I was watching a doctor saying on television last night that we have to make sure that we don't ever let up in reminding people of the need to continue to be careful, because the pandemic is not over. In particular, to continue to focus on getting vaccinated. And that means for first, second, third, and soon, very soon, fourth doses, and that people can focus on that for themselves and for others. And to prudently, consistent with the advice of our medical officer of health, which has not steered us wrong all the way through this, to wear masks whenever it is possible to do so. And so I'll just start on that note, but it is a note of some happiness that we can be here, subject to prudence and caution. And I thank our staff as well for being here with us. I know they've had some, as every other segment of society has had some experience with COVID in their ranks, and that they're here today making it possible for us to be here as well. It is my privilege and my pleasure to welcome today to the City Council some very special guests who are joining us, 2 in person, who you'll hear from in a moment, and 1 virtually. And they are a group of Canadians who inspired the nation. They were part of a larger group of Canadians, but they were an important part of a larger group of Canadians who inspired this city and this entire nation not long ago at the Beijing Olympics. It gives me great pride as mayor to stand here to be able to recognize all of the athletes who so proudly represented Canada in those games, and the Paralympic athletes as well. But 4 medalists call Toronto home, and that is something that is very special to us as the members of City Council, and special, I'm sure, as well to Torontonians. And so I hope you will join me today in congratulating Jack Crawford, who is not here today, but who was the winner of a bronze medal in the men's alpine combined skiing, and to welcome 3 gold medalists who are here with us, 1 virtually and 2 in person. They are gold medalists from Canada's women's ice hockey team, which put on such an exciting and extraordinary performance that electrified this entire country. And they are Natalie Spooner, who's with us virtually, Laura Stacey, and Claire Thompson. We are very fortunate to have these 3 gold medal winners from Canada's ice hockey team with us today, and you'll hear from them in just a moment. But I do want to say to you that are here with us, the 2 of you, and I'll ask you to come up in a moment, and to Natalie and to Jack, who's not able to be with us, congratulations on your outstanding achievements. You have made every single resident of this city proud of their country, but proud of you as individual athletes. I had the privilege to meet quite a few members of the women's hockey team here at City Hall a few days ago when they were visiting. And they really did help to inspire the entire nation, and I think they did wonders for something that was already on the move in a big way in this city, and I've seen it. Certainly, I'm more familiar with what has gone on in Scarborough because I visited with the Scarborough Sharks more than once, and just to see hundreds and hundreds of young women participating in hockey compared to what was the case when I played hockey many, many years ago is so extraordinary, and so overjoyed to see. And you know what else? It's great hockey. I argue sometimes it's better hockey because I say there's less of the funny stuff, as I describe it, and more just plain old, skating and passing and scoring. But you know what? The athletes that are here today and all that you represent, you've overcome all kinds of obstacles. I can't imagine to be an elite athlete, all the effort and the determination and the sacrifices that you have to make to achieve your Olympic dreams. And of course, the pandemic presented both before and actually during the games other things that were unusual and that had to be dealt with in the context of your efforts. I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of my colleagues to salute the support and the work of your families, because I know how much they contributed to all this over a long period of time, your coaches, and of course your teammates who aren't here today and who you proudly represent here at Toronto City Hall. We have been behind you, as you know. We will be behind you. You have the World Championships yet to come, and I'm sure that will be another sterling performance. But people pulled all-nighters to watch you because of the time change that took place between here and Beijing, and I hope that you could hear the cheering all the way over there from here when Marie-Philippe Poulin scored that game-winning goal to bring the gold back to Canada. Jack Crawford has helped us to usher in a new era for skiing as well. We've had days, and these things do go in cycles, where Canada was at the top of the skiing world and had people winning gold and other medals routinely. And you look at the young and talented ski team of which he's a part, which does include Torontonians, and that's something that will bring lots of excitement to us going forward. In total, Canada brought home 26 medals at these Olympics, and that's matching the second highest tally in Winter Olympic history. 25 medals at the Paralympics. And, again, talk about sport that you admire, and I've talked about how much I enjoy women's ice hockey. Watching these Paralympic athletes perform is so extraordinary in terms of the athletic talent that they have and the effort that they have made to get to where they are. 37 of the 48 members on the Canadian Paralympic team earned at least 1 medal, which is an extraordinary feat. And so I just want to say thank you on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of all the people of the City of Toronto to all of our Olympians and Paralympians for inspiring another generation of Canadian athletes. And that's really, in the end, almost the most important thing of all of this, is by your performance and what people saw, they're inspired to be the next generation of athletes. Let's have a look at a short video showcasing Toronto's remarkable medalists, and maybe I'll invite you to make your way up here, if you would, to say a few words after we see that video. virtual attendee, please, thank you so much for coming up. And Natalie, virtually, and Laura and Claire, and a round of applause for their great achievements on our behalf at the Olympics. Now, the greatest moment of truth comes, and it seems to pale in comparison to an Olympic medal, but to actually see if Natalie is with us virtually. And so let's try that out. I'm going to have to look up here. Are you there, Natalie?
I'm here.
Perfect. Well, thank you for joining us virtually, and congratulations to you. And I wonder if you might like to speak first, since you're virtually. You're giant size in this city council chamber, I'm sure. I think you're about 9 feet tall. You are 9 feet tall anyway in terms of what you achieve, but you're 9 feet tall on the screen. So please say a few words about your experience, and knowing that you have our most sincere congratulations on doing us so proud.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you so much for recognizing us today. I think this is really one of the most special things about winning a medal, is coming back to your community, to your city, to your country, and getting to share the medal. I mean, I've been lucky enough this past week to be at Scarborough Town Center and to meet lots of little Scarborough Sharks and lots of little girls and boys and take lots of pictures. So I think that that is really the best part about the Olympics, is how it really does bring a nation together, and people rally around this, and we get to share this gold medal with everyone. But I'll say, I guess, a few words about our team too. This was probably the most fun team I've ever been a part of. I think if anyone watched our games, you could see the smiles on our faces. We were so prepared. We had literally been through everything, and I mean everything. I mean, we talk about a pandemic, we talk about lots of adversity. We had been training in masks. We had done it all. So when we got to the Olympics, whatever was thrown at us, we were ready for it. And if you guys watched that Russia game, we had to wear our N95s in the game, and we crushed it. We were able to, go on a winning streak. And I think just, seeing my teammates along that blue line, getting to hear that anthem, and getting to put the medal on each other. I've never had that opportunity before, because always it was an IOC member, but I think it made it extra special getting to give the medals to one another. Because of the pandemic, and then getting to come back and to see our families and see our communities, it was just so special. So thank you so much for having me and my teammates here today. It's really an honor, and so special for us.
And Laura, Stacy, you're up next, and so the microphone is yours. And again, congratulations, and you're most welcome here.
Well, I guess Natalie pretty much said everything here, but I guess I'll echo her thoughts in person. I think it's amazing to be here. It's an honor. I had the opportunity to compete in 2018, and unfortunately we didn't bring home a gold medal. So to kind of have a different medal around our necks, to be able to share with you guys, to be able to share with the community, and more importantly, those little girls that we do see on a daily basis when we are coaching, playing, showing up at rinks, going to little community events. That's why we do it. I think that's a reason why we're pushing so hard for a professional league. That's a reason why we train so hard every day, is to inspire that next generation. Because if they can see it, they can be it just like we had the opportunity to. So growing up in Toronto, getting to go and skate on Nathan Phillips Square, skate in all the different outdoor, indoor rinks in Toronto and the GTA, I think that's how we started playing. We were just little girls out on the rink like everybody else, enjoying the game we loved, having great relationships, meeting great people, and here we are today, Olympic gold medalists. So I think it's possible for every single Torontonian, every single Canadian, if you have that dream, if you have that passion, and you want something, I think it's definitely possible to go after it, go get it, and make your dreams come true. And I think we're both here, and our whole team is here to kind of say that today. And it's an honor to be here. We're really excited to share our gold medal with you. It has not been easy. As I'm sure you guys have all experienced throughout the pandemic, throughout life in general. I think adversity makes us who we are and makes us stronger, and that's a big part of what our gold medal means to us, that's for sure. But also having fun and enjoying every single moment along the way. And I think that's what we can say as Toronto athletes, as female athletes. We couldn't be more proud to compete and play and grow up in this city. And so here we are today, bringing back a gold medal to you guys to experience it, but also to show our pride and to thank you for making our childhood experience in this city one of the best, for sure. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And Claire Thompson, please come up and say a few words. And again, congratulations to you as well.
Well, thank you for having us. We're just so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful to have grown up in Toronto. Growing up, I played for the Humber Valley Sharks, the Etobicoke Dolphins, and the Toronto Arrows. So, spending my minor hockey career in Toronto, I think, really helped me get to where I am today and achieve my dreams. It's funny listening to Natalie and Laura talk about how excited they are to share their medals. I was really fortunate growing up to meet several of Team Canada's Olympic gold medalists, and actually really fortunate when I was younger to meet some of the women I now am fortunate to call my teammates. And I can just remember looking back at how inspirational those interactions and getting to meet your heroes was something really special. And I look forward to being able to inspire the next generation of both male and female hockey players and athletes in this wonderful city.
So thank you both, and Natalie, thank you as well, and congratulations to Jack, who's not with us, but you have done us proud. Your determination, your discipline, your resilience is remarkable, and we are very proud of you, and so much appreciate your coming to be with us today. So one more round of applause for our Olympians. Thank you very much. Oh, we're going to take a picture? Okay.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
Use that still? Okay, those are
Yes,
still operable.
yes.
The voting ones are not, but the microphone ones are. Okay, it's hard to keep up. I would move that a report of meeting 231 of the Executive Committee be presented to Council for consideration. It was a very busy agenda at the Executive Committee, and two of the items that I've designated as the key items for this meeting were discussed at that meeting and brought forward here to Council. Those being the Reconciliation Action Plan and Modern TO. The Reconciliation Action Plan, and I hope we'll have a good, thoughtful discussion on it today, this is an extraordinarily important moment in the life of this city. It was made very clear to me, and because I did have a lot of discussion with Indigenous leaders before it was brought forward, that notwithstanding our best efforts, and we did make an effort, including an increased effort in the time leading up to the finalization of the action plan, that notwithstanding our best efforts, that still we had work to do to make sure that the Indigenous communities felt this was a plan that was from them and by them, and that's something that they could own and should own. And so I'm just committing to them here again today, as I did privately and as I've done publicly subsequent to that, that this plan that we will approve today, I hope, will be one that will be a living document, and that we will try from the first minute of its being approved for us to guide us in our work over the next 10 years. It will be something that we will hopefully ensure that those communities own to a much greater extent, and that what it represents is a plan by them and from them, for us as a work plan and as something that we are committed to. You know, the expression that's broadly in use, and I think it is so appropriate, nothing about us without us. And that could apply to a lot of the work we do, but I think in particular, it is something that I'm committing myself here, standing here with you. And I know that Councillor Layton, who's been so helpful in a lot of these initiatives over time that I've been here, is committed to this as well. The modern TO I spoke of as well this morning. It is something that I've championed since I've been here. And you know, like a lot of things here, it takes time, but we're finally moving forward with something that I think is going to not only provide great efficiencies for the city in terms of reducing the the footprint of the city's use of office space and getting us out of a lot of expensive leases and putting us into more efficient use of our own space in the city halls, plural. So not just this building, but I think very importantly, North York, Etobicoke, and Scarborough are going to be the home to more city jobs than they have been as we remove ourselves from leased office space. But I think as important as all of that, more important maybe in a way, is the opportunity that the repurposing of these first 8 properties will give us to build more affordable housing. And I think that's going to be something, and especially in prime areas of downtown and midtown, which opportunities don't come up as often for us for obvious reasons. And so we're proceeding ahead with that plan, again, subject to your approval, and I think it is something that's quite exciting for the city. And now I think we're actually at the stage where we are taking the actions that are going to lead to these benefits. The other thing that we did, and I have no idea where you're supposed to look to see what time it is, but having said all that, I raised this yesterday with the
You have
clerk.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There are 2 very important reports that have to do with the development of transit here, and they have to do with much more than that, but they have to do with the development of transit. And you know, I mean, we have $28 billion, and that was a huge step forward to secure that funding from the other 2 governments. But, you know, people quite rightfully will not commend us for much if we don't get the transit built, and what goes with that is so essential to us, because in these transit-oriented communities, the entire idea is, yes, to have the transit, but also then to have complete communities alongside that transit that allow people not to have a car and allow people to be able to walk to work or to be able to walk to play or to school or whatever, to have affordable housing right next to the transit so that everybody can afford to live in the city, workforce housing in that regard. And so these 2 reports are both very important in that regard. One, a slightly broader ranging kind of framework that talks about the status of things to date on some of the other transit-oriented communities other than East Harbour, which has a report of its own because it's at a different stage. And I will just say that I want to say the efforts of city staff in very challenging circumstances, because I think you all understand as colleagues that, you know, the province gave themselves some additional powers to deal with these kinds of things, and that we were then put in a position where we sat and discussed with them how these communities would unfold, in East Harbour in particular. And I can tell you, it has not been an easy challenge for them to meet, to sit and to secure the things we know are fundamentally important to the well-being of that community that will rise up there, where people will work and play, but also have to have affordable housing, have to have cultural facilities, have to have you know, environmental work that has to be done to make sure that it is protected against flooding. So I want to commend them for their work and commend to you this document that takes this forward, this important community that's going to bring new life to an area of downtown, but also to say that it's a way station along the road to the completion of that work. There's more to be done, and there's more points to be negotiated, especially with regard to the other communities, but also with respect to East Harbour. But they both do represent a lot of work and an important step forward for the city in terms of consolidating our gains as a city and then moving the city forward to a strong recovery and to a brighter, a more prosperous future. So those are my comments on the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Just as on a point of order, are we going to, are people to rely, because I really do want to raise this seriously. I've raised it on behalf of colleagues before, and I understand the hardship that the clerk's table have in making arrangements, but I was in here for a committee meeting last week. There was a clock so big that if you were a person that was 2 miles away, you'd be able to see the time you had left. And I think for us, when we're trying to discipline ourselves and follow the rules, it is important we have something other than to look down at a laptop and to be refreshing the laptop. Mine happens to have the screen not alive at the moment with the program that would show the time. And I just think, I think I say this on behalf of my colleagues, we need to have that time showing if we're going to follow the rules and not put you in a position where you're having to interrupt people speaking.
I know, and
Yeah.
it's very uncomfortable for me to interrupt, but I did ask the clerk that question when you were speaking, Mr. Mayor. So do you want to comment, please?
Madam Speaker, we're going to see if we can do something with the monitors that are on the floor here this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, because it is true, during committee meetings, we do have the big screen, and I was questioning that to the clerk as well. So thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
I do, and good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 11 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Madam Speaker, I know you were there, but I had a chance to reflect on an excellent Audit Committee meeting. There was plenty of hearty discussion, and the reports that are the fruits of that work are there before members of council today. And I think there are two general themes that come out of the audit committee, and they are reflected in the first audit item, which I'll speak about in a moment, and that is the theme of contract management and the theme of cybersecurity. And I know that these are matters that have interested the audit committee to the extent that we're seeing the change across the city organization, because you will pick up these particular themes and references to the work done by the audit committee in other committee work before council today. And that's a good thing. As I've always felt and come to learn at the committee, is that the audit committee is a place where we discover opportunities for change, and we create the catalyst to do that in a very positive way. I just wanted to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to point to the great work referenced by Madam Auditor General in the first report, AU 11.1, and draw members' attention to that. And that is a recap on the 2021 work of the Auditor General. And in that report, she reminds us that the work of her team has brought back an investment of $14.90 for every $1 that we've spent on her work. And over 5 years has produced a cumulative savings of $134 million. Again, back to the two themes that report talks about is contract management and the lessons learned and ways to improve out of that, and of course, cybersecurity. Both of those are things that don't necessarily make it to the media with hearty newspaper reporting, but nonetheless, they are important to the committee members, they are important to council, they are important to our organization, and it's clear. And some of the highlights that Madam Auditor General pointed out and reminded us of: winter maintenance. And we know that the work of the Auditor General has led to contract change and is very topical for even this meeting at council. Information about property management, information about software licenses and how we manage those contracts, again, showing up on agenda topic items at this council meeting. And finally, I will say the word of cybersecurity. And as I mentioned, due to the nature of it, it's not something that we talk about tremendously in public, but it is something that is an ongoing concern of the Audit Committee and the General Government and License Committee, and you will notice reports on that. And I think that is something that we have learned through this process. Just like physical security starts with every employee of this organization, self-included, every manager, our IT department, our Chief Information Security Officer, and our senior management at the city. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work and the change that I have seen that has gone out through the organization and the contributions every day by everybody involved to increase cybersecurity in this city. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will make myself available to any member and Madam Auditor General as well to answer any questions or to deal with council members' consideration of this agenda efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Speaker, that the report from meeting 35 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Colleagues, we're in a very different place today than we were 2 years ago. In fact, a very different place today than we were a month ago. And at our board, we dealt with a number of items, but I would simply summarize it in 3 areas. The first was we discussed what it means, the line to live with COVID. Because from a public health perspective, living with COVID does not mean accepting its harmful impacts or the harm it causes. In public health, we're never satisfied to simply live with any infectious disease running through our city. In fact, the work of public health every day, every week, every month, every year is to mitigate the harm of infectious diseases. Measles, mumps, rubella, you name it, that's what we do. And so that work to continue to protect people, not simply to let it rip or to lock it down, but to use the tools we have today to protect people in this new phase, vaccinations, accessible treatments and testing, all the tools at our disposal so that living with COVID is part of protecting ourselves against COVID. The second piece we talked on was in this new phase, it also requires new indicators to help residents and to help the board assess the risk as it is right now. And the team at Toronto Public Health is working to update those indicators as they discussed with the board, and we'll be bringing those forward. Listen, throughout this pandemic, Toronto Public Health has done many firsts. The first to collect data on the impact of COVID by race, by income, by class, by neighborhood. The first to release a monitoring dashboard to help residents assess risk. And there have been many firsts, and bringing forward updated indicators will be part of that continued commitment to innovation. And I think that the third thing I'd just touch on was that we discussed at length how we can not only continue to work towards beating this pandemic, but rather to learn from the lessons of the last 2 years to build back better, to learn the lessons from the last few years to ensure that there are permanent ventilation solutions and improvements across our city and province, to ensure that so many of those community-led innovations that you've seen, that we've all experienced, to address the vaccination campaign, that those innovations to break down the silos between health and social service delivery, that's part of a better system going forward, to ensure that our children and youth who have experienced some really unintended consequences due to necessary public health restrictions, that we have better systems in place to protect their health and mental health on a go-forward basis, to build back better. So Speaker and colleagues, those were the items we dealt with. It has been 2 years, more than 2 years, that we as a city, as a chamber, as residents have confronted this pandemic. And I continue to stand in awe of the degree to which Torontonians have rallied together to support each other, to protect each other, and to get the city vaccinated. And that work will continue in the months and months ahead. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, and thank you very much, Speaker, that the report from meeting 28 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the council agenda be presented for consideration. Speaker, I'd want to just touch on 2 specific items that we discuss at committee. And the first of those 2 items is report EC 28.9, which is the COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation update. It is obviously a great effort by the SSHA staff and the City of Toronto to ensure that we provide accommodation to those who are in need. Particularly, we've had the encampment situation in our parks, and the staff have actually worked diligently to provide measures to assist those who are in need of shelter. It hasn't come without challenges. It has come with great challenges and impact on those communities, areas where those facilities have been put in place, many of them hotels and so on. We've had many complaints, and I know that members have had emails and so on from varying individuals across the city about the concerns that have been asked actually not to extend and so on. But were we not to extend, the challenge would be even greater. We know the impact and concerns. Staff are working to respond to the needs and the concerns that residents have expressed to them. And I want to commend Gord Tanner and the team and everyone involved in terms of the work that's actually being done. It's appropriate work that needs to be done. It's challenging, it's impactful on businesses and community in general. And I know that we are working to try to get long-term housing for many of those who are in need. The additional item, Speaker, that I really want to just touch on is EC 2810, which is the backyard urban hens TO. It's the report that really speaks to that issue. At committee, we talked about the concerns we had with respect to avian flu. We talked about the issues around noise and other issues relating to this this particular program and project. We've seen from the Director of Animal Services, who has actually submitted an email, which came out, I think, yesterday, most people have seen it, about the avian flu and the concerns about that in terms of Southern Ontario. The objective at committee is not to actually not implement, but it actually is to take some more time to review, to study, to have more information about the concerns that have been raised. It doesn't affect the timeline. In fact, the implementation of the program would be in April of 2023. The conversations that we've had with respect to committee and the motion that's been put forward speaks to addressing the issues and raising the concerns and allow for more consultation to take place by January of 2023. So the timelines are intact. And of course, there'll be perhaps discussions on this particular issue later. So I will move these particular items in the report, Speaker, for consideration. And Speaker, I would like now just take a point of personal privilege to speak about an amazing bright light that we will be losing very shortly in the City of Toronto. It is the bright light of Magali Simard, who is the program manager of the film sector development and with our film office. Magali will be leaving us, and we are certainly sad to see her go. We know that her future is bright, and she has demonstrated in 4.5 years in this city tenacity and an ability to work with people in a way to help to advance the film sector development and to reach and to have such a rapport with the industry and the sector. Our city has benefited immensely from her professionalism, her poise, her charm, and the amazing effort that she has put forward to help this sector to grow. The dynamic approach that she has taken with respect to ensuring that individuals in this sector understand that we work together, whether or not it's the unions, the labor folks, and others and so on. She has just done an amazing job in helping this sector grow, along with, of course, our film commissioner, Margaret Paget. And I want to just simply say, Speaker, on behalf of the folks from Economic Development and obviously from City Council, we wish Magali great success in her next adventure and endeavor. I don't know what it is yet. We hope to find that out soon. But we really wanted to basically salute her and to thank her so much for her contributions, because without her, we would not have, in all account, exceeded our own particular objective in growing the sector. So Magali, thank you so much for your contribution. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I would like to move that the report from meeting number 29 of the General Government and Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 28 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 32 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Ford. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Ford, can you read it up, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, that new business from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Councillor Pasternak.
Madam Speaker, are we going through the order paper? That's why my name is on the list.
We're doing declarations right
No,
now.
my name was on earlier as part of the list for the order paper, and there's about a dozen names on there as well. I doubt they all have conflicts.
Oh, okay. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I have a petition here with approximately 200 names. It's a petition concerning 158 Borough Drive, residential building, and the summary reads as follows. The city plans to build 2 residential towers right next to our EQ condominium buildings. The concern is traffic, health, community harmony, and safety. We are concerned about the impact that this development will have on the residents at EQA 2, 60 Town Center Court. The ask is that we ask the city to reconsider and seek other areas for this project, and I will submit this to the clerks. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, before we begin the review of the order paper, I want to let you know about process improvements the city clerk has implemented to notify members about new information in the clerk's meeting portal. Throughout the meeting, the city clerk will advise me when additional materials, such as supplementary reports and advanced circulation motions, have been posted in the clerk's meeting portal and on the city's website. I will advise members that materials are available for their review. The city clerk staff will also send an advisory email to members and their staff about the materials. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have 3 deferred items before us today. NY 29.1 and NY 30.8 and TE 31.12. The mayor has designated item EX 30.1 on actions to advance truth and justice for Indigenous people in the City of Toronto reconciliation action item 2022-2032 and item EX 30.10 on modern TO unlocking 8 city-owned properties as its key matters for the meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. on Thursday only if the mayor's key matters are completed. I will now go through the items to take an additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. Okay, deferred items. We have 2 of them that have been held down, and the other one, NY 29.1. Executive committee.
No,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I have my name down.
Sorry, Councillor Fillion.
On NY 30.8, I'd like to refer this again to the next meeting of council. The clerk has the motion.
Okay, on NY 30.8, Councillor Fillion is deferring to the May 11th and 12th City Council meeting. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make time-specific EX 31.4 strategic acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherburne Street to support city building. If I could have this item timed immediately after the mayor's key items, so right up the top this morning. We have members of the public who are, sorry, go ahead, please.
We will get to the timed items later on in the agenda. Right now, we're just going for holds. So on executive.
Oh, I apologize. Okay. Then I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay, EX 31.4, Councillor Wong Tam. Can you just list the item for me, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I apologize. Yes, that's EX 31.4, strategic acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherburne Street to support city building. And I do have another one.
Okay, so we're in executive committee. So Councillor Wong Tam, another item on executive?
Yes, Madam Speaker. EX 31.7, City of Toronto Digital Infrastructure Strategic Framework, a new principles-based approach for the planning and use of technology and data in Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. I'd like to hold EX 31.3, Toronto's bid to participate in the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Thank you.
And sorry, Councillor Wong Tam just held number 7 as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, sorry, as the committee chair, would you like to hold it?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
No, not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, the mayor is the committee chair, so. Okay.
My
Yes, but
apologies to the mayor.
Okay, like, okay.
Sorry about that,
I was
folks.
thinking general government and licensing, but I know
Okay.
it's, sorry, we're on executive. My apologies to the mayor.
Can we
So
move,
was I. Sorry, Mayor.
can we move along with the agenda, please? Counselor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 31.5, East Harbor Transit Oriented Communities proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to go back and hold NY 29.1. It's one of the deferred items. I'm just waiting on a technical amendment from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold IE 28.7, 2022 cycling infrastructure installation.
Okay, hold on, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're at executive.
Oh, sorry.
Counselor Perruzza, we're at executive.
James here.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
hi-
I'm just
hi,
trying to
Don,
see if the item has actually in fact been held, and I'm just scrolling. I'm scrolling and I don't see it, so.
Which
you know
item,
what?
Counselor Perruzza?
EX 31.14, development charges complaint, 337.
No, did you want to hold it down?
Yeah, I'd like to hold that, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to Audit Committee. Counselor Fletcher, Audit.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. I'd just like to release AU 11.3. That was put in by mistake. I didn't wish to hold that, so I'll release that.
Okay, so on
Yeah,
AU.
I mean, okay, that still begs the question.
Pardon? Oh, on AU 11.3, Counselor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And instead, hold AU 11.4. That's the one I meant to hold, so that was a mistake. I'm sorry about that.
That's on the Toronto Community Housing Corporation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Fillion, Audit.
Yes, I'd like to hold AU 11.8.
Can you read it out, please?
Yes, getting to the root of the issue, January 2022 performance update of urban forestry contractors.
Okay, now we'll go to Board of Health. Okay, yeah, it's being held. Economic and Community Development Committee. Counselor Cressy?
Yes, Speaker, you were faster than me there. I actually can release item HL 35.8, bringing a public health lens to indoor ventilation requirements.
Okay, Counselor Cressy is releasing HL 35.8. On favor? Carried. So we're now we're in the-
Madam Speaker, can we just hang on to that for a bit? I'd like to hold it, please.
I'll continue to hold it in my name then. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Economic and Community Development.
Yes, good morning. I would like to hold EC 28.9, COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation plan update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would like to hold EC 28.14, the Toronto Music Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I would like to hold EC 28.2, supporting restaurants in Toronto, recovery and renewal.
Thank you. Counselor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion just to change, it's a technical motion, to change the bylaw in EC 28.4 Blue Street Business Improvement Area Dissolution of Board of Management. Staff have the motion.
Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. That's the Bloor Street Business Improvement Area. Okay, Counselor Layton, it's on the screen if you want to read it.
This is to change the number from 4519-2006 to 519-2006.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendment for EC 28.4, all in favor? Carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Counselor Perruzza, Economic Development.
Yes, Speaker. I'd like to hold, oh God, the hens, which report is that one? 2810.
Sorry.
Wait, which one did you want to hold down, Counselor
EC
Perruzza?
2810, final recommendations on the Urban Hens TO Backyard Hen Pilot Project.
That's
It's
already
already
been,
held.
it's already held.
Madam Speaker, are we going to get the green sheets back so we can tell who's doing what and stuff? No, I know, but you can't manage everything. Like, you're sitting here, like, I don't get it. Yeah, okay, yeah, oh, yeah, okay.
I guess we can have the office, your office to print it.
Well, I thought the green sheets were really useful, Madam Speaker. You're able to tick off the items, keep track of everything.
No, I know.
Know what the priority items are. It's like right in front of us. Come on.
I know, but, okay, Counselor Matlow, Economic Development.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of you. I'll wait.
Okay.
Your name.
We'll now go to General Government and Licensing. If we can clear the screen. Counselor Grimes.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, my name should not be there. I'm removed from the list, sorry.
Pardon?
I'm on the next one, sorry. I'm not there.
Okay, anybody for Government Management, General Government? No? Okay. Planning and Housing.
Oh, what about infrastructure?
Oh, sorry, infrastructure, yeah, it was at the bottom of the page, I didn't see it, sorry.
Yeah.
Infrastructure and
That's okay.
Environment, sorry.
Thank you.
Counselor
Speaker,
Fletcher.
IE 28.9, Chapter 918, parking on residential front yards and boulevards, technical amendment. I'll release that. Thank you.
Okay, so Counselor Fletcher is releasing IE 28.9. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Counselor Grimes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold IE 28.7, the Cycling Network Plan.
Thank you. Counselor Lai.
Speaker, Councillor Grimes has already held that one.
Okay. Planning and Housing. Counselor Holliday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold two items, PH 32.2, response to City Council's directions arising from the TLAB Body Chair's annual report, and PH 32.3, response to the provincial consultation on partial and phased occupancy of super tall buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for Planning and Housing. We'll now go to new business. Counselor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. Item CC 42.3, appointment of tenant director to the Toronto Community Housing Corporation Board, wards all. And I think that, I hope colleagues remember that I had sent this back in order for our staff to seek out a tenant from Scarborough, because the TCHC is in 3 different divisions, East, West, and Central, and we did not have a tenant from the East. So looking after my Scarborough colleagues, there appears to be a great tenant rep that's come forward, and I'd like to move that today. Thank you.
So you're releasing the item, CC 42.3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Counselor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold item CC 42.1, transmittal of Toronto Transit Commission update on cross-boundary service integration.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Just I think two or three. So the first one is CC 42.13, 126 to 132 Laird Drive. So I would like to move that with a confidential motion that the clerks have.
Okay, so you're releasing?
I'm releasing with a motion that staff and all the
okay,
partners and
yeah, Councillor Robinson. Unfortunately, we don't have the motion yet. So if you can,
they do. I approved it about an hour ago.
Okay, just one sec, please, Councillor. Okay.
I don't think we have it.
Okay, so if we can continue holding it down, because we do have the motion, but we have to advise members of council that we have received it, okay? That's under the new protocol.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next one is CC 42.17, 241 Redpath Avenue. I would just ask for a recorded vote on that one, please.
Okay, on CC 42.17, 241 Redpath Avenue, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, are you able to vote using the system, please?
You see my vote?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 23 to 2.
Thank you.
The last one is CC 42.7. I believe that's held. I want to make sure it is held because I may have to defer that item. Just want to confirm it's held.
Yes, it is. You've held it.
1710 to Bayview Avenue. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Councillor Fillion, new business.
Thank you. I can release CC 42.15, 2810 to 2814 Bayview Avenue.
Okay, so Councillor Fillion is releasing CC 42.15. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 42.4, appointment of public members to the Toronto Hydro Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, new business.
No, sorry, Madam Speaker. I just want to go back to an item under CC. I want to hold CC 42.14, 2370 Finch Avenue West, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions, Ward 7.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time-specific.
Point of order,
May-
Madam Speaker.
Point of order?
I have a hold on CC 42.12, new business. And I have a confidential amendment that I think has been made available yesterday to council members.
Yeah, it will, which item is it?
CC 42.12, 4050 Young Street, official plan amendment.
Okay, would you like to hold the item down? Because it hasn't been held down.
Yes, it was supposed to be held down, but anyways, and I have a confidential amendment with it.
Yeah, so you'll have to wait until later, as I indicated to Councillor Robinson. With the new protocol, we need to post it, okay? And we're also waiting, Councillor Cole, for you to approve the motion.
I did approve it a couple of days ago.
Okay, so if you can just speak to staff, Councillor Cole. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time-specific. Councillor Layton.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was actually just going to release two CC items that I was holding that I no longer need to hold.
Okay, just one sec. Let me just get back to it.
My apologies.
No problem. Which item, Councillor Layton?
The first item is CC 42.8, 1109 Bathurst, and 246, 248 Albany Road zoning amendment application. Request for directions report.
Okay, so Councillor Layton is releasing CC 42.8. On favor? Carried. And your other item?
The second item is CC 42.16, 625 Church Street. Request for directions.
Okay, CC 42.16, Councillor Layton is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now go to time-specific. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make time-specific EX 31.4, strategic acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherburne Street to support city building. If I can have this item timed to be dealt with immediately after the mayor's key items, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Carried. Mayor Tory, I understand you have a motion to time items.
Maybe my staff can help.
TOC and East Harbor.
It was to time the transit-oriented communities and the East Harbor reports, and I'll have to give you those numbers. I'm sorry, I just don't have it in front of me, to be right after the mayor's key item, so I guess they would now follow the item just timed by Councillor Wong Tam.
Okay, so you want to time
They're both
that?
from the EX
Yeah.
agenda.
So you
Time
want to
those
do
two
that
items,
after your
the transit-oriented
key,
communities
yeah?
report and the East Harbor report to follow the mayor's key items that I guess now they would follow.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions by email. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and the reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I've agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We'll go now to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 30.1. Oh, just one moment. Members, before we begin our first key item, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to introduce the Young Creek Drum Group with us today.
Here, if I may, of course, as we've indicated earlier on in reporting on the executive committee, we will be considering the city's first reconciliation action plan today. And I said earlier on, and I repeat because I think we all recognize the fact this is a very important milestone. It's a beginning in many respects, and we wanted to start that discussion, speaking of beginnings, in a good way. And so I'd like to welcome some members of the Young Creek Drum Group who have joined us today from one of our Indigenous communities, and they are by name Wayne Moberly, Nathan Roy, and Rodney Stanger, and it's to help us to ground our discussions. And so I would ask them to come forward and help us to ground those discussions. Please be seated, and on behalf of the City Council and all the members, I would thank the members of the Young Creek Drum Group for bringing their drum to round our discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. A motion from Councillor Robinson has been advanced circulated with confidential attachment. That's item CC 42.13. Yeah, so we'll now go to the first item, the mayor's first key item, which is EX 31.8. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I have often referred to the fact that when I was a Canadian history student in my undergraduate period of time, that and I was studying principally Canadian history, and that the amount of time spent in those days discussing anything to do with Indigenous people was next to none. In fact, I have no memories of any discussions of that kind, which there may have been some, I'm sure there were. But the degree to which we looked at that, such an important part of the history of this country, the beginning part of the history of this country, and that we in particular focused at any of those points in time on some of the parts that needed in particular to be addressed and to be remedied and to be a part of now what we call a truth and reconciliation, was basically zero. So I think probably like many, and I don't want to speak for anybody else except myself, I've learned a lot in the period of time leading up to when I had this job, but also subsequent to having this job, including in particular, for example, and you don't have to go as far away as this to look at some of these problems, but it was very useful for me as mayor to visit some remote communities in Northern Ontario that were fly-in only, and to learn, for example, in some of those communities that the rate of adult onset diabetes is 50%. That is because of the food that they have available to them, which when you go to the store doesn't include anything fresh or healthy, because if you looked at the rather wilted head of broccoli that was there, it was, I think, $16 going from memory, and that was a few years ago. Or that you saw that a school had been closed for a number of years because of an oil leak and that nobody got around to fixing it. And I thought to myself when I was there, you know, how long would that kind of situation be allowed to continue in a city like this if anything came to pass like an oil leak? Or the fact that in one of the communities I went to, there was a water plant that had been built, a brand new water plant, but it had broken down shortly after the time it was built, and the people were still carrying buckets to go and get the water for their households. But perhaps most important of all, just going back to that experience, I had the opportunity, the privilege to sit and talk to some survivors of residential schools. And that is where I probably learned the beginnings of more than I had ever learned before as a student or in any other way, by listening to some of these people who were more elderly, but also their descendants, who told me about being taken away from their community at the age of 5 or 6 or 7, being forbidden to speak their native language, and to the point where when they would come back home after a period of time, they couldn't even speak to their own grandparents because their grandparents didn't speak English and they were no longer able to speak their first language. And so as we took on more responsibility here, as properly we should have, in the wake of and in accompanying the exercise of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, which outlined some important responsibilities that cities had, including the City of Toronto. I will say, I have no hesitation whatsoever in saying this. In fact, I take pride in talking about the things that I learn and things that I experience as a result of some of the initiatives of colleagues. But some of the leadership of Councillor Mike Layton caused me to become more and more interested as mayor in these issues and in seeing us take action to address them. Not actions that were called for just because it was in the Truth and Reconciliation report, but action that was representative of the right thing to do. And so, and I've also tried to make it my practice to meet, which I've done with dozens of the agencies serving Indigenous communities in the City of Toronto. And I heard them say, for example, that yes, we'd had housing initiatives we'd undertaken before as a city, but we'd never really made them partners and had them genuinely involved with what I'll call an equity stake. Equity, not just talking about money and ownership, but talking about equity and true ownership of those projects. And some of the things we've now done, including the funding that we've done during the course of the pandemic with the partnership of Councillor Cressy, have, I think, begun to recognize that we were, ourselves, in some respects, showing the vestiges of colonialism by sort of concluding that we knew best in this building what should be done for that important group of communities that exist in this city. And so we heard early on, and again, I'm sorry, I don't have any knowledge of what time it is. And
you've got time.
Okay.
You've got 3 minutes.
We heard early on that even in the drafting of this Reconciliation Action Plan, which not only did we have to do because it was mandated by the Commission, but we wanted to do. I think I speak for all members of council in saying we badly wanted to have an effective, respected leadership plan in this area. We heard that again, it was following the same path, that it was not through any ill will, and frankly, thanks to excellent work done by our own Indigenous Affairs Office and others inside this building, everybody acting in complete good faith, led by, I should say, our city manager, who's taken a particularly keen interest, and I thank him for that inside these buildings, that we still weren't, having a plan that wasn't one more of those plans that were put together by us because we know best. And so we in the latter stages, we worked harder to engage the communities and to work in true partnership to have them have more ownership of the plan. But I don't think we got all the way there because perhaps we started later with that than we might have. But now I have certainly committed myself, and I've tried to commit us as an entire government to say that this document is the beginning of a plan, and you look at it, it's a complete document in terms of the number of different areas that it covers, all important areas, and it includes housing and employment, and it includes a whole lot of things. But that now we have to begin the process of making sure that that the Indigenous communities own the document, and that they are setting out for us a work plan and a series of commitments that we're making to them, which should have which should have been made a long time ago. And so that is going to be a work, and I'm very mindful of the words because they're easy to remember, but not just easy to remember, they're incredibly important to remember. Nothing about us without us. And I tell you, I ask myself that now every day, anytime anything comes in front of me, have we met that test? And if we haven't, then we should go back and sort of say, well, fine, we're not bringing this forward until we have. And so I commend this to you. We've had incredible leadership, and I only want to mention one name today of somebody just because she suffered a loss, and I'm so respectful of her and so fond of her, and all those things. And Mike, Councillor Layton knows what I'm talking about. Frances Anderson, who has just been a pillar for us of very candid, very sound, very frankly put advice. She lost her husband this past number of days. And just as recently as last week, she was giving me advice with respect to what I'm talking about today in terms of how we can make sure that Indigenous communities own this plan going forward. I'm proud of the plan because I think it does represent a significant step forward, as have a number of other steps that we have taken in this government. But the work lies in front of us. And it's not work, it is just our obligation to make sure that we make sure that ownership of this action plan and our accountability for it all lies in the way that it should. I want to just tell one final story, and I will conclude on this note. And I'm proud of this. It's a tiny little thing, but it just occurred to me as being something that wouldn't have happened 20 years ago or 10 years ago. And I told it the other day when we were waiting to start the executive committee. I took my grandchildren, 3 of my grandchildren, to dinner last Sunday night. And I don't know how we got talking about school, as you would with these kids, and their ages 9, 12, and 14. And they told me that I guess at least in the public school that the 2 younger ones go to, they no longer sing the national anthem, but what they do every morning is they have a land acknowledgement. And then these 2 kids started repeating to me word for word the land acknowledgement, and then explaining to me, because of course, as I would, in my inquisitive way, I sort of wanted to understand that they just didn't know the words, but that they understood what was being acknowledged with this land acknowledgement they say every day. And they then began to repeat to me everything that it meant in their minds, which was a lot more than any kid would have known 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago. And I was proud of that because I thought, well, it's just a tiniest indication that we're starting to make progress with so much to do. But I'm proud of this work we've done under the leadership of our great public service and our Indigenous Affairs Office and the members of council, including, as I say again, Councillor Layton, who's shown great leadership on this. And now I look forward to being a part of making sure that we honor the work that's been done by moving forward and actually getting it done. And it isn't work. It isn't work, actually. It's, I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it is an honor for us to be able to sort of proceed ahead to implement this plan because it's the right thing to do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'd like to very much lend my support to the words that the Mayor has just shared with this Council. This particular document, this action plan on reconciliation, is probably one of the most important justice-seeking initiatives that Council is endeavoring upon. And of course, this is not a body of work that took place over the past couple of years. It literally has been decades in the making on behalf of Indigenous communities in the city and beyond, who have been asking cities, regions, territories, and this country to stand up and stand with the Indigenous community when it comes to righting the wrong of history. And on so many occasions, we have those opportunities before us, and sometimes they're individual in its approach. And then there's times where we get to put all those thoughts into one place. I want to thank the Indigenous Affairs Office, and in particular Selena Young and her remarkable team that has led this conversation at the city. Without them, we wouldn't be here today, and I think all of us can really appreciate the amount of hard work that it took for the team under Selena's leadership to really go out and talk to community members to try to find a way to carve a path for cities and our responsibilities as it relates to the TRC. There's 94 calls to action. Most of those actions speak to what provinces and federal governments have got to do. It speaks to what school boards have got to do and speaks to what territories have to do. And it also does speak to what cities' responsibilities are, albeit it plays a minor role. But I like the fact that we took this minor role that was assigned by the TRC, and we said we're going to make it much bigger than that and build upon the strength that came out of the TRC. It also builds upon the United Nations Declaration. It also builds upon the National Inquiry for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And this is not light work. This is heavy work. It's going to be soul transforming work for each of us as Canadians as we embark on this journey. I want to just highlight one particular piece, although every single one of these items within the action plan for reconciliation is important, and I don't want to take anything from the others, but there's one particular body of work that I'm particularly proud of, and it's something that I've been working on in our local community in Toronto Centre, Ward 13, and that's the creation of the world's largest Indigenous Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center right in the heart of the city of Toronto. It's 22,000 square feet. It is going to be a partnership that has been crafted with the federal government. This particular chamber had the opportunity to receive and approve the report just a couple months ago, and now this is part of the action plan. And when we talk about reconciliation, I think it's also important for us to talk about, what happens when it comes to financial reconciliation. This center is going to be a leading center for Indigenous entrepreneurs, as well as an Indigenous accelerator and startup. It's a body of work that really began almost 2 years after my first term, to be quite honest. I went out to the Indigenous community and asked them what do they need in order for them to be successful. And they all described the need to create a space that allows them to gather, to develop opportunities for commerce, to exchange business, and to grow and to build financial independence. And so I want to just thank Michelle Baptiste for her extraordinary leadership, who's the project manager of this, and a whole suite of other city staff that supported this effort. It is going to be groundbreaking. Not every day is a center like this open, and the fact that we are not just, the largest one in the world, I think it's also because it's going to be one of the most important ones. It'll become a portal for business and exchange of technology and ideas, and a fostering of innovation for the community, and it's being built right here in the city. And I want to thank all the city staff and all the community members who contributed to this, and thank you to Councillor Layton, who has been a significant champion on council from the very beginning when we talked about the ICIE, and the fact that he helped us shepherd it through his own advisory committee, and to the point that we're about to make it a key pillar and cornerstone of the action plan. So much gratitude goes out to all of you. Thank you very much. This is a very proud moment.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by recognizing Selena Young and all of the hard work and dedication that her and her small but mighty staff team have done in putting this plan together and bringing it for us today. I think it's truly groundbreaking. The City of Toronto has the largest urban Indigenous population in Canada. My ward, Ward 24, Scarborough-Guildwood, in the southeast corner of Scarborough, has the second largest portion of that urban Indigenous population in the City of Toronto. And I know that they've had a keen interest in this plan. They've come forward and given lots of input into it. It's been 10 years in the making. We've had lots of commitments, statements of commitment, and calls to advance truth and reconciliation. But I think this reconciliation plan that we have before us truly does the groundbreaking. It's very evident that over the next 10 years, what it's going to do to help our Indigenous population in the City of Toronto, it's very much needed. I'd also like to thank Councillor Layton for all of his work and dedication on this. And I ask everybody to support it, and I look forward to a unanimous vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair or Speaker. First, I just wanted to also extend my thanks to the staff responsible for this report. Selena and your team, you have done an incredible work under great pressure from both this chamber, the leadership of the city, as well as the community, and I think you've risen to that occasion, and I look forward to continuing to advance that work here at the city. To Chris Murray, you're the third city manager that we've had on this file in the past 11 years that I've been involved with the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. I can say with absolute certainty, you have demonstrated not only a commitment to improve the relationship with the Indigenous people living in Toronto and the surrounding area, I would say, but also championing it within the public service. At no point in time have you ever said no. And that we get no a lot in this council chamber from staff, sometimes well advised, sometimes because of resources. You have never said no. You show up to those committees and with an open mind and heart. And I think the members of that committee, members of the Indigenous community, are responding very well to that because of your willingness to enter that dialogue together. To our mayor, we've heard you speak of your commitment to Indigenous people through your own past experience, and you continue to demonstrate that. Sometimes to my embarrassment, when I'm speaking with some of the leadership on the committee, and they say, "Oh, I've already spoken to the mayor about that. I kind of figured that my role may have disappeared because of your direct relationship with them." But I think that that highlights the commitment that you have and demonstrates on behalf of the people of Toronto our collective commitment. And I would like to thank you for that work that you've done. And finally, to the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, I don't think many are in attendance today, but they have worked tirelessly and patiently for over a decade as they've waited for the city to catch up with what they already knew needed to be done. They have seen report come forward, not only from this council, from other levels of government, and inaction on the other side of that report. They release these reports to great fanfare, but they don't follow through with results. I think that's where we have stood differently. In 2010, when, after a bit of a fight in this chamber, we reestablished the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, it was not clerked. It did not have resources. I have all the original notes in my own handwriting because I think I was the clerk for the first couple of years. And then slowly over time, we saw a shift. And certainly when Mayor Tory was elected, we saw an even greater movement. We saw the words of our opening ceremonies here change, and our speaker beginning to the correct pronunciation of those words over time. We saw it similarly at the advice of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee start to change the ceremony of our meetings. We started to change the look of Nathan Phillips Square, where we had for years come to celebrate, come to protest, but the flags that flown were those of colonizers, the provinces. Now those flags have changed. We all celebrated the Pan Am Games with our beautiful Toronto sign seen around the world. We've updated that with the medicine wheel. Soon there'll be a permanent fixture with the Spirit Garden that we're doing in partnership with Toronto Council Fire in recognition and actually to achieve one of the calls to action, the Reconciliation Action Plan nationally, with the monument that will sit out there and remind us and be an education space as well as a gathering place. But these ceremonial changes have also included policy changes at the city. We undertook an Aboriginal employment strategy. We've developed direct funding relationships with organizations like TASC, the Toronto Aboriginal Social Services Council, so that they can be better partners. Those that's not just money. That was fulfilling a commitment in our Statement of Commitments to Aboriginal People that we made in 2010. We have followed through on some of those commitments, but there is more to come. And we have seen that just as recently as last year's budget, where we increased the funding going to Indigenous organizations and Indigenous programs at the city. I know most of you have taken the cultural competency training. Most of our senior staff have at the leadership of the city manager. I'd urge you all to continue that work.
10
We're
seconds.
going along this path together with the Aboriginal and Indigenous people of Toronto and Canada. And we're doing so not only with the words in this report, but also our actions in years to come. Thank you, Miigwech.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much, Speaker. It is so important today that we are bringing forward this action plan and that it has been approved through the Indigenous Affairs, the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee chaired by Councillor Layton in response to the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. And having come this far with that, I just think it's such a milestone after the TRC report. And to find the city having now come to its own reconciliation action plan is such a big milestone. We cannot overemphasize that. And this whole RAP has been so respectful and led by the Indigenous community and our Indigenous Affairs Office. I will say that years ago, before it was abandoned, I did chair the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. And Councillor Layton was right. It was abandoned in 2010. It was cut. Every single advisory committee was cut. And yes, it had to be fought to put it back. And thank you, Councillor Layton, for your work with the community in clerking that committee and in bringing it forward so it wasn't lost. And to you, Mayor Tory, for reestablishing it in its fullness, including establishing a continually growing Indigenous Affairs Division in the city under the city manager's office. It's really quite remarkable. And I just cannot wait for the Spirit Garden to be completed. It's taking a very long time, but what a remarkable place that will be on the grounds of City Hall. That marker is there. The depth of that incredible public homage and done, designed, built through the Indigenous community to be able to reflect on the history of this country and learn more. As the mayor said, his grandchildren are learning. What a place this will be to pass on all the lessons, the history, and our commitment to truth and reconciliation. I do thank you, Mayor, for recognizing Frances Sanderson. What an elder. She is amazing. And throughout all of these years, she has given such good advice to the community, to her own community, and to the city. But I would also like to recognize something that is really important, and it is what was called the Wandering Spirit School that was established under the old Toronto Board of Education in 1977, where Vern Harper, who's left us now, and Pauline Shirt, his partner at the time, established an alternative school within the Toronto Board of Education in order for their child and other children to be able to receive a culturally appropriate education with Indigenous languages, Indigenous culture, and respect for the students. It was really quite remarkable in 1977 that happened. And that was set Dundas School in South Riverdale. It then became known as First Nations School. And through the good work of the Toronto Board of It, then the Toronto District School Board, this school received and got its very own school, again, in the East End, in the old Eastern Commerce. And it is still, it's gone back to its name, Wandering Spirit, but it is pronounced, or it is in its Ojibwe, Kapa Pama Chakpo School. It's just such an homage that we're not the only ones who have been doing things. And I really have to acknowledge the trailblazing of the old school board in allowing the community to come together to establish its school. And from 1977 until today, watching it grow, it is a remarkable achievement.
10
in our
seconds.
city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to thank Selena Young and Councillor Layton for their help, and to all the members of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. They did a lot of work to allow us to be able to jump the queue, to go a little ahead of the policy, because we needed to, because of infrastructure timelines, to do some naming a little ahead of this launch in order to set about naming a park, a street, a community center, and a library, all according to the wishes of the Wendat people. And I only rise to, it's already done. You all adopted it. Edinonawastana exists as a neighborhood now. But it was hard. It was a hard thing for a community of predominantly white settlers in dish with one spoon territory to accept a name that had 21 letters, 6 of them the letter N, hard to learn, hard to pronounce. But we gave the power to the Wendat people and said, you name this place. And that's what this strategy is asking us to do, wherever that opportunity presents itself, to hand it over and say, taking to the nth degree, taking that concept of nothing about us without us, and saying, here, you do this. And the community had to do that. And what came back was actually a beautiful name. Hard to pronounce is something that's easy to overcome. Appreciating the beauty of it took a little longer, but it is appreciated now because they came back. And despite all that white settlers put them through, they came back with a name that takes a piece of land that was once theirs and says where they lived good and beautiful lives. It came at this with the ultimate in positivity. And the strategy that's being adopted today says that will happen again and again and again. There's a long list of things that every department has to do. But I have to tell you, under the leadership of the city manager, of Selena Young's team, staff are already embracing it. I did not ask the library to consider this. I did not ask Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to consider this. They came to us and said, having gone through what is a perfect process to come up with the name of a park and a street, we'd like to continue that on in this neighborhood. And they went through the same sort of process, consulting the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, reaching out to the Wendat peoples. We've yet to celebrate it in person. We've yet to invite the mayor and the Wendat chief. They've thanked us for it, but to have the big physical opening, it has to wait until the pandemic reduces all restrictions to the point where we can have a large celebration. But I raise this only because what you're adopting today means that we really have to now walk the talk. And it means handing over power that we're used to holding in this room and saying, we're giving it back to you now. This is your community too. And if we want them to take all of these places that Councillor Wong Tam spoke about in her remarks, Councillor Layton as leader, we spoke of all of these places that will become learning centers, to give them the power to truly name it in their own way, according to their own history, makes it all that much more special as a place for them to begin to do that. What we hope is that Edinonawasana Library really does become a welcoming place of learning, that the community center includes programming that they come forward and say, we'd like to design some programming here that has to do with our own traditions. We expect that to happen upon opening, but this strategy, I have to say, staff have already demonstrated that they fully embrace it, because even before we're launching it in this council chamber, they began to implement it and demonstrated it in that neighborhood. So I thank them all for that, but particularly the leadership of the city manager, Selena Young, and of course, Councillor Layton and the advisory committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to support the what we have before us. I think it's a wonderful acknowledgement of some of the rich history that existed here in Canada before the arrival of Europeans and others. I remember as a young boy coming to Canada, almost 9 years old, and coming from a rural, community in Italy. We had no television, we had no radio. I remember when my father said to us, we're going to go to Canada. We're going to get on a ship and we're going to go to this country called Canada. I had zero understanding or knowledge of Canada, where it was, what its history was, or anything else. So we arrived here, and it was later, when I began to learn the language and participate in school, I remember the history that we were taught in grade school, in our grade 7 and 8, and we were taught about the heroism of people like the Coureur de Bois, and the conquest, and the sort of that history of sort of how Canada came to be colonized and civilized and modernized. Later in university, I remember being taught, and in the history then it was a little more complex and a little more fulsome, and you learn about the cod and the importance of the cod to the colonization and to the arrival of Europeans and their desire here to come here and extract that wonderful fish and bring it back to Europe. And later, the desire for furs and the beaver and how that was so important to Canada and to the colonization and so on. But very, very little on the history and the wealth of the civilizations that existed here well before the conquest. So we got very little of that. And I have to tell you, as a person growing up and someone who knew to Canada and knew to the history, it has always been something that hasn't fully sat well with me. Those omissions, those blatant omissions. And today we get to, sort of continue on a track where we begin, where we write some of those, and we fill in some of those omissions. For example, there's a very sort of small, minor, inclusion in this report where we are going to, rename Pioneer Village. We all know it, it's in my area, Black Creek Pioneer Village. It's small, but significant. Significant in the sense that what it does in that minor change is that there's a recognition. There's a recognition that there were very, very rich civilizations here that had a wonderful history, a wonderful evolution to themselves, and it does that. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's wonderful what we're doing. I want to thank all of those folks that have taken a leadership role in this. Our mayor, Councillor Layton, the city manager, and all of the others that have worked hard to get us to where we are. And I hope, as Councillor Layton suggested earlier, that our deeds match our words as we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailal to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to stand up to really thank our Indigenous Affairs Office. The city leadership, through our mayor, Councillor Layton, our city manager, everybody that has been doing all this hard work, but most importantly, the Indigenous community, for their patience with us. After so many disappointments, decades over decades, here they are, still ready to teach us, to work with us. And I think we need to thank them. Because at the end of the day, I think we're all going to commit in here for this action plan, but we need to continue to listen, to reflect, because this plan, if we implement it right and if we continue to listen, if we continue to reflect, it will be reconciliation, but it will make us all better human beings, because this is about humanity. And I think we can learn from the past to prepare us for a better future.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
I just was inspired by Councillor Peruzza. Being a former history teacher, I have to just mention a few things. Like Councillor Peruzza, I came as an immigrant from Italy on a ship many years ago. And I don't think in all my years in school, university, high school, I don't think we got more than a passing reference to the Indigenous people or the Indigenous history of Toronto or Canada. It was always the glorification of the colonial invaders and what great things they did. It was Jacques Cartier or Giovanni Caboto, or that's what we did receive. And I just want to say that this initiative here at the city certainly is something I hope will be followed by other cities in Ontario and in Canada. We can't do it alone because we are in the GTA and we have about 8 million people now. So I hope that other municipalities, and I challenge all other municipalities in the GTA to do the same thing, because there are really no borders as far as the Indigenous peoples of of Southern Ontario. There are really no borders, so we need all cities to follow our lead here. And I just want to bring this whole issue back to my own part of Toronto, Midtown, Eglinton, Lawrence, where we have a historical site, probably the largest Indigenous village in Toronto, at Avenue Road and Castlefield, which some of you may know was the highest point in the city of Toronto before amalgamation, where you could see the Scarborough Bluffs from Avenue Road and Castlefield. But anyways, on that significant Indigenous village, there was a school built. Called Allenby School, which was named after a British admiral. And there's no markings of any kind, no recognition that this public school was built on this significant Indigenous settlement, a Wendat people settlement, where there's a massive spring. It was a very good defensive position. And I know residents in the Midtown area for years have been telling me of them finding artifacts in their backyards as they're digging for their gardens. They're still finding them today. Yet there's no recognition that the Wendat people were ever there, none whatsoever. And that's why there's a group of us who are trying to essentially recognize that area as a significant Indigenous settlement site of great importance. But up until now, it has been very excruciating trying to navigate the processes of, I know Tom Worrell and the Lytton Park ratepayers are trying to do something. It is very complicated, too complicated. We've got to expedite the process where we can recognize significant Indigenous settlement areas in our own city. And as you know, just around the corner from this site lived a former City of Toronto employee, Tom Longboat, who fought in World War I, volunteered for World War II, was probably Canada's greatest athlete of the 20th century. And as you know, Tom, after all these great victories, he couldn't find a job. The only job he could find was working for the City of Toronto's essentially garbage department, picking up garbage. That's the only job he could find after basically winning almost every award available for long distance running, indoor, outdoor, the Olympics, everything. Tom was amazing. And he lived on Erskine Avenue, just not too far from Yonge Street there. And I've been trying to get him recognized more because that's where he lived. I know we have
10 seconds.
We have Tom Longboat School and Tom Longboat Run at the island every year. But that's an example of we've got to do concrete things to recognize the history of these lands that do not belong to us, but belong to our First Nations people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And many thanks to the words of my colleagues here in the chamber and online today. Very inspiring and important for all of us to reflect on. And I can be brief, but I just want to acknowledge that it's very exciting to see this body of work here in front of us today. And as we've heard, it's been a long time coming, many, many years in the making. And as we've worked through this term of council, which has had its own challenges, it has been continually inspiring and encouraging to see that work move forward, and most importantly, the community's work moving forward. I personally have been inspired and humbled and grateful for all of the learning that I've had the opportunity to engage in over the past number of years, for all of the contributions Indigenous people have made here in this country, in this province, in this city, and continue to make across the city of Toronto. As I reflect on the East End and focus some of my comments out in Beaches, East York, there are a number of exciting projects that we have seen come forward, both at bigger scales and smaller scales, from the Red Embers installation down on Woodbine Beach to honor missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, to the redevelopment plans of the Dawes Road Library, which is led by Indigenous design principles. But the project I want to highlight here today, and in keeping with the plan in front of us, is of course 1631 Queen Street East, the Housing Now project that many of you have heard about, and the discussions there and its importance here in Toronto. And I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we continue to build on the Indigenous design principles being led by Two Row Architects, the work that we're doing around Kitchigo Lane, and really having Indigenous design as a central part and element of that city-led housing initiative. And I'm hopeful that in the months ahead, as we come forward and we make recommendations to approve that site, that we are also able to do that with a report that offers a commitment to this particular Housing Now site as exclusively for Indigenous housing operators. So we will stay tuned for that in the months ahead, but it builds on the work that we have in this report. And I also would like to add and echo my thanks, of course, to Selena Young, to Chris Murray, to Mayor Tory, to Councillor Layton for their tireless work on these files for many, many years, and of course the committee, but most importantly, the community that has stood by the City of Toronto, has stood by all of us here in this chamber, and worked with us to move this report and, more importantly, these actions forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I rise in support of the report and to thank the Mayor and his strong leadership, and of course, Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, I will say this, your dad would be so proud of your work today. He would be so proud. I want to thank the city manager, of course, and his strong leadership, because with respect to the top of this organization, if the top is not in sync, no other part of this organization will be in sync to go along with this. And of course, the outstanding work of Selena Young and members of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Speaker, I rise because I think it's important that we need to use the EAR, our energy, our actions, and of course our resources to apply to the report and its recommendation. In a very fractious world, in a world where there's just so many uncertainty on a daily basis, in a world where microaggression seems to be the thing that happens on a daily basis, in a world where we see the suffering and the suffrage of the Indigenous people and many others and so on, we need to be the leaders as we are today in terms of the action that we're about to take. I think it's really important to understand that if we live up to our motto in terms of diversity is our strength, we have to ensure that we incorporate every interest to make our city a better place for all. I've seen the actions of some, and I think Councillor Layton spoke a little bit about it in 2010 when there was a move to remove all of the different groups and committees and so on. This was one of those that I saw Councillor Layton's energy and effort in terms of ensuring that in as much as the support wasn't there, he, in fact, and others were going to strongly support and take the approach that more needed to be done. Reconciliation and truth and the fact of justice, it's difficult for many to accept because oftentimes there is an expression and a view that it is just simply those people talking. And in fact, in as much as it may be in front of your eyes, you see the injustice, you see the challenges, you see the difficulties that people experience, you don't want to accept it. Because oftentimes what people say is, well, it wasn't me, it was someone else. Well, it is all of us. It's not someone else. It is up to us to ensure that what we do going forward for all generations and for all people is not only based on the aspect of respect and integrity, but it is based on a simple principle that those who are God's children must be given the fairness and the justice that, in fact, that is rightfully deserved. It is not a matter of permission or asking for permission. It is that we are entitled to these things. I want to make one final point, Speaker. Inasmuch as we have this report, it's a 10-year plan, I want to make sure that all of us are prepared to continue to fight to ensure that there is not going to be another administration in the future that is not going to emphasize the importance of what we're doing here today and to ensure that the process of reconciliation is not simply just an afterthought, but it's given the attention that it deserves. Because without that, we can't be a just, fair society. Without that, we can't be a society that we can be proud of. That Mayor Tory's grandchildren will grow in this city and feel proud of the work that he has done and all of us have done in order to make this city, and of course we want to expand that to the province and the country and the world, because the world is watching what we do. In a world where we see so many strange things happening and so many disregard for just the basic human rights of people, it is disconcerting, and in fact, this chamber and this body has to do more. The leadership of the city manager and the mayor and every member of council is there to ensure that fairness, justice, and rights are prevailed and are strong to ensure that what we've seen in the injustice have happened in the past will not continue in the future, because we will all be on guard for the year, because we are about the energy, the action, and resources to
10
ensure that
seconds.
we actually make the best for everyone. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, on EX, that's the last of our speakers. On EX 31.1, if we can have a recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please.
Yes, in the affirmative, sorry.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to our, to the mayor's next key item, Councillor Cole, your item CC 4212, that you wanted to release earlier with a confidential report, I mentioned to you that the copy, okay, just a sec. Okay, so member, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. And that's as well with CC 4213. Now go to the next mayor's key item, which is EX 31.10, modern TO unlocking 8 city-owned properties. So if we have questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the screen. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. To staff, can you explain to us the process of consultation and disposition as outlined? What would it look like for these properties? Madam Speaker, it looks like the staff are not ready for this item.
Is staff here?
Madam Speaker, it's Josie. I'm trying to get Cratio. I'm just calling. I'm sorry. Oh, you there, Vic? Okay.
Yeah, Vic is here. I'm here. Vic.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, we have all the staff here? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wong Tam.
Sure, thank you. I'll start all over. And through you to staff, my first question is, can you provide an explanation to council the process for consultation and disposition of these properties? Can you just itemize how it will happen?
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll invite our project lead, Peter Herron, who I believe should also be on this, to take you through the specifics of what the consultation and disposition process involves. Peter?
Great. Thank you, Vic. And through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Wong Tam, I think the consultation process, it does vary on a site-by-site basis between the 8 properties that are part of this portfolio. But as per the report that came forward, the intention is to go out for public consultation ahead of any planning applications being submitted on any of these 8 properties, or of course ahead of any proposed transactions being finalized or being negotiated on these properties as well too. So it is scheduled, and I think again of the 8 properties, there's 5 properties that have been identified as short-term properties that are coming forward immediately, and then 3 other properties that, based on when the properties are unlocked, are more on a long-term basis. For the 5 short-term properties, we have committed, or we have scheduled to begin public consultation in 2022 within the next few months on those properties. Again, ahead of any planning applications or ahead of any proposed transactions being negotiated on those properties.
Okay, thank you. And the contributions to the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund, is it a straight formula that you're going to draw from for the disposition of these properties? How is this being calculated?
So I'll speak to that through you, Madam Chair, Councilor Wong-Tam. I think that is the expectation and the council direction we have is to deliver 20% of the land value to the land acquisition reserve fund. So what we've done is we've kind of looked at this point sort of a total aggregate of what we believe to be the land value of the overall portfolio, which is about $450 million. And so the expectation that we would have is that we would look on an overall portfolio basis to see how we could generate the equivalent of 20% of that value for the land acquisition reserve fund. So it'll be done on a site by site. It'll be done as a portfolio, Councillor, but we'll look at each site in a manner to maximize both city building and see what kind of income we can generate from that to try to hit that target.
Okay, thank you. And does the city council have a chance to review the total quantum for the LRF when the portfolio work is done? Is the final decision, does it rest with city council or is that delegated to staff?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be a city council decision because I think ultimately, for example, on the 610 130 site, 610 Bay, the former post-terminal building, that is a two-part RFP process where we are going to be reporting back after the first phase of the expression of interest, which I think would, the expectation is that we would provide council with detail around what kind of how that land value is being spent or used, meaning how much are we getting in revenue, how much are we investing into the site, and then council will ultimately make that decision. As you are aware, on all the other sites, there's ultimately going to have to be council direction to ultimately dispose or transact on those. So I think at that point, there will be an opportunity for council to be to sort of make the final adjudication of how that land value is spent.
Thank you.
Vic, oh, sorry, Councillor, it's Pat Matosa. Just to add, any disposition of any asset would always come back to council, regardless. Okay. I just wanted to add that in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Any further questions? No, I don't see any. Okay, Mayor Tory to speak?
To speak last on this item, Speaker, if I could. Oh, no, I'm speaking first. You're quite right. It doesn't matter. I will say the same thing, whether first or last. I mentioned this in my comments, so I won't repeat them. I just want to commend this to members. It's a work in progress, as so many things are here, but I think where we are today is a significant step forward in that we're taking 3 of the 8 pieces of land covered by this report and starting to move forward with them in earnest. And these are not uncomplicated matters. Councillor Wong-Tam and her questions made reference to the public and community consultation that has to take place. There are relationships involved. There are city building objectives that we are determined to achieve. And of course, we have to go through what I'll call a competitive process in order to make sure that we are either achieving the right value or that we're picking the right people or both, depending on which of these properties we're talking about. I think that the benefits will, however, be immense. There can be no question but that, and I think this is sort of endemic to governments, that they will allow, I think sometimes for fear of public reaction to investing in their own properties, allow buildings to fall into a state of certainly being less than optimal and less than modern in terms of the use of space and the type of working environment that we create for very important public service functions and for the public servants who perform those functions. And I think this will give us a real opportunity to modernize some of those buildings. And that's not only good for the buildings in terms of their preservation, it's not only good for the people who work in them, but it's good for the efficiency of the city and will allow us to have more people, given the way we use space nowadays, and given the way we're trying to be more respectful of the environment, to work in our city-owned buildings. And the efficiency part comes from the fact that increasingly productive use of our square footage we own will eliminate the need for us to have to rent a space from others that can be expensive. And as I mentioned earlier on this morning, it also will have the effect of allowing some of our city jobs to be placed to a greater extent in buildings we own in places other than downtown. And I think that's a plus, especially as we build out more transit and make it more easily accessible. If you think about it, the North York City Centre is very accessible. The Scarborough Civic Centre the same, and will continue to be with the transit that's being built. And Etobicoke, the new Etobicoke Civic Centre, again, the same. It will be with the future location will be very accessible to transit. So it's going to be a good place for our employees to work in addition to downtown. But more so than that is the city building. The city building is going to come mainly, but not exclusively, from the opportunity to take these sites, which presently would contain basically zero in terms of housing and affordable housing in particular, and make a significant change dependent upon what people are prepared to put forward and what we're prepared to insist upon by way of those particular sites. The first three I'll talk about in particular. I'll make mention of the fact that I was very pleased to move a motion that passed at the Executive Committee and will be now before you as part of this report that's here for consideration to expedite the dealing with of 277 Victoria. It's a sensitive matter. It's a sensitive matter because it happens to be the headquarters of Toronto Public Health, and they're pretty busy right now with doing the excellent work they're doing on the pandemic and a host of other matters. They would have to move. But also, there's a very important and compassionate public service being delivered there through the supervised consumption site, and it has to find a new home as well. But I think it's important that we expedite consideration of that because of the importance of that particular site, 277 Victoria, because of the important role it in turn will play in the very positive and proud evolution of Ryerson. Ryerson is one of our marquee post-secondary institutions, among many, I should say, and that's a source of great pride for the city as well. But that building sits right in the middle of their campus, and as they go about making their own plans for considerable growth and expansion in the coming years, which is a great thing to hear, that building is an important thing for them and our ability to be able to process that without, again, I think they have an interest in it. I'm not presuming upon the process that's going to lead to wherever that building goes, but certainly to have that process get underway, to have us be able to respect their future plans and to consult with them, I think is fitting in light of the important role that they play in our community. So I just think this is a hugely positive step forward. It's the first of several because we're dealing in this case principally with the first three. I believe this is being carried out responsibly by Creatio and by the Corporate Real Estate Management Group. I believe that it is very much in the public interest. I believe it is going to lead to substantial, they say $20 million a year of savings. It is going to lead to huge city building opportunities, in particular with respect to affordable housing and other public purposes. And I think, when it's all said and done, say dealing with these three, I think we will be better off in terms of the broadened use, if I can call it that, of that real estate than to just have it sit today in its present use, especially as regards the bus terminal property where now the function that it previously performed is just not there anymore. And so it's time for us to move forward to put that to much better use in the very heart of the downtown of our city. So I want to thank the staff for the excellent work that they have done so far and commend this report and the recommendations in it for positively to colleagues. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My apologies, I've moved back to my office. I just wanted to express my support for, in particular, one of the sites in the ward, and my thanks to the Creatio staff for taking seriously the feedback that they got from me about the level of affordability that is expected on the site. Many different Torontonians and even people that are visitors to our city have memories of the bus terminal off Bay Street, right? It was an entry point, a welcome, a meeting place. It was how a lot of people experienced getting into and out of our city, me included, when going up to summer camps or when going on visits to relatives when we didn't drive. Because we didn't always drive, we took the bus, and it was it's a remarkable building in space, but for the purposes of city building, it's particularly unique. It's located in between two subway stations. It's located on a streetcar line. It's located in the hospital district. It's located adjacent supportive housing. And it doesn't have some of the pressures that we would feel typically about development of the scale and scope that we anticipate on this site, because there aren't many neighbors. There aren't many direct neighbors to this site. That's what gives this site so much potential. We can't lose that. We can't accept the traditional way that we would dispose of properties and the comparatively low amount of affordable housing that we get on some of the sites that we've seen through our city. There's too much potential here. The supportive nature of the district, not only the neighbors at the YWCA, but the hospitals, the supports that can provide to communities of need in our city are enormous. And that's why it makes this site particularly valuable, I think, to the city achieving some of its city building goals. I'm glad to see that Creatio took it seriously. I'm also happy to see the amendment that was brought forward by Councillor Bailão at Executive Committee to really try to maximize the amount of affordability on this particular site, partly because we know that there are many in our city who are seeking housing, and there are many communities that are perhaps afraid or concerned about the growth of a certain type of housing in their community. That is not the case here. We should use this opportunity to build much needed supportive housing for those living in our city. And I'm certainly prepared to make that commitment. I hope that the options that we get coming back are creative, that involve investing in the health sciences district in the community, but in particular, again, I believe it would be a great disservice to our city and its goals if we got back in front of council an RFP for this site that didn't include a very significant amount of affordable housing, even if it's at the sacrifice of some of the dividends that we had hoped to gain over the sale of some of these sites. If we want affordable housing, we have to invest in affordable housing. We can't expect that we're going to get it for free on every site, and this is a particularly good site for it. So thanks very much to Creatio for bringing forward the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I'm moving the supplementary report. And I would like to start by saying that, for a city like ours that doesn't have a lot of revenue tools, and given what's going on with the real estate market, I think that what we do with our real estate, the strategic actions that we take to manage our real estate is more important than ever. And I think we as a council have recognized this, and under the leadership of the mayor have created Creatio to do exactly these kinds of programs and this approach. With this program, another program that Creatio is going to be leading, not only are they going to be creating spaces where it's going to respond to how people work today, it's going to ensure that our workforce has a good environment to work and to foster their activity. It's going to activate our 4 city centers, which is crucial. We want activity, we want jobs, we want vibrancy in the 4 corners of the city. This will do that. And most importantly, it will take this asset that is the value of our real estate to do city building activities, and in particularly affordable housing as well. There's going to be hundreds of units. I know that Councillor Layton spoke about 610 Bay. I think this is such a great opportunity that we're going to have in here. I can't wait until we start working on it. I think there could be really interesting partnerships in here. There's other ones that could enhance institutions in our city. There's other sites that will continue to serve as our needs as a city institution as well. So this is a great program. It clearly demonstrates why Creatio was created. I think that the mayor and this council had envisioned this kind of activity, and for us to leverage our assets to the best use. There's a finite amount of resources and money, Madam Speaker. We have to use it smart, and this is what we're doing in here. I think we're going to be talking a lot about that at this council today. How do we ensure that we get the most bang for our buck? And that's what we're doing in here to make sure that we have a lot of city building activities through our real estate, including hundreds of affordable housing units.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm also here to lend my support to the recommendations in this report, also to the motion that was drafted by the Mayor and moved at the Executive Committee. This is exactly what we need to do, and we're heading in the right direction. Unlocking real estate value in the City of Toronto, of course, is something that every single property owner is trying to achieve, but they're not all going to be city builders, whereas the city has a different obligation, a different civic purpose that others do not. So the intention here is not just to create more affordable housing and to actually leverage the institutional value that rests in these properties, but also to work with the existing partners, and I think that's critical. Most of it already spoken to, but I just want to say that it's about aligning those values wherever we can, so therefore we can get the very most outcome for civil society. And it's not just about pursuing the mighty dollar, it's about ensuring that we do it smartly. So I just want to highlight one particular property that I think is worth our attention, and it's going to be so key to everything that we do, especially in the downtown core. There are 3 properties listed in the report that belong exclusively to sort of the catchment area of Ward 13 or Toronto Centre, but in particular I'm going to point out 277 Victoria. Although not listed as an address, but adjacent to 277 Victoria is 38 and 40 Dundas. This is a tiny little sliver with a white building that has been sitting largely vacant in the heart of the city, where you have maximum number of media impressions. You've got lots of people walking by, literally millions every year, and we had a building that was owned by the city that was abandoned. I can tell you that it faced graffiti. There was vandalism, there was illegal parking, there's all sorts of things that happened to the property, and yet we, the City of Toronto, was the property owner. So being able to recognize that good work that comes out of the report is important, but also recognizing that we have a responsibility to make sure that those assets that we are holding on behalf of the citizens of Toronto, that it always is well maintained, that there's a purpose in the interim, even as we're getting to a final outcome, is critically important. Because we lost a number of years with that property, and that property could have actually helped accelerate some of the transformation and the improvements that we were looking for in the downtown core. So I just want to highlight that, although the report is before us, and this is a very good direction that we're heading in, it also builds upon the things that we didn't do well, and that is not managing city assets well when we leave them vacant, when we leave them subject to vandalism and graffiti, and it does have repercussions and effects for the local community. I can tell you that the local community in the downtown core is very excited about seeing new city building initiatives take place in the downtown. This is something that the community has been asking for. They've been lobbying Créteil, speaking to the mayor as well as members of the executive committee on how to accelerate the economic recovery of the downtown, especially when it comes to bringing workers back into the office towers and trying to provide support to those small businesses that are struggling so hard on the main street. So when we build housing, it's not just for the sake of building housing, it's about building a city, ensuring that we have prosperity on our main streets and being the very best asset managers on behalf of the residents of Toronto. So thank you very much. I look forward to supporting this report with my colleagues today. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the last speaker. On the item,
I'd like a recorded vote, please. Speaker.
recorded vote. Yeah, first on the amendment by Councillor Baila. Okay. The amendment is on.
I don't require a recorded vote on the amendment, just on the item as a whole. Thank you, Speaker.
On the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. On the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, are you able to vote using the system, please? Yeah. Speaker, the item is amended. Carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, wondering if, is there an echo here? Yeah, there is. I know. I thought I could hear myself. Okay. Am I okay now? Okay. Do we have any quick releases? If you do, if you could put your name on the screen, so this way we can do a few quick releases before lunch. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. This is item HL 35.8, indoor ventilation requirements. Councillor Perutz had a question, but it's been answered, and so happy to release it.
Okay, on HL 35.8, Councillor Cressy is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, can I release CC 42.12, 4050 Young Street with a confidential amendment that's been shared?
Yes, and we'll put them up. It's on the screen, Councillor Cole. Do you want to read it? It's on the screen.
Yes, City Council amend the confidential instructions to staff in confidential amendment 1 to the report March 29th, 2022 from the city solicitor in accordance with the confidential attachment in this motion.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Oh. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I have pre-circulated two motions on EC 28.2, supporting restaurants in Toronto. If members are prepared to just vote on my amendments in the item, I can release it.
Okay, just let me check to see if we have the motions. Councillor Perks, Councillor Perutz wants to continue holding it, so in your name?
I'll hold it then, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor
If
Robinson.
Councillor Peruzza wants to get in touch with me, I'm happy to chat.
Okay.
The item is CC 42.13. I referred to it earlier. It's 126 to 132 Laird Drive. And I would like to move this motion to amend the confidential instructions to staff and confidential attachment 1 to the report March 29th from the city solicitor in accordance with the confidential attachment to this motion.
Okay, so on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay. Okay, Okay, well, our next item is EX 31.4. We have a few minutes. We want to ask a question. Councillor Wong Tam. This is the acquisition of 214, 230 Sherburne Street. So Councillor Wong Tam, do you have questions? You held the item? Okay, so Councillor Wong Tam is not here. Okay, let's recess for lunch. We'll be back at 2.
You. Oh, 12:30, it's 12:20.
Members of council who are participating remotely, if you're connected, could you please turn your video cameras on so we can count you for quorum? That's members of council who are participating remotely. Thank you.
This meeting is now resumed. Members, we have a presentation to recognize the COVID-19 vaccine engagement team, community ambassadors. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to give the presentation.
Well, Speaker, thank you, and may I extend a warm welcome on behalf of my colleagues, those who are here in the chamber and those who are with us virtually, to just some, but a good number, and I'm so happy there's so many here, of our vaccine engagement community ambassadors who have played such a key role as part of the Team Toronto effort. You know, you've heard Councillor Cressy, myself, Dr. Davila refer to Team Toronto, and it really has been a team effort, and we're often referring to different parts of the team. We've had hospital partners, we've had healthcare partners, we've had partners inside the City Hall, you know, you name it, there's been a whole team that has led to the success of our vaccination effort in particular, but really our entire handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has gone on, of course, for a lot longer than any of us expected. But I think the single greatest success, if you look at the relatively short period of time in which it happened, the degree to which we were able to achieve our objectives, and the degree in particular to which we were able to really address ourselves to the one thing that we were very determined, and I say we, the core team, our medical officer, Councillor Cressy, myself, the city manager, Chief Pegg, we were absolutely determined to make sure that there were not groups of people or individuals who were left behind. Because we knew that depending on what language you happen to speak, or depending on where you happen to live, or depending on your own history or the history of a particular community you might come from, that there were different reasons why people might not have access to or be as willing to step forward to be vaccinated. But we also knew that the people in those different groups needed the vaccination just as much as everybody else, and that, in fact, without it, they were more vulnerable to infection with COVID-19. And so we also, learned early on, and these are things that wasn't the first time you've learned it, but in the context of this pandemic, we knew that the best answer to making sure that we could include all of those people and make sure they weren't left behind, all those individuals who might otherwise have been left behind, was to engage trusted collaborators, trusted partners, to approach and to persuade and to inform and to comfort and to help get those people vaccinated. because we knew that, quite frankly, no disrespect to a politician or even a doctor, or it doesn't matter, that those people could show up at a door or be at a community meeting or anywhere else and try to persuade someone with the best of intentions and every bit of good faith, but it wasn't going to work as well as somebody who is trusted in the community, by the community, a familiar face, a familiar name, who is trusted. And so we quite literally, as you know, because you were the ones that did it, went door to door, meeting to meeting, building to building, street to street, event to event, and you were the trusted faces that represented us. And so to come back to where I started, when people made reference to Team Toronto, they often thought they were referring to a little group at City Hall. In fact, they were referring to you and all the others that you represent here today. And there's often not much we can do, and we'll find other ways to recognize you as the pandemic truly comes to an end, because we're not there yet. When we even have these things, it sort of worries me sometimes that people conclude that it's all over and we can all just go home and sort of forget about it. We're not there yet, I think, as you know, because you come from the community and you know the number of people who are still suffering and who are still vulnerable and who are still experiencing the bad effects of this pandemic. But it was an appropriate time at this juncture to say thank you and to have you come here the first day that we've been back in this council chamber where we could have this number of people together, and to thank you for the work that you've done. I think you know this, but our engagement teams were comprised of 17 geographic and population-based groups made up of 200 different health and community and faith-based organizations, and there were more than 600 trusted ambassadors that came from all those organizations, including those represented here today, to do the work that I've tried to describe, although I'm not sure that I did it justice. But the bottom line we know happened, and it happened in a quantity I'll tell you in a moment, which is an extraordinary number you may not have heard, is that you did make contact with all kinds of people. You did persuade many, 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 hundreds of thousands of them to get vaccinated. And that is the only reason why our numbers are world leading. Because without your efforts, we might have put some not bad numbers on the board, consistent with what we've seen from other cities. But the difference between a lower number and the 90% or thereabouts that we're at was the efforts that you made to go person to person, building to building, apartment to apartment, house to house, and convince people to get vaccinated. And in the end, and I'm just trying to find the number because it's here, and I think it's pretty easy to remember, but I wouldn't want to get it wrong. There it is. In 2021 alone, 1.5 million community members were engaged through the work that you did, and then the others that you represent here today. It's extraordinary. And if you think about it, those 1.5 million people, you have touched their lives in a way that is so important that could have been up to and including a matter of life and death. But certainly it includes their own well-being, their own good health, the good health of their families, because there's a multiplier effect to all this too. One person you reached might have been part of a family of 5. And what you might have done to get them vaccinated or to help inform them or comfort them or support them might have had a flow-through effect to all of those other people as well. And we know it's not easy. We've had our own experiences with talking to people who were hesitant and who needed that kind of support and persuasion, and it's not easy, and it requires a lot of persistence, a lot of courage, and a lot of compassion in particular. And so we just want to say thank you, and I say we because I'm going to call Councillor Cressy up here in a moment. But before we hand it over to him, we have a short video that you know all about what you have done and the role you have played, but the video maybe tells us who were not as fortunate to be out on the ground with you all the time, some of what you have done, and shows the role of community ambassadors, including some firsthand stories. So let's have a look at that, and then we'll get Councillor Cressy up here.
Many community ambassadors are deeply rooted in the community. With lots of personal connections, they know the community and the community knows them.
The role of the vaccine ambassador is to build the bridge between the public and vaccine.
To me, the role of a community ambassador is to reach out to everyone, not just those who are hesitant, but those who are most isolated, such as people with disabilities.
As the beginning of pandemic, I lost my job and I lost my husband. It was a lockdown, so isolation, I don't have a family, struggling with my mental health. I went into the depression and ended up into the hospital. From that, lots of communities came forward to help me to get out of the situation. So I guess this is the time to give back to the communities. And that inspires me to work more and more towards this project. If I can help one person to change their life or protect their loved one, that inspires me more that my life is worth it.
I'm passionate about being a community ambassador. It just feels right to connect with those that are most isolated. I really enjoy talking to people and helping them find that solution to getting vaccinated. And I can speak for those with visual impairment, as we depend on touching without glove, elevator buttons, handrails. That's how we navigate in the visual impairment world. And with the pandemic, it took all of that away. And it was like, how do we navigate in this untouchable world that we suddenly find ourselves in? I can tell you, as a person with a disability, that there was profound fear and anxiety that we were going to leave behind. There was this individual who didn't want to take the vaccine, and all his friends were encouraging him, and he was saying no. So they called me and told me, you know what, you talk to him. They believe that he would listen to me, and he would get the vaccine. So I did, and I threw the same thing at him. I said, at all our monthly meetings, you're complaining about the vaccine. You don't want to stay at home. You're frustrated. So here is your chance. You want to see your friends. You want to protect your friends also and your community, then you must get vaccinated. I can tell you that, some of the groups that you're in are already meeting, but you can't go because you're not vaccinated. And not only you would expose yourself, but you will expose them if you're not vaccinated. And that really changed him. And he's double vaccinated now, and he's already meeting his friends again. I believe the reason he was hesitant is that he didn't know that there was support out there. But once I made that arrangement for someone sighted to accompany him, I think that was one of the reasons why he opted to get the vaccine, because he didn't know that those services were available. Every time someone gets vaccinated, I'm just more energized to keep on doing what I'm doing.
What inspired me the most to become an ambassador to combat COVID-19 is the devastating impact that it has had on families in our community, especially the young children whose education was negatively impacted by the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, my parenting group has always been the driving force to the champion for better education. When this was interrupted by the pandemic, it became clear to me that it's important to be part of the solution to keep the spread of the virus under control. There are lots of challenges in the vaccination outreach campaign. We met with lots of microaggression and skepticism, even from our own families and friends. People slammed their doors at us, yelled at us, or even called our names. However, it's our empathy skill, together with our patience, kindness, and love, won them over to join the vaccination lineup. One of the most well-known stories in our community is the May 16, 2021 community vaccination clinic. This clinic was open to the entire city, and on that day alone, in less than 24 hours, we administered over 10,500 doses. It's probably one of the largest community-run vaccination clinics in North America. I was proud to be part of the campaign, along with many other ambassadors, volunteers, and doctors and nurses from East Toronto Health Partners.
I would like to say thank you to our Mayor, John Tory, and the City of Toronto for, the work they have done to get residents vaccinated.
I'm proud of all my fellow ambassadors who have devoted their time, love, and passion into this critical work.
Congratulations to all vaccine ambassadors. Your hard work, walking every day 5 to 10 kilometers to reach out the people, and with the help of the city and all support, we reached to the 80+% of the fully vaccinated. Don't worry, we will reach to the 90% very soon.
So thank you again. That video was filmed a couple of months ago, and I'm pleased to, of course, confirm that we did reach 80%, and now we're almost at the 90% that the last speaker there was so optimistic about. And it's work that hasn't stopped, and it won't stop. And you know, frankly, even when we reach 90, we're not going to stop, because there will always be some people who need further support and persuasion to make sure that they get vaccinated. Just yesterday, we launched a third dose campaign for people who haven't yet had that third dose, especially those who are 60 and above. And of course, now, just recently as this morning, we're about to start with fourth doses, and you'll be helpful with that as well for people who are above 60. And you have played a role in making that happen. I will tell you from this end, there is no person who played a bigger role in making you happen in terms of pulling you all together into this great network of people who have done such great work for us as Councillor Joe Cressy, because he understood from the beginning what it was going to take to make sure we didn't leave people behind. And he was a wonderful partner to have aboard on that, and believed very strongly, as I do, in the work that you did and in the work you will continue to do. And I'm underlining that because we got to get right back to work after this session this afternoon, because we have more people to get vaccinated, more people to support. But I want to just pay tribute to him as well in thanking you, and call upon him now to say a few words. Thank you.
Well, listen, very briefly. In recent months, many people have asked me how Toronto, a city of 3 million residents, a city with 200 different ethnocultural groups, where 180 languages are spoken, a city where half of our residents are born elsewhere, how a city as large and diverse and frankly wonderful as ours has achieved world-leading vaccination rates. How have we done that? We know there's a huge Team Toronto movement. We know that, with hospitals and pharmacies and public health and city partners and the mayor captaining it all, but it couldn't have been done. My answer to how we did it every time is you, the ambassadors and the community leaders. It's you. There's 100 of you here today, and you're but a small part of hundreds of you. And you will continue to do that. It's trusted local leaders in your communities, knocking on doors in every language, building trust and building access. It's good old-fashioned community organizing. It's simple. You reach everyone, and you leave nobody behind. But I want to tell you, when I reflect on this, this is more than community organizing. What each of you have done, it's more than community organizing. What you've done is a reflection of Toronto's values. In this city, diversity our strength, but it's inclusion that's our strength. We support each other. We take care of each other. We break down barriers to help get people vaccinated, to protect each other. That's just who Toronto is. And that's what each and every one of you have done every single day for more than a year. Listen, there are 100 of you here and 600 ambassadors in total in our city. Hundreds of community agencies have been involved. You, each and every one of you, have helped save lives. You really have. And years from now, you'll look back. People will look back and say, what did you do during the pandemic? Years from now, people will ask you that question. And each and every one of you, every ambassador, every community agency, you will look back with pride to say, I helped to get Toronto through this. I helped to save lives. I did my part. And so, alongside Mayor and on behalf of my other city council colleagues, thank you. You have done your city incredible pride. And so if I could ask, give yourselves and all the ambassadors a real, sincere round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to getting my fourth dose very shortly. I'll be first in line. Yes, first in line. Thank you, John. That was a nice compliment. Okay, so we'll proceed. Members, before the recess, Council was about to start the next timed item, which is EX 31.4 on the strategic acquisition of 214, 230 Sherbourne Street. We will return to that item after the release of member holds. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Are there any release of holds? The clerk will open the speakers list in the CMP, and you can please place your name on the list. Councillor Ainslie.
Madam Speaker, I do have a quick release on EX 31.3, but I don't know if the clerks has my amendment ready.
Do we have his amendment? Yes, we do. And can you just read out the item, please?
Yep, sorry, it's EX 31.3. It's the FIFA World Cup 2026 games.
Madam Speaker, can you hold that, Madam Speaker, can you hold that, please, for me?
Okay, we'll continue holding it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll keep it in my name. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know if this is ready. It would be, oops, wait a second. Got the TV on too. Got everything going. Yep.
Councillor Fletcher, we can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Thank you, Speaker. AU 11.4, Toronto Community Housing embedding accountability of service delivery lessons from the audited contract management service. I don't know if that is prepared or not.
No, it's not ready yet, Councillor.
Okay, that's fine. Just checking. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, we have some motions that we'll introduce. Mayor Tory.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. The motion that I wish to add concerns the city's finances, and it covers a report written by our city staff with respect to the state of the city's finances, and it's timely and urgent because of the advent of the federal budget and obviously the importance of having this information in front of council in this meeting with respect to the progress we've made, but also the challenge that remains in front of us on the finances for this year. So that's this motion that covers the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza? Not present, okay. Okay, Councillor Layton, you have two. Councillor Layton? Okay, Councillor Cressy will move it on behalf of Councillor Layton.
I can introduce this. It's urgent as there is insufficient time for a zoning amendment application.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. There's a second one, Councillor Cressy.
And yes, on behalf of Councillor Layton, I can introduce this. It's urgent as it seeks to expedite the approvals process and advance the project without delay.
All in favor? Carried. Who's the seconder for Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Ainslie? Councillor Ainslie, would you like to move that on behalf of Councillor Perruzza? You're the seconder.
Yeah, I will do that.
Can you turn your camera on? We can't see you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, I will.
Okay, there it is on the screen. Can you please read it?
That Councillor Anthony Perruzza be permitted to add to the following agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning modernizing Black Creek Pioneer Village to prioritize Indigenous perspectives. The reason for the urgency is this motion is urgent as the City of Toronto's first reconciliation action plan is moving forward, and our cultural and heritage sites need to be considered and reimagined.
Okay, on
Thank you.
favor? Show of hands carried. Okay, Mayor Tory, I understand that you need to reconsider an item that was adopted during the order paper review.
Yes, Speaker, it was an oversight that it wasn't held. So I would move that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council reconsider item GL 29.10.
Okay, the motion is on the screen, so on item GL 29.10. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Speaker, I missed a quick release, one of my quick releases. If you'd like me to, I could do that.
Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, quick release.
Thank you. It's GL 29.15, reassignment of the new Etobicoke Civic Center project and contracts from Creatio to Corporate Real Estate Management. And I just had it confirmed by Mr. Matoso that the council-directed community benefits plan agreement will be included when the city takes it. So I'm very happy to hear that and happy to move that. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing GL 2915. On favor? Carried. Okay, now we will go back to the item that we didn't start it before lunch, but it was the item EX 31.4 that Councillor Wong Tam held down and was time specific. And then also, if I can ask the city clerk to advise council on the timer set up in the council chambers.
Sure, Madam Speaker. We've added timers here in the room. The same timer is used during committee, and it should be visible on the WebEx at all times for members who are participating remotely. I will draw members' attention to the fact that by switching over to this timer, the timer in CMP will no longer be used and should not be relied upon as the authentic timer during this meeting. It's the timers that you now see on the WebEx screen.
Is it big enough for us?
Speaker, just because I sort of mentioned it, I think more than once this morning, for which I apologize, but it was just hard to see the screen here. I just want to thank the clerk and his staff, and I made the joke earlier to him that I thought the numbers were a little bit small, but but it's great. I think this solves the problem entirely, and I thank the staff for doing that so quickly.
It makes my job a lot easier too. So I don't have to keep interrupting. Yes?
On a point of privilege, it's Stephen Holiday.
Yes.
For those of us that are bound to remote connection, I don't know if there's a way to pin the timer tile to the top of the grid. But if it drops off the page while we're speaking, it puts us in an awkward spot. I do appreciate that it's there, and anything that could be done for that would be helpful.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, that is, I believe, what we've done, and we will send out some instructions for those who are participating remotely.
Okay. It's there. Okay. Well, then we would be here for weeks, Councillor Peruzza. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to our timed item, which is EX 31.4, which is the acquisition of 244 and 230 Sherburne Street. Questions to staff. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My first question to staff is with regards to the expropriation powers that the City of Toronto has. If the city has deemed a particular property of subject value for city building purposes, do we have the powers, legislative powers, to proceed with expropriation as long as we've identified a source of funding and a public purpose?
If I could
Madam
have,
Speaker,
yeah, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, it's Brian Haley from City Legal. Yes, I would confirm that the city does have the authority. Certainly the taking needs to satisfy the necessary test, and that is that it has to be fair, sound, and reasonably necessary in order to achieve a municipal purpose. I believe in this case we're talking about supportive or affordable housing, which certainly would be a city objective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haley. And the name of the report is Strategic Acquisition of 214 to 230 Sherburne Street to Support City Building. That is correct? It should be identified right on the report.
Yes, that's correct.
Madam Speaker, sorry. There seems to be a little bit of lag time between the staff responses and the question. I recognize I'm not going to have a lot of time, but I just wanted to note that. With respect to the importance of 214 to 230 Sherburne to the Dan Harrison Community Complex at 251 Sherburne, which is just about 100 meters away, about 100 feet away, I should say. The staff have identified that the two properties are interconnected for the potential of creating new affordable housing for the existing tenants of the TCHC property that's just north of that. Is that not correct?
Through the speaker, yes, I can confirm that we had identified this and other sites as offering us potential options should we decide to take some action, either renovation or renewal to Dan Harrison.
Okay, thank you very much. And in the report that talked about activating the Dundas Sherburne Revitalization Plan, how important is it that we actually expand supportive and affordable housing in order for us to find a safe and local place for the residents who are very highly vulnerable at Dan Harrison, for a place for them to move to while we renovate or rebuild their facility? How critical is the proximity of this location at 230 Sherburne to Dan Harrison?
Through the speaker, I would point out that the staff are working on that next report, which we're bringing back in the next cycle, which is about the work that we've done to evaluate next steps with regard to Dan Harrison and other sites in the area. And obviously, should there be a need to move residents from any site because of renovation work or redevelopment, then that's something we do in consultation with them. And often it's highlighted to us that proximity, a place to move in the local neighborhood, is absolutely critical. So when we bring that report back to you, we will be highlighting any options should we identify the need for us to redevelop or renovate that site. And we'll be highlighting some locational sites within the area for that purpose.
Thank you very much. And with respect to the 2020 community consultation that was done, that actually brought us to the report from 2021, where staff talked about the importance of the 214 to 230 Sherburne property to Dan Harrison. Out of those community conversations and interviews with stakeholders as well as agencies, did the community as well as those agencies that were part of the consultation around the revitalization of Dan Harrison identify 214 and 230 Sherburne as an appropriate new site as part of the transition as well as the revitalization plan for this neighborhood?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the speaker, we've had the importance of this site to the community underlined and pointed out to us in several different ways, both through consultation connected to Dan Harrison and also more broadly as well. So the community has identified this site as being important to them for the future of the community in a variety of different ways.
Yes, thank you very much. And I guess with respect to the report that's still coming, that report is going to highlight a business plan, a revitalization development plan for Dan Harrison Community Complex, is it not? And when is that report due?
Thank you. Through the speaker, the report is coming in the next cycle. We'll be bringing it to Planning and Housing at the end of April, and we're still working on the details that we will include in that report.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up.
Madam Speaker, what I wanted to share with you earlier is that I was 30 minutes into my question. Staff hadn't jumped on the call as of yet, and it took 30 minutes to confirm the title of a report.
Well, Councillor Wong Tam, you're at 5.5 minutes. 5 minutes and 20 seconds, so I gave you the extra time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bylaw, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. Did we do an appraisal of the site based on market value before we put in a bid? Madam Speaker, can you stop my clock?
Yeah.
Are the staff having problems turning their mic on?
No, I can certainly address that. I think
Okay.
sometimes it's not clear exactly which member of staff
Okay.
on point to answer. So I can answer, as Vic Cook said, Craig Gill. Yes, an appraisal
Okay.
was conducted.
And based on that appraisal, when the second round of bids came in, you put a bid in the highest value on that appraisal?
Yes, that is correct.
And
Yes, that is correct.
did the site get sold over that price?
Yes, it did.
And when we expropriate sites, do we still have to pay market value for the site?
Yes, we pay market value in addition to additional costs. So it's market value plus.
So market value plus, and would you say that the baseline now is what has been sold for?
Yeah, I mean, the courts look for, and I certainly invite other members of staff who are more experienced with it. The courts would look, for an established value, a sale, in the immediate time period would certainly validate the market value, and then on top of that.
And how long can expropriation process take?
It can take, in my experience, upwards of 2 years. Again, I invite maybe legal staff to provide any further commentary.
So to the Housing Secretariat, do you agree that we need more supportive and affordable housing in East Downtown Toronto?
Through the Speaker, yes, absolutely. We do need to see more affordable and supportive housing options.
And how many units are we do we have in the planning and development process right now in East Downtown Toronto?
Through the Speaker, so right now we have around 1,000 units of affordable rental in some form of planning or development. We have about 140 units of supportive housing, and then an additional about 300 units of a mixture of affordable and supportive. And that's across a wide variety of sites across the entire community.
And that's in the East Downtown neighborhood, you have those numbers. Is your plan that is coming at the next Planning and Housing Committee gonna address the Den Harrison and address even further developments in the area, further opportunities?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's what we've been asked to do through that report, is really identify some options in relation to Dan Harrison, but I think more broadly identify how we can best implement the Downtown East housing strategy, which includes the growth of all types of housing in that area, but specifically supportive and affordable housing that's suitable, affordable, and accessible to the local residents that live there now.
So one of the things that I heard at executive through the deputations is the need to have a downtown housing strategy, because everybody agrees we need more supportive housing, more affordable housing. We're developing 1,500 units, but we still need a strategy, and we need more. We need to redevelop Den Harrison. Is the goal to ensure that we're spending the money in the most effective way so that we can get the highest number of units and the deepest affordability of units in this neighborhood that so desperately needs it?
And through the Speaker, that is definitely part of staff's consideration. Obviously, there's a limited amount of funding available for both at the city level, but also other levels of government. So that strategy is designed to highlight future site opportunities that we might bring forward, as well as some of our pressure points in relation to existing housing. So yes, value for money and the best way to deliver the most number of units is definitely a big part of our consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, question?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a couple quick questions to clarify here. How many units were originally proposed on this parcel, on these sites? Or estimated?
So it would, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Bradford, it was estimated, so we did some massing work. It was estimated that you could average of 700 square foot units, that you could approximately about 340 units, 330 to 350 units could be developed.
Okay, and what was it, thank you, what was the proposal ratio of market to affordable units in that context?
Well, ultimately, that would be a decision of council in terms of how to break it down. I think our typical housing now, if this site was deemed to be a housing now site, we would aim to do a minimum of 1/3 affordable, and we have modeled costing, the economics around what it would have looked like to do 1/3 affordable, 50% affordable, 100% affordable, run by a not-for-profit, and we can take council through those numbers in camera.
Okay, noted on the camera piece there. But so 30% is sort of like the floor now, and we're trying to be more ambitious on other sites. 50%, this is a downtown site. Let's assume we could get there. So with the 340 units, you're looking at maybe 170 units could be affordable in that sort of context, hypothetical proposal.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay, and from Councillor Bailaw's questions, was my understanding we were not successful in securing the site through a market acquisition?
That is correct.
Okay, and we effectively were outbid. That's what that means?
Yes, that is what that means.
Okay, so do we have additional sites in the area, city-owned sites, in the proximity in the area close by?
I'll through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Bradford. Yes, we do. We do have a housing now site in the vicinity at 405 Sherbourne that we are working on. That's been identified by Creatio and approved by council as a site in a future phase of housing now. There's the Dan Harrison site, the TCA site that the Housing Secretariat has considered, and there are other city-owned. Programming is situated where we're always looking to find ways to better utilize that real estate in terms of creating more efficiencies, more economies of scale. So yes, there is other sites in the city.
You cut out a bit there, Vic, but my understanding is there are adjacent sites, a number of them. We are looking at them. Housing Secretariat's looking at that as well. I guess the question is, if we are taking into account land acquisition costs, if we are paying market value, which has been reestablished, plus the additional cost of going through an expropriation process, are we in a better position to deliver more affordable units and more units writ large on other sites if we're already the landowner?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, absolutely we are. Land value in the city, land acquisition costs in the city of Toronto, or of course in the downtown, are very expensive. And if we, the whole Housing Now program, and most of our affordable housing programs are predicated on us being already owning the land. And so our money will go much further on providing the affordability than on land acquisition.
Just lastly, expropriation process, is that a fast process? Is that a process that takes some time?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd say from my experience, it's a process that takes some time, but I'd invite City Legal to comment.
Is it fair to say if we already own the land and we're not bypassing, if we're not going through an expropriation process, we could move forward with delivering units faster if we don't have to expropriate?
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any for Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I just wanted to be clear on the expropriation process. And if we move to expropriate, we would be expropriating or offering the amount that we may have bid, or would we have to meet or match or best the offer, the winning bid?
At the end of the day, through you, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the matter would go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the tribunal would determine the market value of the property, and that is the amount that the city would have to pay.
So that could be less, more, or a lot more at that point. Yes?
Yes.
It would have to go to the land tribunal. We've done that before, but I didn't know it had the
Unless
ability
we,
to go
unless we
there.
settle the matter, there are
Okay.
few incentives for an owner not going to the Ontario Land Tribunal when a substantial value is in play.
In a previous one that I was involved in, actually with Mr. Gupta, gathered the owner must have been amenable to, under certain conditions, agreeing to calling it an acquisition, correct? We don't always call it expropriation. We call it acquisition.
We can often settle the matter. That's correct, Councillor.
And if I was to ask about numbers and how much things were, is that something you can tell me? Or is that an in-camera conversation?
That would be an in-camera matter.
I see. Do we happen to know what the sell price was for this place?
I'm not familiar with that information, Councillor.
It's Pat Matozo, Councillor Fletcher. Through you, Madam Chair. We don't believe that the broker that's leading the solicitation has finalized a deal with any of the proponents. We have not been notified as of yet.
Have we been notified we're not one of them?
Yes.
Yes,
For you, yes.
Sorry, Pat.
No, that's
Yeah,
correct.
we have, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Fletcher, we have been notified that that the bids that they were moving ahead with were higher than ours.
You say bids, are there multiple bids or
Well,
one consortium making one bid? Sorry.
No, and maybe I'll invite Graham, Corporate Real Estate Management, to answer that.
We don't know how many proponents were put forward above us, but we believe there are more than one proponent that they're negotiating with.
And was there a threshold where bidders were told, this is the threshold you have to meet to stay in?
Yeah, Pat, through you, Madam Chair, there was a threshold that we were verbally told by the broker that there was an expectation that the bids would be above that threshold. Our top end of our appraised value was not at that threshold, which is the offer that we made in our second round.
Okay, and maybe you've gone over this before, but for me, it's important to understand. The broker informed interested bidders that there was a threshold that may or may not have met the market value. They may have put it above market. I don't know if they did or not, but they were establishing a threshold through the broker as to what bids would then be contemplated based on that threshold.
That is correct.
You had to meet the threshold to stay in the game.
That is correct. However, through you, Madam Chair, we had, the city, we had put in an initial offer, and then we were, even though we did not meet that threshold, we were invited to participate in a second round. And at that point, they informed us that they were moving ahead with other bidders.
And they would have gone to a second round with the threshold. We would have had to meet that threshold.
That is our presumption. Yes, these are all kind of discussions that are had, but yes, that what we were told, we put in our offer at the highest end of the appraised value. We were told after that second submission that we were no longer being considered and they were moving ahead with other bidders.
On our appraised value.
On our appraised value, correct.
That was your last question?
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Mayor Tory, questions?
Speaker, yes, I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions that have been asked, and I know we can't get too granular about this, but maybe for starters, would it be fair to say, and I don't know whether this goes to Mr. Gupta or otherwise, but would it be fair to say that the difference between the threshold and what we understand to be the sort of rough magnitude of what was paid was not sort of $50 or $50,000, but was in the millions of dollars?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, Mayor, that is our understanding. It was
And
considerable.
is it also fair to say that it's actually in the tens of millions of dollars? And again, I don't know all exactly the numbers. I guess nobody has that officially because the broker hasn't done the deal yet. But is it in the tens of millions of dollars, the difference between what our top end and what we understand to be what might have been actually paid in the deal that you have to be consummated? Tens of millions?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that would be an assumption that we would make, just being careful and we don't tread into areas that, yes, that would be our understanding, Mayor, but that would be an assumption that we are making based on the threshold that was set and based on our appraised value in our bid.
Okay. Now, switching over to legal, if I can, well, it's understood that it goes to the land tribunal and they make a decision, and that also there could be a negotiated settlement. Is it fair to say that in most cases, where there actually was a transaction involving this very piece of land and subsequently it was expropriated, it's likely that any kind of ruling, say, from the Ontario Land Tribunal would be something close to what was actually paid, since that is obviously the best indicator one could have of the market value of the property? Is that fair to say?
That's a fair assumption.
Okay, and now to Ms. Bond. When we put together housing projects, affordable housing projects in particular, where we're making a contribution as a city, and sometimes the other governments are too, I'm assuming the land cost, whatever that might be, and goes into the calculation on a per unit basis of what it's going to cost us to put the affordable housing on a particular piece of land. Is that correct?
And through the speaker, yes, absolutely. So when we're evaluating options for investment, sometimes the land is ours already, and so that we use the land value as kind of our investment in making this project happen. So that's part of the way that we actually get affordable housing, is by kind of not placing the burden of the land value on land we already own on projects. And then we also look for options when we're out in the market. We're looking for options, be the acquisition of land or land and buildings for really good value, where we perhaps have to buy land, buildings and renovate, but we can still do that at a price and hit the kind of criterion thresholds that often other investors like the province or the federal government are looking for. So we're really careful to try and make sure that any money we invest is going as far as we can.
So within that same context, if to use the answers that I got from Mr. Gupta, is to pick a round number and say, okay, let's say hypothetically the cost of buying this land now through expropriation would be $10 million more than we were prepared to bid. That $10 million, if you were building 200 units, I'm using round numbers, would then take the cost per unit of that housing up by $50,000. Am I correct?
And through the speaker, yes, you're correct. I think the other point here is that we're often using, the land value is often included in our estimates already. And one of the things we're often using is the revenue that we get from other types of housing on the site, be that market rental or condominium development, to actually create the affordable housing in the first place. And so we would need here to both cover the cost of the land value and also invest further to make sure that the project is actually built as well. So there would be kind of likely a double need to invest on the part of the city.
Thank you. And my final question, Speaker, is to probably somebody from CREM, Mr. Matoza, but are there instances in which we try to buy properties for one reason or another where we get outbid?
There are. There have been.
And so my question was going to be, in the event that happens, how often would it be the case that if we got outbid on a piece of property we tried to buy, that we would then move to expropriate it?
In my 3 years of being through Madam Chair, in my 3 years of being in this position, that hasn't happened.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is to Mr. Matozo. Pat, we've heard from Mr. Gupta there, and you agree on the appraised value that they put on this building?
Through Madam Chair to you, Councillor Grimes, the city always has to transact at fair market value. We hire appraisers to assist us in determining that appraisal, and then based on that appraisal, that's what we submitted our bid at.
Great. And I remember we were trying to buy a building in my ward a few years back to add to the park. and we had two of the buildings on both sides, but the middle building was, it was appraised lower than what we want to pay. Is it my understanding the city cannot overpay for buildings if they're not appraised? So it was, let's say it was appraised at $1 million, we couldn't pay $1.3 million for it. That's what I was told at the time, that the city cannot overpay for buildings that are appraised at whatever they're appraised at. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. We always transact at fair market value, and we rely on experts in the appraisal market to provide that expertise. So we all pay fair market value.
And next to the affordable housing unit, do we have a threshold what we do pay? Like when we buy a building, we're going to build affordable, like what we really want to pay per unit for affordable housing? Do we have like a threshold what we're looking to pay? Is that a floating number? Or do we have a number that we say, yeah, this makes sense, and over this, it does not make sense?
Through the speaker, yes, we do. I think it would be better if we had those discussions in camera, because obviously we're still active in the market looking for properties for future affordable housing programs. So it's probably wise for us not to discuss the kind of threshold that we're looking at. But yes, we do have an idea in mind about what makes sense for us to purchase, what that threshold is.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can clear the screen, and we'll go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion I would like to move, and the clerk can please put that on the screen for me. The motion is to have City Council direct staff to move towards expropriation. That is, the motion is broken down to three parts. I should explain that to start off with. That seems pretty self-explanatory at this point. Motion number 2 is to ask the CEO of Crateo to initiate negotiations with the property owner of the Plaza Strip Mall that is directly southwest corner. This is a property that's adjacent to the 214-230 Sherbourne property. Whoever purchased the 214-230 Sherbourne properties will most likely need this site, and if there's a way for the city to perhaps do a joint partnership, let us do that. I know that the property owners were interested in selling, and I know that Crateo staff had been in conversations with them at one point. They can report back at the upcoming May Planning and Housing Committee to that effect. And then the third motion is to have the chief planner initiate a pre-application working group with stakeholders to help us determine the terms of reference and the immediate priorities for the area. And that is in anticipation of us not moving to expropriation, us sort of sitting and waiting until one day the developer walks through the door with a rezoning application in hand. At least we would have taken a modest proactive gesture to try to head it off. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity here. I think, a couple things I want to highlight for members of council, and I deeply regret the fact that the acquisition report of the Sherbourne properties is here without the accompanying report that is due to Planning and Housing regarding the Dan Harrison Community Complex in the next meeting of Planning and Housing. I have done everything I can to possibly line it up so that we can have a comprehensive and full discussion on how to unlock the potential that sits at Sherbourne and Dundas. This is a troubled neighborhood by all accounts. We are overrepresented with respect to crime, with respect to poverty, and with respect to just social despair. But it's also a neighborhood that's highly resilient. These are community members that really know what it takes for them to build complete neighborhoods that will allow them to be healthy, to be safe, and to do well, which is why it is so critical, Madam Speaker. One of the first things I did when I took office as the councillor east of Sherbourne, prior to that my ward stopped at Sherbourne, was to take a look at what were the conditions east of Sherbourne. One of my first visits was to the Dan Harrison Community Complex, 430 residents living in 376 units of social housing, and I can tell you that the building is mostly 50% vacant. Why is it, Madam Speaker, that in a housing crisis, we have vacant units owned and managed by the City of Toronto through TCHC? It's because it's not safe, it's not desirable. I've met residents who cry to me asking, when are you going to fix my housing? What is the City of Toronto going to do to support Sherbourne and Dundas? And when will the city actually meet its obligation to make sure that this neighborhood gets the resources that it needs? We just debated a report, Madam Speaker, around modern TO. There's 3 properties in Ward 13 that will be released. It will be released to the market, it will be sold. We're putting about $400 million of assets right on the table for the City of Toronto. Some of those funds will be redirected from the disposition into the Land Acquisition Fund. That's great. I welcome that. The first Parliament site, which is another site in Ward 13, we're going to be putting that property, we're going to receive some funding from the province, and I anticipate that it's probably going to go from $160 to $200 million coming back to the city coffers. What I'm asking for, Madam Speaker, is that we're already $600 million of cash coming into the city coffers from the wealth that's generated from the community. We'd like to put some of those dollars back into the community for the community members, especially since this is not just about acquiring one property, Madam Speaker, not at all. This is about uplifting an entire neighborhood that has been left behind. This is about making sure that the residents of Dan Harrison and all the residents who live in the neighborhood know that the city is deeply committed to supporting them and helping them. I cannot go through, and I don't think any of us would ever want to walk through the neighborhood without looking at the residents and telling them that we did everything we can to support them. And by supporting them, it means that we have to make some strategic moves. One of those strategic moves is buying a property that is strategically connected to the well-being of a neighborhood. It's not just about the cost of a unit or 2. It's not just about, whether or not we buy this parcel of land or that parcel of land. It's about this parcel of land because it's tied to the intricate potential uplifting an entire area. You are going to be making a decision of whether or not you want to lift the entire neighborhood by the acquisition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the item? Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by acknowledging the work of the local councillor. She's always been championing this neighborhood, and I think that a lot of the work that we heard, even our executive director from the Housing Secretariat explaining that there's 1,500 units in the planning and development process right now in the East Downtown, has been always a recognition of the local councillor and of this council that this is a neighborhood that needs a plan, that needs attention, and that needs us to be making sure that we're using the money in the most efficient way. And I wish we had won that bid. I think that it could have been an important addition to the neighborhood there. What I'm grappling with is to ensure that with the money and the resources that we have, that we spend it in the most efficient way. And when I start thinking of spending $800 or $1 million to create one unit of supportive housing that is going to take years down the road, I start questioning if that's the best use of our money. I could go off and start buying units right now and start housing people tomorrow. So, and we're building units right now, and we are doing more, and that's exactly what I think we need to do. It's not about the site, it's about the neighborhood, and it's about using the resources in the most
Councillor
efficient
Bailao,
way.
hold on, I'm going to put you on pause. Okay. Can,
That's the real discussion. We all know we need housing. Do we need a condo? Show me. You go to that corner and you say, are you going to build condos? And hundreds and thousands of people hop on us. And you look at this condo, that housing is not for me. It's not for the people here, and it's not for the people up there. So you have to stop that. How does a property go from $40 million to $60 to $70 million? Well, it sits empty for 14 years. 14 years it's not empty. Why didn't you do something in this corner? Why didn't you? And now you say it's
Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's, as I was saying, we have the Downtown East Housing Strategic Plan coming to the next Planning and Housing Committee that is going to address also the Den Harrison, which is an issue that we've heard many times from TCHC, from local council, from the local community, and the need and the opportunities for other supportive and affordable housing. I think we need to embrace the plan, and again, to make sure that we're building these units as fast as we can, as in the most fiscally responsible way, so that we can really produce the highest amount of units so that we can house people properly in these communities. So those are my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have the motion in front of us by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor?
Speaker, could I ask that we split 1, 2, and 3 and vote on them each separately?
Vote on 1, 2, and 3 separately? Okay. 1.
Oh, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, and I apologize, on point of personal privilege, I should say, recommendation number 3, there is an error. The last sentence, it should say to identify affordable housing priorities for the site, not properties. Did the clerks, were they able to get that? Okay, thank you.
Let's try to get this corrected. All right, so recommendation 1, recorded vote.
Part 1 of motion number 1 does not carry. The vote is 5 to 20.
Part 2. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you present in the meeting?
I was having trouble with All my devices.
Thank you.
And whether-
Councillor Robinson, are you able to vote? Speaker, part 2 of motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 10 to 15.
Part 3.
Just stand by, members. Madam Speaker, just stand by for a moment. The voting panel is now open.
Speaker, on a point of order,
We're in the middle of a vote.
I realize that, but I just need to confirm, Madam Speaker, that it's only part 3 because I can't see the highlighting on my screen.
Yes, it's only part 3. We voted on
Thank
1
you.
and 2 as, we're voting on part 3 now.
Speaker, part 3 carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. Item as amended, all in favor? Do we want a recorded vote on this, or no? All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. So our next timed item is EX 31.2, Ontario Line Transit. Councillor Cressy held the item down. Do we have questions? Councillor Cressy.
I have a few, thank you, Speaker. And I can direct these to, well, I can start with James in transit planning there, but please direct it as necessary. Two of the TOCs in my ward here, one at the Queen and Spadina stations and the King and Bathurst stations. Parkland is not proposed to be made available on site. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor.
All right. And so how has, in the absence of Parkland being proposed on site, how has IO and our provincial partners proposed to address Parkland as part of these two TOCs?
Initially, their approach on all TOCs where Parkland isn't on site is to say that we would get cash in lieu when the developing partner comes forward with a proposal. we have been asking for ways to try and acquire property offsite to expand a local park in the vicinity of those particular TOC proposals.
And so in the property in the vicinity of these proposals, and I know it's been referenced in previous council direction here, is this the expansion of Victoria Memorial Square, the current park, to expand it to some of the 535 Wellington or 49 Bathurst Street properties?
Through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor. The parking lot areas have been considered a good area to expand that park.
And is that an area that Parks, Forestry, and Recreation have identified they would like to see the offsite acquisition take place?
Through the speaker, that is my understanding. I'm not sure whether Anne-Marie Nasser wants to add anything to that answer.
Anne-Marie, I know you're retiring at the end of the week.
Well, you're
Can I
retiring
put
at
you
the
on the
end of
hot
the
seat?
month. Through the speaker, yes, we are always looking to try and get parkland, on-site parkland as a priority over obviously cash in lieu. And it's unfortunately with these sites, they're small. So we have looked at opportunities to try and point to securing that off-site parkland, particularly for IO, but at this point in time, we have not been able to secure it.
Okay. And this can be for James or Anne-Marie, then has IO indicated a willingness to acquire that as an offsite dedication of parkland, or have they indicated a willingness to explore other financing options to help us acquire it?
Through the speaker, it's the latter, Councillor. They have indicated that they would be prepared to work with the city to finance the purchase of that, but they have not been willing to purchase it directly themselves.
If the resources were available, is that purchase with the upfront financing from IO something that the city, PFNR, or in conversations with senior city staff, is that a direction we are interested in heading?
Through the speaker, that is something that we would need to work out details with. The devil is always in the details, but yes, I think that there's openness to exploring that opportunity with Infrastructure Ontario.
Okay. And that just my final question on this is the property that Anne-Marie mentioned and you mentioned, James, adjacent to Victoria Memorial Square. This is 535 Wellington, 49 Bathurst. Is it currently for sale?
Through the speaker, it is for sale. Where in the process it stands is not fully clear to us right now.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, James and Anne-Marie. If you get no more questions, congratulations on the near retirement.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have questions?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Through you to planning. I wondered if you could tell council a little bit about how this process is different than typical planning applications and site plan applications, and in particular, in a regular application, the public and councillors and anyone involved gets a chance to go through the documentation and the details, and there's an opportunity for scrutiny or feedback or an opportunity to put in opinions. Could you tell me what the vision is going forward on how that mechanism might work?
Through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, it's Greg Lintern. To date, the process has mostly been about an MZO, and information has been shared with the city and with the public through various community consultation processes around the conceptualization of these sites and what is necessary to put zoning in place. But we have not gotten into the details yet. The next step would be that the province would go out and procure actual developers for these sites. And it's at that time that we would get into a more detailed process. And I think we've indicated in the report that the city staff are interested in, because we haven't had actual applications filed to date, the city staff has put forward to IO that we would like their commercial arrangements to include the requirement for a site plan application and a normalization of the process, submissions, public disclosure of information to the extent possible under the transit legislation that's in place, and be able to engage the public. And in that respect, we have direction from council from last December to advance these matters through the various community councils as development applications once we have actual developers to work with.
Thank you. And just to go a little deeper on that, we are at the government to government stage right now, where there's a discussion about transit-oriented communities, and it's still rather conceptual because there isn't necessarily a proponent, but there's this idea of buildings and some general idea of size because we're determining zoning. But that's sort of where it stops. That's different than a typical development proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And oftentimes we've got much more detailed information that we're talking to the public about. Of course, the public is always ahead of us and has a lot of detailed questions that they like answered, or at least to table issues and be able to work with the public on how projects evolve. So that kind of engagement has not taken place yet. And the report does go through site by site the level of information that we do have so far and the conceptual design of these projects, but there is a much deeper level of information that would come in a second round.
Okay, so you've got instructions from the previous council debate to come back to council with some plans about how, once these things sharpen and evolve and mature into happening projects, and maybe that's because a proponent has been selected, there should be a chance for people to get into the details. And that's not unlike any other development that we deal with. At least through the development process under the Planning Act, people get to have a look at the reports, the engineering studies, all those details that are scrutinized by staff and by the public independently, and a chance for the value in that process to come back to council. Would that be a fair statement about where you're seeing this thing head?
Yes, that's fair. We will try to make it as application-like as possible. Again, certain guardrails have been put up by the legislation, but we will bring preliminary reports. We will host community consultation. We will try to make it as application-like as we can within the confines of what the province is proposing and their jurisdiction.
Okay, and maybe finally, do you envision some mechanism for people to get access to the documents as opposed to having to ask for an FOI request or something that, I mean, I don't know if it's a website or something that you can do to serve this information up so that people have that opportunity to go through it, specifically if it's within their community and, you know, maybe near their home, they want to take a close look.
Right, and to date, IO is publishing information that they're making publicly available on their website. I think as we get into more development applications that the city entertains, if applications are filed, we put them on our application information center with all the supporting materials and provide as much access as we can. And we'll certainly look at how we can enhance our website to provide as much public information as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just curious through you to the Chief Planner. You know, obviously developments along transit is something that we have been striving to build more of. But also the importance of that is that it gives us an opportunity to build housing, deeply affordable housing in some cases. Can you share with us, if you do know, the province's rationale on not prescribing housing, affordable housing, for these transit-oriented community sites that they now own?
Through the Speaker, the province has advised us that they, through these municipal zoning orders, will not engage through the city's inclusionary zoning process. These sites will be exempted from inclusionary zoning, and they will instead, they've advised us, negotiate affordable housing on a site-by-site basis through their commercial arrangements. And it will be done through a percentage of the value that is accrued through the density value that's created by the TOC approval. It's a different approach than then the city has been engaged with the province to date, but that is what they've indicated they want to do.
And thank you very much. So do you know if the province is going to be providing information that gives us details to the quantity or perhaps the type of affordable housing before they tender? Because my understanding is that they need to put this out to market soon, and they plan to do this before I guess, the election, but also their intention is to reward the contract before this end of this year. So will the new developer and the new owner be bound by any promises that are to be made, which we still don't know what they are, but will they be forced to deliver affordable housing if it's not in the contract or the bid?
Through the chair, we would expect to sort these details out and get better insight as to what their plan is before they tender. I would think that council has already stated its desire to be as IZ-like as possible. So city staff will certainly be advancing the interests of meeting the percentages, depending on the market area, meeting the percentages of IZ, meeting the definition of IZ, which is a definition the city has used in the past. So these are the types of positions that the city will be advancing in any future discussions.
And do you know if it's going to be part of the tender though? I think if it's not a part of the tender, then the developer or the project co, they may not be bound to any obligation. And the properties were deliberately exempted from IZ requirements. So I'm just curious to know, how do we ensure that we can get affordable housing into these sites?
Again, I believe it will be we expect that it will be part of the tender. It will be part of the requirements that they put out as their commercial offer.
Okay, thank you.
That is what they've indicated.
Sorry, I cut you off. Please finish your thought.
Sorry, that is what they've indicated to us today.
Okay, so really there's no guarantees. They've just said, trust us, we'll tell you the details later. That's what I'm hearing from you. And at this point in time, we've got no power over this situation. We have to take them at face value. With respect to the first Parliament site, if I can just direct your attention to that site for a bit. Obviously, it's a sizable site. It's about 3 acres in size. It's as big as Nathan Phillips Square and not a stitch of affordable housing. With respect to the community space that's at grade, we know that the library, which was the designated use for that 30,000 square feet, that's now going to be at the St. Lawrence Market across from the old hall. Can you tell us what would be the program that the city would anticipate using there if the real estate still exists, but then we don't have a program anymore? How are we going to determine what the future program will be?
Through the speaker, I'll answer that, Councillor. The report contains a recommendation that we establish a process, and indeed in conversations with the community, there's a real interest at the community level to engage in a discussion about what that space would be used for and how we could effectively use it, and the park and other elements of the development to reflect the heritage and the history of the site.
Yeah, James, thank you. My final question is that there may be a desire from the community to expand the footprint of the site beyond the 30,000 square feet. How feasible is it that we take some of the proceeds from the first Parliament sale to go back and purchase and expand, perhaps buy all the retail space there for city uses, cultural uses? Can we do that?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, I'll answer that in part and then look to Krem to answer the specifics about accessing the money from the expropriation. Certainly, we would be able to negotiate with the development partner on that site for access to other space. That's within that's quite possible. So we could do that. Alison Falacia may be able to answer on the question of the funding for that.
Thanks, James. Through the speaker, the funds from the expropriation have been deposited within the land acquisition fund. And so through LARF, there are specific criteria around how we can access LARF for strategic acquisitions that support strategic city building initiatives. And so once we have the opportunity to understand what a specific acquisition can do, we'd evaluate that against the criteria to utilize LARF and bring it back to council for authority to use LARF funds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, here we're talking about intensification, obviously, near major transit stations. One of the issues that's coming up is that I've got about 75 these development applications in my ward now, one coming in every week, and most of them around transit. The question is the provincial policy, MTSA, Major Transit Study Area Policy, is it in place? Because we're getting challenges saying, well, that's not in place because the city hasn't done its reports yet. So where does that lie?
Through the speaker, Councillor, while not specifically part of this report, if I can help you with your question, the MTSA, the establishment of MTSAs is working its way through Planning and Housing Committee, and Planning and Housing is considering the delineation, if you will, of all MTSAs across the city, of about 180 of them. About 100 of them are PMTSAs, which will be where we'll be able to use inclusionary zoning. So that process is working its way through. PHC is scheduled to be completed in July, then be shipped off to the province for, so technically it is not in place yet. Someone who's making that argument is projecting, I would say, about a future situation, not an existing situation.
Okay, and Councillor Cole, can you ask questions on what we have before us?
Yeah, we've got.
Yeah, but we're not talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can we clear the screen? And do we have speakers? If you would like to speak, please put your name on the list. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, and I can begin by placing a motion, and with great thanks to city staff and many divisions for helping to pull this together. I can summarize the motion briefly here, which is to continue to work with Infrastructure Ontario to advance plans for the provision of parkland as part of the TOCs in Ward 10, to seek to acquire the nearby land adjacent to Victoria Memorial Park for parkland and other city building activities, to continue to advance that, along with the financing options in partnership with IO for it as well. Should we be unable to acquire it, to explore all options to expand the Victoria Memorial Park should there be a different development application made on it. So I'll place that. Let me start first of all by thanking our civil service city staff from many different divisions who have been hard at work on this file, and as Deputy Mayor Holliday's questions indicated, a very different type of development process than we've undertaken before. And that has required a lot of hard work across many of our staff. And so I want to commend them. What's in front of us here today is not a decision or a vote on the Ontario line or rapid transit. Rather, it is about specifically some of the developments at some of those transit stations. But we're dealing with the developments, the TOCs right here at an earlier stage. TOCs, as described, transit-oriented communities, are intended to be complete communities. That's what the tagline seeks to explain. That yes, density where transit, that is important and good, but livable and affordable density and neighborhoods around transit. That's the intention. And I think we would all acknowledge and have to acknowledge that to meet that objective of a complete community, much more work is needed to get there. Some of that work will be done when there is a development partner. Other work can be advanced now. And it's in that spirit that both my questions and the motions in front of us speak specifically to one piece of it, and that's parkland. Parkland is part of a complete community. Parkland in the TOCs is already identified that to be included through cash in lieu. But we know often we accept cash, we can't spend it, we don't acquire land, it depreciates in value, and we never get parkland. And so there's an opportunity here as it relates to some of the downtown TOC sites we're voting on, to actually create new parkland now. In this case, to expand an existing park, Victoria Memorial Square. It's a piece of property that Parks, Forestry, and Recreation have been seeking to acquire for many years, that the community has identified, and that which is for sale right now. I do want to, at this point, also just recognize that this has been raised, and it's been raised with IO in recent months, and we hadn't solved it. And we still haven't solved it yet, but Minister Surma, I will tell you, has been in touch and has been quite helpful in recent weeks to try to address this, to build a more complete community. And IO is now expressed a willingness to work on financing options towards actually acquiring this property, working with the city. And so the motions in front of us are to help get this over the finish line. And if we can't, to have backup options for how we can continue to expand this parkland. But ultimately, we need to meet the test of a complete community to be a true TOC. And we're not quite there yet, so let's keep going. And in this case, these motions are to help us get over the finish line on the parkland component as one critical piece. With that, Speaker, I can conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and hopefully the clerk can put that onto the screen. It is a bit long, but I think because it was contained in the letter of my communications that went to the Executive Committee, it's now been floating around for about, I think, 10 or 14 days. The motion is largely to try to have City Council state some positions. So therefore, position one is that community benefits are important, and that every TLC site and all the construction around the Ontario line should be bound to some type of community benefits agreement that will allow us to procure jobs locally, to hire equity-seeking populations, to ensure that there are some benefits going to the local community, and so forth. So it's not really new to Metrolinx. We've moved similar motions in the past. I've brought this up at every single conversation I've had with them, as well as Infrastructure Ontario. But what we keep getting back is the answer from the province that we'll get to it, and when we get to it, you'll know. And I just think that for communities of interest, especially in Moss Park, one of the neighborhoods I represent, they really want to know sooner rather than later. And as I noted in my remarks, the province is going to be tendering the construction of the Ontario line, as well as, of course, the TLC sites very soon. Even if the subway stations aren't complete, they plan to be selling those parcels. And it would be great for all of us, including the City of Toronto and the staff, to know what's going on. I think it will also help the staff in their negotiations with the province, so they can point to more council directions saying, this is what council is looking for. We also want to be able to ensure that Indigenous consultation takes place. I'm coming to the First Parliament site again, and I apologize, folks. I know you may be tired of hearing me talk about First Parliament site, but really, quite honestly, it is one of the most culturally significant sites in the city. It's not just the presence of the first parliamentary and democratic institutions in not just in Toronto, but Upper Canada, of course, the predecessor of Canada, but really it is the incredible history of Indigenous culture and experience, and of course living, that has predated even the settlements of the European. This is the kind of work that we're trying to do, and it's very difficult to do unless we have a willing partner. The willing partner has got to be the province, but the province is going to sell the lands, which means that we're then going to be working with a private developer in a consortium. And it's not clear to me whether or not they're going to put the city's expectations into their tender. So once again, we don't know if this is going to be absolutely delivered, or are we just having nice conversations with Infrastructure Ontario and Metrolinx. And like many of you, I'm sure, when it comes to buying a house, you probably want to see it in writing. When it comes to renting an apartment, you want to see it in writing. Any transaction pertaining in Ontario has got to be in writing, and yet what we have are just sort of conversations ongoing with staff. And that's, in this case, provincial staff to city staff. The other things that we'd like to do, and I'll just finish on this part, we have been through a very bumpy ride with the first Parliament site. I've highlighted that it's 3 acres of land, but it's not just any parcel of land. It really represents something very significant to the city. And so we want to be able to honor that culture and history that's there. Originally, there was a placeholder for 30,000 square feet to build this brand new, exciting district library for the in the St. Lawrence catchment area. That now is moving somewhere else, and that's okay. But here's the opportunity. Now you've got 30,000 square feet of brand new space that could be a cultural interpretation center. It could even be the potential Center for Indigenous Learning, part of the work that Waterfront Toronto has been boldly leading on their part with Indigenous partners down by the waterfront. It could also be maybe the Toronto Museum that has been looking for a home for, as far as I can tell, for over a decade and more. This is potentially another significant cultural asset that's coming to the city, but interestingly enough, now it needs to get bigger. So we need now more than 30,000 square feet because now we have the potential to exponentially elevate its importance and to make sure that this becomes a premier destination and a remarkable cultural asset, not just for the area residents, which is important, but also for the city. And this could be that destination placemaking marker that we've all been excited about, that we've expected from anything that's important as important as the first Parliament site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not have a motion, but I wanted to make a couple of brief comments that I felt were important to put on the record and hopefully be considered by the parties involved in this process. What we have before us is a council report on transit-oriented communities. It's not the first, it's not the last, and a valuable point to give input by the public on some of the concepts that are being discussed. However, I've been doing this work as a counselor for 7.5 years and have been involved in my share of developments that follow the traditional path. And one thing that I've always been amazed by is the talent and the dedication of members of the public that get involved in these projects to give their input. They provide a sober second look, scrutiny, ability to go through the details. There's a transparency to this process when many of the reports, the designs, the plans are put out there in the public for people to look at. Although conceptually we're discussing what could happen in a transit-oriented community today, eventually it will turn into a phase when we're starting to talk about a product, which is closer to a development. And that's where I think it becomes far more personable for people that live next to this or close by in the area, and people have some ideas about it. So my comments are meant to encourage the development of a process that will include members of the public, especially as we get into the more detailed phases of this, because I think there's a lot of value. I think there's a check and balance provided when you've got government to government discussions and you've got members of the Toronto Public Service putting some scrutiny to what is being put forward. You've got the private sector, if they're involved in this, putting their plans forward, and then people get to have a second look. Mr. Lintern mentioned, it is a different process, different set of laws, and that there's some guardrails which limit the width of this process. I'm paraphrasing perhaps, but one of the valuable things that I think can be done is if members of the public do have something to say about what they learn on these projects and some ability to influence the details, perhaps that can be put on the public record. And in that way, those that make the decisions within those guardrails are also held to account because that information is brought forward. And I know the process isn't clear because I think this is new. And I think the report alludes to that this is coming in the future. But I say these words as an opportunity for encouragement to those that are making decisions on how this process will unfold. I hope they will involve members of the public, members of the community near these proposals, because there are so many talented and capable people there that have something good, something constructive and important to say about them. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put Councillor Cressy's motion on the screen. On favor? Oh. Is everyone okay? Okay, on favor? Show of hands carried. Motion by Councillor Wong Tam, if we can put it on the screen. It's a long one. Okay. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Our next timed item is EX 31.5 East Harbor Transit. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Questions to staff. If anybody has any questions, please put their name on the screen. Councillor Fletcher, questions? Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, I hadn't unmuted myself, Speaker. Thank you very much.
You
I
ready?
just have a few questions. Yep, ready.
Okay,
Ready
go
to
ahead.
roll. Thank you. I just have a few questions of staff on this. And I know in the original motions that were passed regarding East Harbor and potential of an MZO, and now it's not really a potential, there's going to be one. When are we anticipating that actually to take place?
Through the speaker, Councillor Fletcher, I'm anticipating it before the term of this government is over in April.
This government meaning the provincial government,
Yes, sorry.
not
Yes.
the government to which you, of which you serve, not government, the other government. Okay. So sometime before June, May 4th, which is when the election will be called. Okay, thank you. And in that, well, there was motions that we asked you to look at, and I just don't know how successful you've been. One of them was to look at ways to make sure, particularly on behalf of the film industry, that the end, the conversion doesn't spill over into the south of eastern area. How successful have we been with getting the government's attention on that?
Through the speaker, we've continuously made that basically our first slide in any discussions that we've had with the provincial government.
Thank you.
On this matter. It's a significant area of concern because we have conversion requests to the east of this site. And as much as possible, we would like to ring fence East Harbor from any precedent-setting value that would come with the conversion of these lands to residential. To the extent that the province can have a voice in that, we've raised that with them. This residential development that's being proposed is only being proposed through an MZO, which is different than the rest of the lands, and through the Transit-Oriented Communities Act. We would hope that its precedent value is diminished, but as you know, we are confronted with this pressure all over the city.
Yes, but have we done that in writing as far as a request is concerned, or has that just been in slides when you've been meeting them?
Well, I meant in the virtual slide, my reference, but certainly we've made it clear in all of our staff reports and our preliminary assessments that have been completed on the MCR. All of the messaging on this has been pretty consistent.
But there's never been a formal letter from the city manager or anything like that, has there?
No, but there likely have been communications from this council and all of the staff communications.
Right.
Anything further that you can suggest, we'd be happy to oblige.
Thank you. I think I do, including putting it in writing, but I can't amend my own motion now that the clerks have. But if they can, including formal correspondence would be added on to item number 1. If the clerks have heard that. And then the city actually has a fair amount of infrastructure that we're supporting in this area, including the Smart Track station, correct? Or is Mr.
That's correct.
Yeah, anything else that we're contributing to outside of the Smart Track station, contributing any land, right-of-way land, Broadview extension, anything of that nature?
Well, broadly speaking, the Broadview extension is a key piece of infrastructure. The flood protection north of the rail berm is a key piece of infrastructure. Ultimately, the extension of TDC facilities through Broadview. James, do you want to add to that?
Through the speaker.
Any public numbers you have would be good. I don't know what's public and what isn't, Mr.
So through the speaker, at the other end of the property, the Keating lands owned by Create TO are also parts of those lands would be required for the extension of Broadview and servicing to the East Harbor site. So we have a number of properties and interests in the area.
Right. Do we have a land value for the Keating Yards by any chance? Did we put that on yet? I don't think so.
No,
It's got
we
the
don't have-
removal, the cost of removal.
We've got the removal of the tracks, which would be
Correct.
in the neighborhood of $2.5 million.
Yeah, but we don't know what the land value will be once it's removed, which I can come back to later because you haven't done that. But we are making a contribution to the flood protection, correct?
That's included in this report, correct? Yes.
Correct, and to the fair and also for the smart track station. So I guess what my point is that we are making some significant contributions that will assist IO and Cadillac Fairview in realizing their dream. Is that right? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes, you are correct, Councillor.
Thank you. So we're
That was your
dream
last
makers here.
question, Councillor Fletcher.
Well, it just shows 0 on my screen.
Okay,
speaker.
no,
You never
okay.
put the clock on.
No, the clock
Sorry,
is on.
it's
It's
0.
over. The clock is on. It's over 5 minutes. Go, ask one last question, Councillor
Not on
Fletcher.
CMP. I'm sorry about that.
Ask your
I'm not gonna
question,
argue
your
with
last
you, but
question.
It doesn't show up there. It does not show up there. And the other last question then is, one of the things that we'd asked was for sequencing, so we can make sure that it's not all residential, but it meets the requirements of the desire to have a lot of employment with the residential in this MZO, and confirming that so far you've only been able to manage 215 units of affordable, even though we're making a fairly significant contribution to the whole site. Thank you. That will be my last question, Speaker.
Through the speaker, Councillor Fletcher, with respect to the sequencing of employment uses, we've asked for minimum amounts of non-residential development in each quadrant. What we have secured, well, we hope to secure through the MZO are maximum amounts, but we would have hoped to secure a more definitive cadence of the residential and non-residential land uses through the build out of this site over the life cycle of the site, so that we're not quite as successful as we wanted to be on that point. And on your point about affordable housing, what we are presenting to council is consistent with council's direction to work toward the IZ equivalent, which is 10% of the market condominium units that are being currently proposed. And certainly we would advocate for more affordable housing should the percentage of market condominiums increase. We would pursue a higher percentage of affordable housing commensurate with our an IZ-like implementation that council directed us to achieve.
Thank you. Okay, if you'd like to speak on the item, if you could please put your name on the screen. If we can erase the screen, we'll put speakers.
May I have a point of privilege, Madam Speaker?
Point of privilege?
Yes, it's Stephen Holiday. I wanted to let the speaker know, with moving the clock to a video view, and I'm working with clerks to try to get this sorted out, sometimes it disappears off the primary page of our screens. We only have so many tiles. And if it does that while we're speaking, it's hard to get it back. And sometimes we won't have the benefit of the clock. So, I'll do my best, but, please let us know if we're running out of time. And if we can get a solution for that, that's great. But if members are going over time, it's because we can't see the clock.
Yeah. Well, the clock is very big in the council chambers. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
So speakers.
Point of privilege.
Councillor
Point of privilege,
Fletcher?
Speaker, on the clock, because currently my CMP screen just shows my time at 0. So I can't see the clock. I'm not there. I'm working off, we're working off so many screens. It's amazing how we're doing all of this. So your patience is very much appreciated, and Councillor Holiday, your interventions in trying to sort this out is very much appreciated.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, thank you. I do have some motions, Speaker, based on my questions of staff. Clerks have them. I don't see them up, but I'll carry on. There we go. I don't know why it's not coming. There they are there. Thank you. I just want us to reconfirm our commitment to the rest of south of Eastern. And I know Mr. Lintern has said, my gosh, they are, every time they do that. And I did hope, clerks, that I could put here, including formal correspondence at the end of item 1, if that's possible, although I know that's against all of the rules. But I really appreciate that happening, and the film industry very much appreciates that happening. Everybody's a little concerned about the spillover, or as we earlier heard, the contagion that's related to conversion requests of this nature, and maintaining the film infrastructure in what was the original studio district and still has a very powerful number of people working there, 700 or 800 people working in film in that area. That would be very unfortunate. And thank you very much, clerks, for adding that on. That we just continue to ask for more affordable. And I did outline the number of investments that the city is making. We were making these investments when this was going to be a employment node only, and because it was called kind of a second downtown. But we are making significant investments that really and truly, this would not be the transit hub that it is. And my friends, it is the mother of all transit hubs because it has the Ontario line, it has GO Transit Smart Track, and it will have the TTC station. It's kind of like Kennedy Station for all of the Scarborough friends. That is as big and as complex as that. And when we're looking at what the housing should be around that, since it's being introduced, I think we just need to keep saying there just needs to be more affordable. These will be very expensive condos, and we shouldn't be spending this much on transit and not making sure everybody, all incomes, can live comfortably in this neighborhood. As well, just again, we're reconfirming our interest in the sequencing so we don't get 80% housing and 10% jobs. We're very interested in maintaining jobs as well as introducing the housing here. And lastly, this is a master plan. I believe the master plan is still in effect. And this part is just a rezoning. So we have a lot of land there. We're just reconfirming everything that we said about our land, including the fantastic heritage building there, that has to have a robust practice in there. So, Speaker, these are the motions that I'm introducing here, and I'm hoping to get support from my fellow councillors here today. This is not an easy situation, and I just want to, as Councillor Cressy did, I just want to thank our staff. Working under the Damocles sword of an MZO on so many projects is just not an easy thing. And I know they are trying to get everything for our city that they can out of a situation where we have very little leverage. And this includes our city manager and our mayor, who are very much leading the work to, along with the fantastic staff and planning and our transit expansion office, to basically say, okay, if you're doing that, we have to have things that we need for a growing city. And I just want to say, we know it's not easy. So if we seem like we're unappreciative, it's not you. It's the fact that we have these MZOs that we're responding to all of the time. We spent years working on East Harbor. This is an MZO that changes things. Everything that's there now was always going to be there, including the transit, including the developer paying for the transit. Much of the Gardner configuration that we have now is related to East Harbor, take it down. And it is a situation where we're finding ourselves with this introduction of housing into an employment, a core employment area, the last one. And so realizing that, we have to get every benefit from our city that we can. And I just want to speak again about the importance of affordable housing when we're adding this much transit infrastructure. It would simply be terrible if only very wealthy people could afford to live here. And that's the problem with the waterfront. That's what everyone says.
5
about the
seconds.
That has to be accessible and affordable, and so does this project. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further speakers? Yeah, I just want to know if there's any other speakers before we go to the mayor. Okay, Mayor Tory, last speaker.
I have a motion which might be put up so I could just make reference to it. And it is to request of our Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to include a requirement in the Affordable Housing Implementing Agreement that Cadillac Fairview provide additional affordable housing units should the amount of market condominium development increase beyond 50% of the total residential development. And that's really just to bring what they will do in this development into alignment with our zoning, inclusionary zoning policies, and make sure that there's certain thresholds that are reached with respect to affordable housing. I just want to go back and start on this and say that if you take into account the context within which all this is happening, and this is by way of a compliment to the city staff, which I've mentioned before, we had something in place at the outset of this called the Building Transit Faster Act. It was already passed and in place, and it substantially altered the rules of the game for transit-oriented communities, including East Harbour. And in this case, uniquely, apart from the transit-oriented communities that were covered in the last report, this one had an owner in place who was the developer and who had begun discussions with the province. They were quite well advanced before we even had a window onto those discussions. But the good news is that there was an agreement on a process that would involve us indirectly, I should say, because we were there to kind of put forward the city's needs and the needs of this new community, some of which have been mentioned in the discussion today. And then the province and its agencies would negotiate directly with the developer. So, of course, this again is an unusual state of affairs for us. I will say it's unusual. You might even call it an awkward arrangement, but it is what it is. I just want to say that I think the staff, and I won't list all the names, but there's certainly people that I get briefed by on a regular basis. I think the amount of work they've done, the painstaking, detailed discussion of all of these items that are of such importance to us in terms of building a balanced, strong community at East Harbour has been remarkable. And I include in that, by the way, and I've done this 2 or 3 times, but only because it's warranted. And I think the public servants would agree that my Chief of Staff, Luke Robertson, who has just spent incredible numbers of hours with them and with provincial counterparts and so on this, putting forward and advancing and protecting the city's interests. So I look at today and I say, okay, we've come some distance from where we were. We have some things that we have achieved that we're satisfied with. Others we're not satisfied with, but we'll take it as a kind of a step along the way and a sign of some progress. And that we've just got to carry on, and we've got to sort of build on what we have here in order to make sure this is the kind of successful community that it can be. I'm excited by the prospect of it, without saying that we have all the details nailed down yet, because we clearly don't. But I'm excited by the prospect of this community. I'm excited by the fact that it is going to be, in the end, I think, a complete community in which people can live and work and play, and it's going to have fantastic, incredible transportation. I mean, actually, if you think about how this community will be served by public transportation and by this new kind of transit hub that we're contributing to, it's really going to be something quite remarkable. So, I think that we've got some more work to do, at least in a kind of prospective way, looking forward to seeing if this changes. We want to make sure that that we maintain an adequate quotient of affordable housing. And I think we have much work to do on many of the other things, including some of the actual wording of some of these agreements that we're authorizing by approving our staff recommendations. So we're going to have to keep at it. We're going to have to remain diligent. We're going to have to be as involved as we can be in this rather unusual process. And I think we've learned a lot from it in the context of the other ones that are to come that were the subject of the previous report. And so I just want to express my support for these recommendations and, again, say thank you to the city staff who have performed a heroic task in unusual circumstances in getting us to where we are. And I will commit myself, and I know working with Councillor Fletcher and all the other councillors and with the city staff and with the province to make sure this is going to be a community that we can be proud of. in the end, a complete community that has all of the requisite features we would want to have achieved if we were doing this in the normal circumstance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, we'll vote on Councillor Fletcher's motion first.
Can I have it recorded, please?
Yes, Councillor Fletcher's motion is on the screen, recorded vote.
Well, now the mayor's motion's on the screen.
Councillor Perruzza, can you use the system to vote, please?
You know what, I can't because I don't have the button here, but I'm in favor. I'm good.
Thank you. Speaker, the motion carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, the next motion is by Mayor Tory. Mayor, do you want your motion recorded? No? Okay, the motion, the amendment by Mayor Tory, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go on to the top of the agenda, which is our first item, which is a deferred item, NY 29.1, 824 Shepherd Avenue West. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor Pasternak, do you have questions?
Madam Speaker, could we just hold that down for a little while longer? The motion has just come to me in the last couple of minutes. I just want to review it, and then we can come back to this item later.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our next item is a deferred item, T 31.12, Danforth Avenue Planning Study. Councillor Fletcher, you held it. It's here without a recommendation. Do you have questions of staff?
I will say that I've just submitted a motion to clerks, rather lengthy one, because this is a supplemental, and tie this up with a bow. So if you wouldn't mind holding that down till we get that sorted out with clerks, Speaker, that would be great.
Okay, so we'll hold that item down. Our next item is EX 31.3. Toronto's bid to participate in the FIFA World Cup. Councillor Ainsley held it down. He was going to release, and Councillor Grimes had a question. So we'll open it up to questions.
Madam Speaker, I left it to Councillor Ainsley. I think he's going to release it. I leave it to Councillor Ainsley.
So you're okay with him releasing it?
Yep, I'm releasing it, Madam Speaker, in the spirit of keeping our city council moving along. Thank you.
On a point of order, I've requested to speak to this item.
Okay.
Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks, you would like to speak. So if anybody else wants to speak, if they can please put their name up on the screen, please.
Speaker, I believe Councillor Ainsley had a motion. Has it been introduced properly, or does he
Well,
need to do?
Councillor Ainsley, you want to speak? You have a motion?
No.
Okay, do you want to speak because your name's on the screen?
No.
No, you don't want to speak. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. It's with great reluctance that I'm going to have to vote against this. I wish I could. I really wish I could. But, you know, being in government is about making choices. This report makes it very clear, Councillor Ainsley's motion notwithstanding, that this is going to cost the City of Toronto tens of millions of dollars. And if I had those tens of millions of dollars, I would use it to expropriate properties to build affordable housing. Thanks, Speaker. Those are my only remarks.
Councillor Ainsley, actually.
Okay, so Councillor Ainsley, are you going to withdraw your motion?
I didn't think it was placed.
Yes. So do you want to withdraw it?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Ainsley would like to withdraw his motion. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Grimes, you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just be very brief. I ask you to support what's before us. We have a great team working on this World Cup bid. They're meeting weekly. There's been a lot of hard work put into this. And I take you back to when the Pan Am Games were coming to Toronto, and it was very lukewarm received at the beginning. But I think for the councillors that were here at the end, I heard Councillor Layton talk earlier about how the Toronto sign became a great thing for Toronto through that. But the legacy that was left with the Pan Am swimming pool in Scarborough on the legacy pieces. So it's in the infant stages. It doesn't seem like it's that far away, but there's been a lot of work put into it. And I think once it does get here, this city will be abuzz with excitement with all the great little communities we have. And when those teams are playing each other, Canada first, but it's going to be very exciting. But it reminds me of the Pan Am Games. It was very lukewarm, but at the end, momentum build and everyone's behind it. So I ask for your support today. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Mayor Tory to speak.
Only to say, Speaker, that I hope members take some reassurance, and if they look at the content of this report, that everything we're going to do in order to try and achieve something that I think will be very special from the city, all things being equal, especially for this city, will be done responsibly. And if things don't come together in such a way that it makes it responsible and defensible for us, then we'll have to take that up at that time. But I think things are going well. I believe that the kind of contribution to the economy this will make will more than repay all of the money that is going to be put into this in terms of the well-being of our businesses and other governments, unfortunately, getting much of the revenue back, but that will put them in a better position to help us with things that we need. So I never give up on that. But I think the other thing that is going to be important is I think it'll be something that will bring the city together in a big way at the appropriate time, given the nature of this city. And finally, something else that I think we cannot take for granted, which is that we need to keep putting the city on the map and making sure people see it, come and experience it. They see it as a place they would like to come and live or come to study or come to invest or come to create jobs. And I don't think there's going to be anything much better than to have some of these games here. And the investment that will be made, some of which will inure to our benefit long past the games, as was the case with Pan Am, is something that I think is going to be good for the city. It is not an Olympics in terms of that kind of magnitude of investment that's required. It's not that at all. We're at work on making sure we can secure the support of the other governments for this, as well they should, and as well we should in terms of getting their support. So I just want to say that most of all, I want the people of Toronto, the citizens, the residents, to know that we will be doing this in the manner that I was always approach all of these things, and it's the same reason why our credit rating agencies wrote in respect of the post-pandemic period that the finances of the city were prudently managed, that we were responsible about how we dealt with the taxpayers' money, and that I wouldn't see this as a good investment if it wasn't one. I think it's going to be a great investment for the city, and one, as Councillor Grimes so rightly said, people are hard at work on now and with great excitement and anticipation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, on the item?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir? In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote? Thank you. Speaker, the item carries 21 to 1.
Thank you. So our next item is EX 31.6, which is reviewing the city's partnership with Toronto Global. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Pardon?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't hold it down.
Oh. Oh, okay, so 31.7, but did, sorry, yes, I had your name in that. So you held down EX 31.7, City of Toronto Digital Infrastructure?
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm more than happy to move that.
So you don't want it, so
No,
you're
I don't
okay
need the
with it?
question. Yep, I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm more than happy to thank staff for all of their hard work and dedication and all the work that they brought forward on this, the community consultations, and I'm more than happy to move it.
Okay, does anybody have any other questions before we release it on the item, EX 31.7? No? Okay, so Councillor Ainsley is releasing item EX 31.7.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. I actually have some questions of staff. I apologize.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, if you have any questions, can you please put your name on the list, please?
Yes, I will try to do that.
Councillor Wong Tam has questions.
Yes, thank you, through you to staff. With respect to the CRATO report that actually was coming back at the next meeting, can you just explain to council or perhaps share with us some insights on how these two reports connect to each other, the one that's before us and the one that was deferred?
Thank you very much. Through the speaker, this is Lawrence Essa. Yes, the digital infrastructure strategic framework is really a framework that looks at the technology and data and the city's role in terms of the utilization of how we have going forward. In terms of the linkages with the Connect TO, which you're referring to, that speaks to the fact of ensuring that some of the principles that are within the digital infrastructure strategic framework, for example, the equity and inclusion, and the well-run city, and some of the other principles that were adopted by council in 2020 are linkages in some of the approaches that we're trying to bring from an equitable lens and a way that the city is being utilized when it comes to broadband and other technologies.
And Lawrence, how important is that the two reports are connected?
Through the speaker, thank you very much for the question, Councillor. There is connections, obviously, with both reports to ensure that we can provide the public a bit of a holistic approach in terms of how we are looking at technology and the utilization of technology for good in terms of those principles. So there is some dependencies in both of them, but the digital infrastructure strategic framework certainly sets the tone if approved by council in future areas. So there is some
to Wi-Fi. You know, obviously, the report that's before us today that lays out the infrastructure piece, you're trying to drive the conversation and perhaps the mission purpose of the city's work and services to ensure that we can provide more access, deliver on those equity goals of digital infrastructure. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct in trying to ensure that we leverage city assets for public good in helping support that. So that is correct.
Yeah, and then I guess with respect to you know, the importance of making sure that the entire corporation is working together around this plan. Oftentimes we think about sort of digital access or digital infrastructure. It's really not just about Wi-Fi and bandwidth. It's about so much more. So how does this plan support the work that engineering and construction services is doing? How does this plan support transportation or perhaps the housing division? If you can explain that, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that over the years, through Speaker, we found that with the growth of technology and data, there is a viewpoint that we can be collective. So specifically, if we look at some of our other divisions, engineering and construction, we've talked about areas of Big One policy, whereby we are focused that when we are making some of those policy decisions, that's being incorporated. So the digital infrastructure strategic framework can set guidelines now in terms of approaches. When we look at working with transportation in terms of some of those areas and how the city is being run. So we now have common language. The hope is to have common language across the divisions, and we have very clear principles that we've set out through public consultation that can unite and centralize the organization in terms of when we look at it, the public doesn't see us in terms of various different silos, but see it in more of a centralized approach for the digital infrastructure.
Okay, so then finally, my last question is that if the intention is to drive to greater connectivity and to ensure that all the systems and programs that the City of Toronto has, that delivers on behalf of the residents of Toronto, everything that is contained in this report and probably in your intention from ConnectTO is to try to address that inequitable gap that seems to exist amongst populations being served at Toronto. At the core of this report and everything that is happening, it's all about equity and trying to connect people. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, from the community advisory groups we've heard and the consultation and what we've gone through the pandemic, there is certainly a very strong equity and inclusive lens in the way that we've approached in this DISF, as well as in terms of linkages on the other reports you've mentioned. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, on favor? EX 31.7. We're voting on EX 31.7, City of Toronto Digital Infrastructure. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we'll move along. Our next item is EX 31.14, Development Charge Complaint for 337 Maple Leaf. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Speaker, I asked my questions of staff during the lunch break. I had a conversation with them on the phone. I'm okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, do you want to speak?
No, I'm okay to, no, I'm happy to let it go. Okay.
So you're just releasing it?
Yeah, unless somebody else wants to ask questions or do something.
Okay. Councillor Perruzza is releasing. On favor? Carried. Councillor AU 11.4, Councillor Fletcher, you're on. Toronto Community Housing Corporation, the Audit Committee. Councillor Fletcher. Questions? Does anybody have any questions that they can put their name on the list?
Speaker, I don't have any questions. I do have a quick motion that could have been moved on a quick release, but finally the clerks have been very helpful in getting it prepared, so I'll just put that up. We'll vote on that and everything's done. Thank you.
Okay, but just a sec. I just want to find out if anybody else has any questions.
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, you just want to present your motion?
Moving that, and I would just say I've spoken to the Auditor General, and she has suggested that we get this quarterly report to the board. So when she makes her report, that she has a sense of how well many of these things have been introduced. And it was about contract management. Of course, CCHC has brought all of the contract managed buildings inside to be contracted in, but she had found a number of processes that should be enhanced and should be better tracked. So that will be applied across the board. She's very interested in helping, and that motion will do so, Speaker. So that's the motion. Thank you.
Okay, a motion by Councillor Fletcher. Pardon? Oh, Councillor Holliday, you have a question? 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
I did. I'll just be a moment. I think it's a great motion. I wasn't clear where the CEO would report the progress, and if it was Councillor Fletcher's intent to report the progress back to the board, or the audit committee, or some other place.
Could you just put that? It is so that.
Turn your mic on, please.
I have it on. It's on.
Is it on?
My mic is on.
Oh, maybe put this under, speak through this.
I'm very close to it.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, for that. That was suggested by the auditor, and it simply is a situation where whatever report the board is getting, that she would simply have that forwarded to her, because she does a follow-up, as you well know, a year after she does a follow-up. So rather, she would have that information accumulated at that time. And then her suggestion would be the board would be able to make sure that the corporation is making progress on what's pretty important. It's got to do with procurement and maintenance and many other things. So this motion was drafted with the AG. I hope that answers your question.
No, that's great, Councillor Fletcher. And so I think I heard the CEO would report to the TCHC board, and then the Auditor General would get the copy.
The motion is that the CEO would bring those quarterly reports to the board based on the Auditor General's recommendations quarterly. And then when they go to the board, they would be forwarded to the AG. And at the end of the year, the period that she's looking at, she would come back to let the board know and the corporation know how much progress has been made. And she would have some markers during that time from these reports. That's it.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you.
Okay, on Councillor Fletcher's motion, amendment, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Our next item is AU 11.8, getting to the root of the issues. Councillor Fillion, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
I have a motion, but I think clerks are still preparing it. It's just a quick referral motion, but I don't know if they have it yet. If they don't have it, they'll have it in a couple of minutes if you just go to the next item and come back.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Fillion, can you repeat your question, please?
No, it's not a question. I sent a motion to clerks. They got back to me. I changed the word and they haven't sent it back yet. So if you go to the next item and come back to this in 5 minutes, we should be good. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to ask if anybody else has any questions. Does anybody
Okay,
have any
sure.
questions on the item? No questions? Okay, so we'll hold the item down. Okay, our next one is Economic and Community Development. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. EC 28.2, supporting restaurants in Toronto. Do we have questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the screen. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, to speak, Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
Speaker, I have two
to speak.
motions.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a couple of motions. Yeah, this is the first motion. I'm simply adding Ward 4 to the, I think it's the list of 6 other wards that are in the pilot. Most of the rest of the Toronto East York Community Council is in the pilot. I'm just adding my ward. I've checked with staff. They feel that they have adequate capacity to manage any additional workload because of additional applications. The application process is quite simple. And my second motion was developed in conjunction with city staff and Councillor Cressy's office. I want to acknowledge him. It simply adds a condition to the licensing process for this, that the noise bylaw be followed. And if you don't follow the noise bylaw, you lose your ability to do this. That's just in terms of volume and hours and a few other things. It's sort of belts and suspenders, just making it clear that getting permission to put live music on your Crate TO or your, I forget which one it's called, the restaurant TO, that you have to follow the noise bylaws, and I think that's reasonable. So those are my motions.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you. I do have a quick motion that looks almost identical to Councillor Gord Perks's motion, and that's to add Ward 13 to the list of wards. So we would make the amendment in recommendation number 1. I just recognize it's not on the screen. I had sent it over. If the clerks could please confirm whether or not they received it, that would be helpful. I can. Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you
so
so
that's,
much.
okay, that's your
Yeah.
motion to add.
Yeah, that is my motion, and I just want to highlight that we're doing, obviously, the Cafe TO programs have been wildly successful. Many of them have described it as an economic lifeline to the struggling hospitality sector. I would lend my name to those remarks. It's been absolutely true, especially during the COVID pandemic. But I really like the fact that we're not receding from pursuing better uses of curbside for the purposes of street animation. I think we need to do more and not less. I think the other thing that is really exciting, and it's worth noting, is that the installations around the Cafe TOs are getting more and more sophisticated. They're being engineered in a really smart way. We're seeing more landscaping, more dynamic seating, and of course, now you layer on live music and the opportunity for street animation, cultural production is even better. This summer, we're going to do something really special in Cabbagetown. I'm going to invite all of you to come out. The program will roll out on July the 1st, and will stay in place until September the 15th. I'm very happy to be co-producing this with the Cabbagetown BIA. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to take those curved lanes that you see and we're going to bump them out just like you would with Cafe TO, but they're not going to be finished in exactly the same way. They're going to be even higher with respect to quality of finishes, and it's going to be green. It's going to become a pollinator garden. My friends, Councillor McKevy and Councillor Layton, who I know they're very big on all green initiatives, as well as many of you on council. I hope that you can find some inspiration, because really this was done back in 2022 when we did this in front of what was then the ING building on Yonge Street at the corner of Yonge and Shooter. But now we've taken it from Carlton to Winchester. To the city staff who are working on this project with us, thank you very much for all that you do. We know that this is really out of the box thinking. It allows us to serpentine the street, which means we go curving around the area. We open up the street for and continue to allow for the Parliament bus. But I think everyone is going to be really pleasantly surprised. And I hope that we can elevate even the look and the aesthetic design and the performance and the feel of our Cafe TO installations even more than they are today. And if this is inspiring and successful, which I hope it will be, we would love to see more of the same high quality Cafe TO like installations across the city, because essentially what we're doing is building a linear park right on Parliament Street. And we hope that you will like it. Our team is consist of Adam Bienenstock, who many of you will know is the designer of the natural playgrounds. This is really exciting. I can't wait to have you all there this summer. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we can put the two motions on the screen by Councillor Perks and Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay, motion by Councillor Perks, it's on the screen. Yeah, on favor, carried. The next one by Councillor Perks. On favor, carried. Motion by Councillor Wong-Tam. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, so our next item. Deputy, okay, we'll go now to we'll go to EC 28.9. Deputy Mayor Minawong, you held it down, COVID-19 shelter transition and relocation plan. Do you have questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, and if anybody else has questions, if they can please put their name on the screen. Deputy Mayor Minawong, questions?
Yeah, thanks. My understanding is with regard to these homes, these hotels that people are staying in, the cost is about $90 a day. Or sorry, how much was the cost per day generally?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, the cost on average for a room per night is about $100, but when you add the support services, catering, meals, and others, we're running these programs at a cost of about $250 per day.
So that's 90,000, north of 90,000 on an annual basis. Is that right?
Without having done the quick math, it's $250 per day at 365 days per year.
You haven't done the math about how much is the cost per year.
The cost is $250 a per diem per day. It does equal the $90,000 you're saying per year, and it's well in excess of what we were paying for shelter per diems before the pandemic, and quite a bit more than what we would pay for supportive housing in this city on a per diem basis.
Wow, that's pretty unsustainable, wouldn't you say?
These costs are well in excess of what it would take to provide people with a permanent supportive housing home, as opposed to continuing to invest in these emergency services. I would agree.
And I want to talk a little bit about, some of the excessive amount of destruction that's taking place in some of these hotels. Like, I've seen and heard walls being bashed in, furniture being totaled, toilets being completely destroyed, and damage in the tens of thousands of dollars. Is that true? And we have to pay for that, yes?
Through the chair, Councillor, there's certainly in these sites not purpose-built as emergency shelters have taken more wear and tear in excess of what we'd see in the base shelter system. So there has been damages across these sites. And with respect to the leased hotels that we're in, we do have an obligation in those leases to return the properties to the owners, minus wear and tear that would be provided over the course of our use in them, to a state that we received them in advance of using them.
Yes, so that when I said like walls busted, furniture destroyed, toilet smashed in, that's correct, right? That's happened, yes?
So through the chair, Councillor, I don't know of the specific circumstances in every case. Certainly there has been damage. We've had approximately 3,000 people using these facilities over the course of the last almost 24 months, and many more beyond just those 3,000 have cycled through the rooms over the course of our pandemic response.
So the repairs could go in the tens of thousands of dollars. To put some of these hotels right into the way that they were prior to when they were taken over?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, we did attach a confidential attachment to the staff report that provides some estimates on the restoration costs of the 12 hotel lease sites that we're using.
And are some of these hotels also claiming that we have to pay significant amount of money so that they can actually get back their reputations that they lost? So, for example, a downtown hotel, if you were to Google them now, they would be a shelter, and now we have to pay. They're claiming that we have to help them get their site reputation back. Is that something you've heard of?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, it's not something I've heard of, no.
And right now, you have delegated authority for what, $15 million? Is that right? You don't have to come to council? Is that what we gave you?
Through the chair, that's correct.
When's that going to end? When will you not need that delegated authority? Because we had to give you that authority because of COVID. You had to make decisions, and we delegated that authority to you. When are you going to recommend that the council get that authority back?
So the staff report through the chair, Deputy Mayor, the staff report we're bringing forward to you does seek authorities that go beyond that current authority that we have, and that is to extend our COVID-19 response for another full year.
But what about new sites?
Last question.
What about new sites? When are you going to recommend that we get that decision-making authority back for new sites?
Yes, through the chair, Deputy Mayor. So it's not something that we're considering at this point. When new sites are introduced to the system, it's often in response to demand for a surge in people who are experiencing homelessness. And to respond to that demand, we received that delegated authority to open sites within the authorities you mentioned.
Thank you, Councilman Wong. The next questioner is Councillor Perks. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Yep, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, a key thing for us to have in our minds as we do this is the capacity of the shelter system overall. And one of the key determinants of that has got to be the success we're having or lack of success we're having placing people into permanent homes. Could you give me a bit of an update on the progress towards the 1,000 modular homes, the 1,000 rent supplements, and the 1,000, I forget what the other one is, the 24-month action plan?
Sure. Through the chair, I'll defer to Abby Bond at the Housing Secretariat.
Thanks, Gord, and thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, so we're on track. Yeah, that's right. Through the Speaker to both Gords, I'd like to update you and tell you that we're on track by the end of 2022 to open around 2,800 new units of supportive housing, and also to have kind of provided around including 1,000 units of Canada Ontario housing benefits. So that is well underway, and many of the modular and acquisitions are opening now by the end of April through to about November of this year in various stages.
Okay, and I've seen some suggestions that the federal government is going to add another year to the Rapid Housing Initiative and increase their contribution to the federal Ontario housing benefit. Do I understand that correctly?
Through the Speaker, yes, the federal government recently announced an additional allocation for the City of Toronto for just over 400 units of around $200 million. And we are hearing, like you, maybe some indication that there will be a further round of rapid housing, which may be announced in the budget. So we're watching that closely to see if there's further opportunities beyond the Rapid Housing Initiative phases 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. Back to the other Gord, Mr. Tanner. Could you give me a sense of how many people between the shelter system and people who are either sleeping rough or couch surfing are homeless in the City of Toronto right now?
Through the chair, Councillor, we would estimate probably 8,500 people. We're sheltering just under 8,000 within the shelter system, with an additional 500 outdoors.
Thank you so much. Speaker, those are my questions.
Thank you.
And Speaker, on a point of privilege, just so you're aware, for those of us who are working remotely, the clock continues to not be pinned to our home screen. And because we have lost the clock on CMP, we have literally no idea how much time we're using.
I'll have the clerk respond because it's my understanding that you do have it. I don't know. I'll have the clerk respond.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Perks is correct because especially those who are using an iPad, it's not possible to pin the timer to the screen, to the active screen. I think what we'll try for the balance of today and see how that goes is we will attempt to start both timers at the exact same time, the one in CMP and the one in the room. I warn you, Madam Speaker, that there could be 5, 10, 15 seconds discrepancy between the two. And I think my recommendation to you would be to use the one that's displayed in the room right now as the authoritative timer, but we will do our best to keep the second timer synced with the first one. Let's see how that goes for the balance of the day, Madam Speaker, and then we can make some adjustments tomorrow.
Okay. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've been holding off the timer discussion here for a couple meetings now. Maybe you just tap your mic at 15 seconds or something. Maybe that'll help. I don't know, but I'm going to ask some questions of staff here, just further to the Deputy Mayor's questions. If we didn't have these hotels, there's thousands of individuals that are staying in them currently. What would their other options be?
Through the chair, Councillor, we continue to adhere to public health guidelines, so we would not have other options to shelter those individuals in the programs currently.
So those individuals would be forced to sleep rough in the city because there's no shelter space?
That could be the result, yes.
It could be. Where most of the individuals, where did they move in from?
Through the chair, Councillor, so of the 3,200 people we have within these programs right now, about 2,000 moved out of the base shelter system to achieve physical distancing, and about 1,200 more people moved into those hotel sites, many of them from encampments that we experienced last year.
So it's pretty safe to say that if the hotel system didn't exist, these 3,200 people, because they can't return to the shelter system, would be without shelter.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much. The supportive housing request of the province, is someone able to update us on the status of the 2022 budget request of the province for supportive housing?
Through the chair, Councillor. So as we previously indicated, we received a commitment for 15.4 million for 2021 up until the end of March 2022. So for the fiscal year for the province, as we received that commitment, we haven't received any further commitments at this time for the balance of 2022 and the $27 million that we're requesting in operating funding.
So I'm really curious. I thought we had a motion at council that we were to be informed as to the status if the money from 2021 lapsed and moved into 2022. It may have been that the request was a report back in the event that we ran out of money. Has the schedule for rolling out our 2022 supportive housing units changed?
Through the speaker, no, we've recently reported out to you through the budget and other discussions the anticipated timelines of new units opening in 2022. While there is some minor changes to that schedule, basically that remains the same. We do have a fulsome supportive housing report coming back to council in June, I believe, which includes a number of report backs that Council has asked us for. And in the meantime, we continue to have discussions with provincial staff about the operating dollars in order to indicate to them the urgency of the situation. We are in a situation right now of being able to continue to open those units as they come online. But that will change later this year if we're not able to receive additional money.
At one point in time, does it change?
I would have to confirm exactly, but I think the bulk of the units come online in about September of this year, and that would be a critical date for us.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a recommendation in the report, just with my last minute, there's a recommendation in the report that involves us identifying a partner to help move individuals from the shelter hotels into permanent housing. How is this different than how we would currently treat the situation?
Through the chair, Councillor. So, we are working through many of our community partners, each of whom have housing counselors on staff to connect with clients and support them to develop housing case plans and move into housing. Things like accessing income support ID and applications. That would be our regular approach. Through the shelter transition plan, we're looking to enhance some of those housing supports across the system. And when we have a site that is slated to close, we would enhance the housing supports at that location to ensure that as many people could gain access to housing as possible. And that might be from a third party, another community-based agency, if you will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lai, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a couple of questions that I didn't have a chance to ask the committee because I ran out of time. And through you, I just wanted to ask staff about, in the report, it says on an average, there's 6,300 people stay in the shelter system per night. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Councillor, that was a number that was the average in 2021. So far in 2022, that average is upwards of 7,600 people per night.
Wow. So what about since 2020, beginning of the pandemic? How many did we have when we first started?
When we started the pandemic, we were about sheltering around 8,000 people a night at that point. The difference being that at that point, we were responding to a large number of people that were refugee claimants in the system. And those numbers have dwindled over the course of the pandemic. And we've been serving more single individuals and couples who are non-refugee claimants.
I see. And so I've heard that there are a lot of people coming from different parts of Ontario or even from the country. They heard that they're really treating the shelter system as a very good hotel in Toronto. Let's go there. So I'm just wondering, in terms of supportive housing, the province is giving us some funding and the federal is giving us some funding, although they have not honored the commitment yet. But do we have any funding in this regard from both the provincial and the federal government?
So maybe I'll answer the first part of the comment, Councillor, and then pass it to Abby. So I mean, although we've heard through some deputants at committee that there are people traveling to Toronto for the essential services, our data suggests that 90% of the people in these programs are actually from Toronto and have been here for at least 1 year. On the second part of your question, I think around the funding for supportive housing, perhaps I'll pass it to Abby Bond at the Housing Secretariat.
Sorry, I'm not asking for supportive housing, for just specifically shelter, like, temporary shelter.
Okay.
Would it be a different category of funding then?
No, we receive funding both from primarily from the province, but also with supports from the federal government as well. The city itself does the lion's share now with respect to providing essential funding for shelter services.
So you mean those people are from Toronto, not even from York Region, which is so close by?
Through the chair, Councillor, maybe I'm not understanding the question. So, we primarily work with people that are here in Toronto calling us. There are people that may come in from the GTHA communities, but 90% of the individuals that we've spoken with have been in Toronto for at least 1 year. And that is our experience here. About 4% of the folks in the shelter system are new to Canada altogether and are here. And we also hear from our municipalities elsewhere in the region that there are people from Toronto traveling to those locations also to set up shop and seek more affordable housing in those communities as well.
And now in terms of refugees, we are going to be, there's going to be refugees from Ukraine or still other refugees that come. How much does it cost to shelter 750 refugees?
So through the chair, Councillor, we are putting forth a budget of about $15 million to support 750 spaces for refugee claimants this year, but our budget for 2022 is $61 million. We are seeing a larger number of refugee claimants arrive each day and do expect and started to have seen some folks arriving from the Ukraine as well.
So does the federal government cover these costs?
Through the chair, Councillor, the federal government in the past has covered this cost. So far for 2022, we have not received any funding for those services.
Are there any plan to ask them for help, or is it in the works?
Yes, through the chair, Councillor, there's certainly ongoing intergovernmental conversations with the federal government on the importance of providing the city with resources to support what is an immigration issue, if you will, and that we feel is outside the scope of our emergency shelter system. Those talks are ongoing, and we hope that some money will be forthcoming.
So just to finalize, my last question is, there is a shortfall of $46 million for the refugee shelter that we are still pending some commitment from any form of government. Am I correct?
No, sorry, to correct, it's $61 million. We're looking for the full $61 million.
Thank you.
Okay, not what about the $15 million? What is it? In the city has committed.
Yes, so through the chair, Councillor, we have $61 million approved in our 2022 budget to serve refugee claimants, but it currently is an unfunded pressure for the City of Toronto. The $15 million we're talking about in the report comes out of that $61 million.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Mantis.
Through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Tanner, how many people have been, since the pandemic, how many people have been transitioned from the shelter system to housing?
Through the chair, approximately 6,500 people have moved into permanent housing over the course of the pandemic. That would be up until January of this year.
Does the permanent housing include hotels?
No, the permanent housing would be a mix really of people moving into permanent housing where they've got tenure of a lease with the landlord, and so would be outside of the hotel system that we're referring to here today.
But from the hotel system that we're referring here today, how many have been transitioned into housing?
I need to get you the specific breakdown of the 6,500 people, how many came from the shelter hotels. But given that it's about half of our system, I would propose to say it's about half of those individuals.
Now, from the RFPs that were conducted prior to the pandemic, specifically in 2018, why are they not included in this report for transition out of the hotel system?
Through the chair, so we secured those contracts through an RFP, as you mentioned, and so we have the ongoing authority to extend or renew options related to those contracts. So we're not seeking that authority through council today. However, the full transition plan would include those RFP hotels. So you know, we aren't looking to permanently stay in those RFP hotels. They were just procured under a different mechanism, if you will.
Now, in that RFP process, does the contract include anywhere saying that no delegated authority is needed by counselors or the public in the community to give input for the housing mechanism?
Through the chair, that would not be a term in those contracts, no.
So there's no so you have asked input from counselors, staff, counselors, and the public for housing people in specific areas?
So through the chair, through council, we have a delegated authority to open shelters as of right in the community. That was a delegation provided through council in 2018. With the pandemic, I mean, we moved very quickly to open shelters, as you know, Councillor, even in your ward. And we did so outside of the traditional engagement activities and communication with those communities that we would have used outside of the global pandemic.
But if the global pandemic started in 2020 and the RFP has been issued in 2018, why would you need that delegated authority in the contract when there was no pandemic at the time?
So through the chair, Councillor, the delegated authority we have to open shelters may be a separate issue than the RFP or the mechanism under which we procured these hotels. So I think it's a different issue that predated the pandemic itself.
So the Delta contract, is it not for $53 million over a span of 5 years?
Through the chair, Councillor, I'd have to get you the specific number on the specific hotel you're referencing over the course of the 4-year term.
So let's say that it is, because it is in the contract. That would have come out for 301 people that are housed. It comes out to about $6,000 a month per person. Is there any more, was there another efficient way of spending the funds for the shelter that we could have housed more people in any other housing mechanism?
Yes, through the chair, I mean, certainly we took unprecedented action with respect to the global pandemic to save lives and to move people out of our base shelter system. The expense has been significant, and certainly we feel that an investment in supportive housing is a much more efficient way to provide people both the safety from COVID-19, but also a permanent, dignified place to call home.
Now,
Last question.
Yes, Madam Chair. Now, in that sense, what are we going to do moving forward for the residents in the area to be able to lift the people up that are also in the shelter system, to be able to have them coming into society?
Yeah, through the chair, great question, Councillor. I mean, it is our goal to get people out of the shelter system and into permanent housing, and to ensure that homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. We do not want the shelter system to be a destination in this city, but an emergency social service that's available when people are in need. So it's certainly our focus, working closely with Abby and her team, to move as many people as we can out of the shelter system where the costs are significant and into permanent housing with the supports they need to be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you. I just want to ask Mr. Tanner some quick questions to sort of help him paint a picture here. There are a few of the hotels currently sheltering Torontonians that were already in use under RFP because we already were struggling to shelter all of those that were living homeless in Toronto. Is that not the case prior to the pandemic?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, I mean, we've used hotels to augment shelter space for 30 years. Prior to the pandemic, we were using several large hotels to support the needs of refugee claimants.
Right.
And we transitioned those sites over to support others when the pandemic hit.
Right. So at the point the pandemic began, you and your team were asked to move very quickly, were they not? For the purposes of infection control, the strategy we're using now of leasing additional hotels and spreading out homeless, a population that was growing as the pandemic proceeded, you needed to move quickly, didn't you? You didn't have any options other than the hotels and the few non-hotel facilities that we're talking about in this report. Am I right?
Through the chair, Councillor, meeting with healthcare professionals in January of 2020, we were told that hundreds of lives were at risk if we left people in the base shelter system. So we took as quick action as we could, and hotel space was one of the areas that was available quickly to access and move people to.
So one of the concerns now, and it's discussed in this report, as people have been inhabiting these hotels, those who can be accommodated in housing, supportive housing, or ready to move to different forms of housing, where possible, you have acted on that. It's sometimes over 100 a week, depending on the opportunities. Where possible, you have moved people onto permanent situations. That I think I heard you already answer. Am I right?
Through the chair, that's right, Councillor.
So the report today, out of all of these sites, there are two that you must wind down now. There is a goal of, is it 3 more possibly in 2022? All of these are your goals, but if you could just refresh my memory, in the committee, what I think I heard you say was that will be contingent upon having good opportunities for people to move into, using the 2,800 or so housing units that are being, and allowances being developed to the best of our ability. And lastly, that if we are going to move people from a hotel back to our base shelter system, that you are going to continue to be mindful of infection control, not crowding. You're not going to move them back to the base system, to the maxed out situation they were in probably the week before the lockdowns began. Those are guidelines that are in this report and are your intention. Am I right?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
And as soon as possible, at the end of this year, the plan is to achieve as much as you can using those guidelines, and then to report back to this council, possibly a new council, because it might be at the end of the calendar year. Is that the intention of this report?
Through the chair, Councillor, that's the intention of this report, is to report actually back in April of next year on the work that we've undertaken in the next 12 months to house individuals and to close up to 5 of the shelter locations that we're talking about.
And last question, during all of those efforts, you are going to continue to work with the federal government and the provincial government of the day, whomever that may be, in a few short weeks. You're going to continue to work with them to see that wherever possible, the other orders of government are financially supporting these efforts, and the costs that we'll have in winding down these hotels. You're going to continue to work with them to see how they can help us financially with those efforts and with the efforts to receive the refugees that are now coming towards us. Have I put it all in a nutshell?
Through the chair, Councillor, that is correct. I would only add that we need to work with provincial systems to ensure that, again, that the shelter system does not become the destination for youth aging out of the child welfare system, for refugee claimants arriving in Toronto, for people with significant healthcare issues that can't be managed in the healthcare system. These are all things that we need to do as we concurrently work to receive the funding we need to support this initiative appropriately and to build the housing we need.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tanner.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Oh, sorry, yes. Councillor Thompson has a question. He couldn't.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you quickly, and just following on Councillor Carroll, I won't ask the questions you've asked because I was going to ask some of those, but through you to Mr. Tanner. Mr. Tanner, as we seek to look at the transition process and so on, that is, laudable. However, there are some challenges now that are besetting the communities where these facilities are located. Can you help us to understand what you are doing along with the service providers to mitigate and address the concerns? We heard about them at committee.
Through the chair, to you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question. Certainly, we continue to work with the local communities where these shelter hotels are located to deploy a community safety program, which may include community safety teams, working with our corporate security partners to enhance security measures within the properties themselves, work with local businesses and residents through our community liaison committees, finally up to and including the use of pay duty police from the Toronto Police Services in a couple of instances.
Can you tell us what the annual security budgets overall is for that you provide for these facilities?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So the budget for 2022 with respect to the security contracts is just under $15 million.
Sorry, $15 million? Is that what he said?
That's correct.
Okay. Then can I ask, you spoke earlier, and I believe to Deputy Mayor Min Wong, you talked a little bit about the costs and so on. There is the daily fees that are paid for each room, and it's a sum total. But does that include the additional sums that will have to be paid to restore rooms that have been impacted by the activities of individuals who are utilizing those facilities?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, in the cases of the 12 lease sites, no, it does not.
Oh.
The restoration costs would be separate.
Right. And so does the restoration cost amount, does that exceed the authority that you have with respect to the 50 million? Will you have to come back to council for approval?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, no, we currently have the authorities that we need within our approved 2022 budget to address those repairs.
So you're saying
as needed in 2022.
So based on your cost estimation and so on, you have the authority within your allowance based on the numbers that you and your team have put together to be able to make the decision without coming back to council?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Right. Just, I guess, a final question. There are many residents who are not happy with respect to the challenges that you and your team are experiencing in council as a whole in terms of trying to house people and take them out of the cold and responding to COVID and so on. Where did most of the people come from when we started to expand the use of the hotel facilities? Were they some of the people from the encampment, or were they from other areas? Can you perhaps give us an overview as to where they came from, please?
Sure, through the chair, Deputy Mayor. So about 2,000 people moved directly out of the shelter system to achieve that physical distancing. So really from base shelter programs into some of these hotels to create the space that we needed. In addition, we've added space, and so we've brought in an additional 1,200 individuals, many of them through our encampment work, through our Streets to Homes team, into those hotels as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
Thank you. Okay, to speak, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
No, I had a question. It's Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the public consultation piece of this. And so, assuming that when we have delegated authority and opening shelters as of right, there's little involvement for the public, but I would like to ask you about what the process will be to advise the public about these lease extensions.
Through the chair, Councillor. So, we have been updating our public website and bringing that information through the community liaison committees and to community stakeholders, as well as the local councillor as decisions have been made about the lease extensions. And we would continue to do that going forward with respect to any changes we see in the portfolio of properties we currently operate.
So I heard that you're updating your public website and advising the local councillor. Was there something else that you're doing to advise the public?
Through the chair, Councillor Robinson, so we do have what's called community liaison committees at many of these programs. Those committees meet approximately monthly. They're made up of local residents associations, business owners, and often our local stakeholders that would be engaged and information would be shared with those groups as well.
But that would be a very targeted group. I'm familiar with the one with Roehampton. That's a very targeted select group of people. That's not the public at large in the neighborhood or community. Am I right?
Yeah, through the councillor. I mean, certainly we would use those networks to share that information. Also, sometimes including a local councillor's newsletter to the community, using whatever channels that we can use to get the word out about the property and the reality with the lease and the program.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think, we really pride ourselves on public consultation in this city. It's an important part of any process, no matter what it is. So how can we transition back to public consultation? Because certainly Roehampton, as you'll recall, was very bumpy. I'm a neighboring councillor. I wasn't even advised. I read it in a press release after it already opened. I just really think that public consultation is a critical part of any initiative. So I want to ask you about that specifically.
Through the chair, councillor, I mean, we would agree. A successful shelter program integrating in a community happens when we can have a long conversation before the service opens, so that we can talk with the local residents about how a service can integrate well into a community. It is unfortunate that we did not have the time to undertake a comprehensive approach with respect to the opening of many of these locations. And it's something that we will do with new shelter locations in the future as we move beyond this pandemic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. Now we'll go to the speakers. If we can put the speakers list on. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you held the item down to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to make a couple of points. The first point I want to make is we made a decision during a pandemic, a crisis, and we had to move quickly. There's no question about that. So we did. And we delegated authority to staff to make decisions on our behalf. That emergency is now over. And we need to take that back. We are accountable for those decisions. We can't delegate staff anymore for these new properties. They say, and I was listening carefully to Mr. Tanner's remarks, that we have to tell the community about what's going in. No. First, we have to ask them if they support that decision to have that property there. I was a victim of this in my ward, where I went to staff and I told them they wanted to put one of these, they wanted to take over a hotel. And I told them that there were no supports there. There wasn't anything around. Transit was horrible. There was no place for the people to go. You know what they did? They ignored that and kept on bumping up the offer to try and get this hotel. They didn't care. That's why we have to take this back and take responsibility and accountability to our residents. So no longer can we say, it's not our fault, staff made the decision, because we are now moving out of a pandemic. The emergency is over. The second thing is we have to take control over the costs. $250 a night. That's a remarkable number. $90,000 plus. Most of our staff at City Hall on the second floor don't make that type of money. And we're per room, per night. We've got to get those costs down. Thirdly, this cannot be sustainable. We should have had a plan today. We knew this day was coming, but now we need another year to transition out. The costs are unsustainable. There was no plan. And then there's the damages. That's another reason. The damages are going to be in the millions and millions of dollars that we have to fix. We need to get our arms around this. We have to take control. We have a responsibility to our taxpayers, not delegate everything, not push it away and say it's their responsibility. Because you look at these costs, we're responsible for those costs. We can't afford it. We have to do better. The pandemic is over, and we have to change these arrangements because $90,000 per person per night that the city's paying for housing is completely unacceptable to the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion on this item. The clerks could bring it up. Said City Council direct the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing Administration to review the number of housing workers available at each shelter hotel to ensure that the level of support available is sufficient for ensuring all clients at each site are assisted and effectively in accessing housing in advance of shelter hotel closures, and in ensure that there are consistent levels of supports available for effective assisting all clients at each site as part of the ongoing effort to rehouse these individuals, and B, that the number of housing workers at each site is dependent on the number of individuals staying in the specific hotels and based on the best practices for the housing workers to be effective at managing and have a manageable caseload. I'd ask for council to look at this in a slightly different way than the previous speaker. What choice do we have? Of course, and we've known for many years, emergency shelters are not a cost-effective way of managing homelessness. Neither are having people sleep on the street and spending nights in hospitals. In fact, it's more expensive. The real solution is supportive housing, is affordable housing and supportive housing, providing options that give the necessary levels of support to those individuals at the cost of those supports, as well as the depth of affordability that is needed for those individuals. That's what we should be doing. And I wish we were here debating the addition of 3,200 supportive housing units. That would solve this problem. It would solve it from a financial perspective, and it would, more importantly, solve it from the human perspective. These are people, 2,000 of which were living in our shelter system, likely experiencing chronic homelessness, so not just there for the night, but there for weeks, months, and years, and unable to find the affordable or supportive housing that they need. 1,200 of those individuals came directly, or mostly, from encampment sites that we've debated on this floor time and time again about how do we address encampments and eliminate them. We do it by providing services and shelter. In this case, hotel rooms, because that's all that was available at the time. It's also all that is currently available. If we start shutting down shelter hotels immediately without having a transition and transitioning these individuals into housing units, we will be right back where we started 2 years ago. That is somewhere none of us want to go. I don't believe anyone in this council wants to go there. Certainly no one in SSHA. And I actually don't think there's anyone in our city that thinks we should go back to that. I think everyone in our city would agree with us in that we should be investing more in supportive housing. And you know, the city's come to the table. in this, opening new supportive housing units and investing in them, using the money we're getting from the federal government. But it's not going to be enough. 1,000 a year, 1,000 units a year is not going to be enough. We have 32,000 right now just in these hotels that we need to help house. Now, we've put some money in. We've set a goal of 1,000 a year. That was prior to COVID, I would note. But what isn't here is the healthcare support dollars that come from the province. There's an election coming up. We've heard if we don't get that money before the election, our strategy to address homelessness in this city and address the shelter crisis that we're facing is going to need to change and be delayed. I can't accept that. And none of you should accept that either. You should demand better from your MPPs, particularly those in government. And we should demand before they break to go and try to get reelected and make more promises that they pay the City of Toronto the money that's necessary to at least address the supportive housing units that we have currently waiting to open. And more importantly, what we're going to do about the thousands of other individuals experiencing chronic homelessness in our city. Shelter hotels are expensive, they're undignified, and it doesn't address the underlying issue, but we need them now as we try to secure the resources to build the supportive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that City Council authorize that prior to finalizing the extension of future contracts for Kingston Road motels being used as shelters, that the general manager provide a briefing to the local councillors sharing recent inspection reports on the state of good repair of the property. I brought a similar motion about this in February about the Lido Motel. City staff were about to enter into a renewal with the new property owner. Thank you to Mayor Thompson, who moved a motion on my behalf that asked that they report back on how that property is being improved to come into a better state of cleanliness, security, and all those other things that are needed there. In a 1.5 kilometer strip of Kingston Road in my ward, we had 5 motels that were 1950s, 60s motels, quite run down. Knights Inn was purchased and is being a condominium. The Lido is being renewed in a lease with the city. Thanks to that motion in February, I see that there is things happening on the property. It is finally being cleaned up so that the families that are living in there can live with some dignity. The Grand Motel, another 1950s, 60s type motel, was purchased by the city and supportive housing is being constructed there. The new plaza motel has singles as a shelter, and then the Maple Leaf, which is housing families. So we do need to move from these very rundown old motels into supportive housing. You know, unfortunately, I am disappointed that the new one that is being constructed, we aren't able to move families from the Maple Leaf or the Lido in there because it's being built for singles. But I am hopeful we can start to move people out of the new motel and into that new site for supportive housing. So I think it's great that we're moving towards this approach of supportive housing. The project that is happening in my ward is significantly delayed, especially because they are repairing an old motel. But hopefully through this motion, before they sign on to extend these, we'll receive that inspection report. And it puts some pressure onto those property owners to make sure that they are maintaining their properties with a good state of good repair that is appropriate, and the people that are living in there can live with dignity. So I hope you'll support me on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I get to call up the same speaker as I did the last time I was in this chair, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Maybe, I love it when you're in the chair. Go for every item.
Your name just keeps coming up.
There we go. I do have a motion, Deputy Speaker. I move that City Council direct the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat to report to the June 15 Council meeting on progress in achieving the goals set out in the 24-month housing plan, including any new information on head leases and enhancements to the federal housing benefit. Just a quick word of explanation. obviously, you know, having people be homeless in the base shelter system or in shelter hotels, any of that is clearly a second best. The right answer, everyone knows, is to get people housed. Unfortunately, you know, many of us have been coming to council year in, year out for over a decade now, saying we have to make larger investments in housing. The reason I chose the June council meeting is that it's after two significant events, the next federal budget and the provincial election. So we could, it's conceivable, be in a very different landscape at that point, and could be in a position to make some moves, give staff some final direction before we go on our hiatus, so that we can solve everybody's problem, starting with the most important group, the people who are homeless, but also the people who are concerned about shelter hotels or they're concerned about encampments. We could solve all of those problems if we took the kind of approach that, say, Helsinki has taken. Helsinki, working with the Finnish national government and their Housing First program, has eliminated homelessness. And it's been a deliberate effort that has involved creating new rental. It has involved working with individuals to get them leases. It has involved critically having supports and building those supports so that people have successful tenures and become housed in a stable and healthy way. And it has involved putting some significant federal and municipal dollars into housing homelessness prevention as well. I think this is just work we have to do. Now, I know some members of council feel that this item about getting people housed comes too often, but I would point out, in an emergency, we react by having items come to council. This is the first meeting of council since the pandemic began where we didn't get an update from the medical officer of health. Literally every council meeting until now had an update on the state of that emergency. We should be having this item come back whenever there's new information. And as I said, we'll have a new provincial government, hopefully a different one in my view, and we will have a federal budget and our opportunities might be different. So that's why I'd like to put that motion there. I do want to take issue with something that a couple of things the deputy mayor said. The deputy mayor was concerned about the lack of supports, and the deputy mayor was concerned about the very, very high cost of these hotel rooms. I lay both of these at the feet of the provincial government, and I would encourage the deputy mayor to have a talk with the leadership of the party that he represented unsuccessfully in the last provincial election and say, where are the housing supports? Where are they? Use your influence, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Don't come to us and complain about the lack of supports. Go talk to the members of the party to which you belong. And if you're concerned about the costs, listen to city staff who tell us over and over and over that the root of the high cost is it is more expensive to put someone in shelter than it is to put them in housing with supports. If you're truly concerned about saving money, any member of this council is concerned about that. You will spend your time between now and June 2nd making sure that a provincial government who's willing to be a real partner in dealing with the scourge of homelessness is elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks moved a motion. Seeing no questions of the mover, that brings us to Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, Deputy Speaker. The clerks will put that onto the screen for us. The motion is broken down into really 4 parts, but I'm going to try to explain them into 2 themes. Theme number 1 is about the hotel uses themselves. I want to ensure that the city manager can consult with the relevant city staff and to report back on the feasibility of providing some level of support to the Hospitality Training Action Center and the Hotel Workers Union known as Unite Here 75. They got 9 hotels affected by this contract extension, as well as ensuring that we can give them some certainty of how they should proceed, because there are a number of workers that are basically laid off and somewhat in suspended termination because they don't know if they're going back to work. So really, it's also about understanding, exactly when will they be able to negotiate their return to those jobs. Then the second part of my motion is broken down into another theme, and that theme is about working around community health and safety and the well-being for everyone, not just for those who are in the hotel shelters, and that is important, but also around the surrounding host community that has one or two of those shelters or perhaps more. So the motion is there before you, and maybe I can just speak to it very briefly. Throughout the entire process around the pandemic and the hotel shelters, I have expressed that there's another level of concern for us. And of course, it's not to mitigate, the concern and an absolute priority about making sure that people are housed and not living precariously or exposed to the elements, because we know life on the streets can be very difficult. I know this personally. I have been there. At age 16, I didn't have a home. So when I talk about these issues about homelessness, this is deeply personal. So let me share with you what happens when a hotel is taken out of circulation for the type of use that we would generally expect a hotel to perform. One where visitors and tourists are coming to a city and the entire ecosystem of tourism infrastructure is supported by each other. The theaters are open, they need hotels. Hotels are open, they need restaurants. Restaurants are open, they need the dynamic retail in the shops. All of that is tourism infrastructure that works together. The challenge we have as the economy reopens is that we've taken sizable hotels out of the tourism infrastructure that enables Toronto to compete globally. We are not going to be able to host conventions or big meetings without these hotels. So I want to just put that dimension back front and center in everything that we do, because it's of course important to house people, but we also need to get the economy back open. And who is not benefiting while the hotels are repurposed for temporary hotel shelters? It's the workers. These are generally racialized individuals. They are individuals that are dominated by women. They have been unemployed for the past 2 years, and we've done that. So we need to be able to think more comprehensively and not use the hotel programs as this constant crutch, because we have to get off of that. Councillor Perks' motion is excellent. It's very similar to motions that I have moved in the past about moving people into housing, whether it's a form of portable subsidies that allows people to be dignified and well housed on their own, or it's about making sure that we build more housing or supportive housing wherever we can. I just went through a debate again at the floor of council, and I know that it happens when we can't connect the dots about why we need more supportive housing and the deeply affordable supportive housing that we need, and then we have problems that then manifest itself in such a manner. Madam Speaker, these things require more dynamic and comprehensive holistic thinking on the part of council. These hotel shelters are not sustainable. We know that. It's also not a great way for people to live, to be living in a shelter hotel program. They don't want to be in a shelter because at the end of the day, it is a shelter. It was always supposed to be temporary, life-saving, but temporary. And it's time for us to take bolder action as we move forward and get the economy open and get those workers back into the hotels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have a motion to move. I probably shouldn't even speak. This conversation, starting in committee and even here, started to take on an election year flavor. And probably I could sit down and not say anything. It's been very difficult in Don Valley North to have 2 of these emergency shelter hotels in use. During that time, to even open a brand new permanent shelter, the first in any of the Don Valley regions. That's all been difficult, so maybe I should not speak at all. but I really have to. When I hear one of my colleagues saying, this must end now because the crisis is over, the crisis is over, I'm not sure what crisis that colleague was talking about. Is it the COVID crisis? Is it the housing crisis? Is it the opioid crisis? Is any of these over? Any of them? Not one of them is over. And really, not one of them will be over anytime soon. This report talks about what we're doing on all of those fronts. But yes, it is costing money. But if we talk about the public, is the public happy that we're providing the support on the ground that we're providing? Who is the public? I know thousands of them are the very residents inside these facilities. The public is a pretty broad term. And some of the public in this city has a roof over its head. Some of the public in this city has no roof over its head. And they want us to keep providing the supports until they're not needed anymore. Now, 2,800 homes in a 2-year time frame goes a long way. But we know that even as we get those homes off the ground and even cover the other sectors, go by making sure that more don't fall into those cracks, because it's not just the deeply affordable, but it really does make a difference to be providing those affordable market rent or 80% of market rent, so that fewer and fewer families fall into those cracks or are somehow able to make it with moderate employment. All of those things go to solving any one of these crises, but none of them is over yet. And one of them, I didn't mention it, the refugee crisis is really just starting. We're going to hear about it tomorrow morning. We're all going to put on ribbons and listen very carefully while one of the mayors of a municipality in Ukraine tells us about the coming crisis and the need for our help. And no individual member of the public can solve any of these crises. They wring their hands at home. They were horrified watching the news last night or what they saw in footage, but they know they can't do anything individually. They hope that there's some better angel out there that can do it collectively. And that's us. That's us. We're on the ground. We're going to know exactly the color, the measure, and every detail about the crisis. And so it's our job to then go to those more arm's length orders of government that may not know the very color and the flavor, may not know the people living in the middle of the crisis by name, but we do. They came and they introduced themselves to us in committee. They spoke to us, told us exactly who they were and how they got there. Chair Thompson asked a brave question, one I felt too entitled to ask. But very sensitively, Councillor Thompson asked, how did you come to be homeless? And I think only a municipal government member would be able to be in the kind of room where you get to hear that right up front. So that if you don't know someone personally, you sure did after we finished deliberating in that room. And so we can't look away. We can't pretend that any of these crises are over, or that we can solve it tomorrow, or that we can make some flowery election speech about how I'm going to close all these hotels right now because that's what you want. We have to be honest. We have to be the most honest, most grounded, most up to the minute, and most immediate order of government, and then set about solving this crisis with the partnership of those other governments. But we're the ones who have to paint the picture. And the public actually came to committee to help us understand and paint that picture. You can't look away from that, and you can't pretend it's going to be over. You just have to get to work and do it. Mr. Tanner's report is a plan that helps us to do that. And I hope it gets adopted today without too much more interference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, I didn't see your, Counselor Thompson, I didn't see your name. Okay, Counselor Thompson to speak, and then the mayor will be the last speaker. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and appreciate your understanding. My system seems to not be working this afternoon. I have a motion. Just ask the staff to put the motion on the screen, please. The motion's on the screen. The motion reads that City Council direct the City Manager to work with the General Manager, Economic Development and Culture, and the General Manager, Shelter Support and Housing to consult with Toronto and York Region Labour Council, unions representing hotels, tourism workers, and other tourism and hospitality stakeholders about the state of hotel sector and the use of hotels as shelters and the impact on hotel service workers. Speaker, this is a very, very difficult problem, and it is not unique or germane to the City of Toronto. I think that we are really working hard to respond. You please some and you don't please others. There is a continuous need in terms of adding, support, responding to the need, and so on. Mr. Tanner, and I want to thank him for his work and his team. They are working hard, trying to respond, and we've heard that people come here because of the services that we provide and so on, and service we must. We've moved people from encampment into hotels. We know that many individuals have a variety of different issues. There's a dependency on substance, there's mental health, and a variety of things that is taking place. And in as much as we are trying to facilitate and help with respect to providing shelter to the individuals and so on, there is an additional element. We know that there are varying damages that are taking place on the properties. We also know, and I think it's really important for us to understand, because there are a lot of people who are in the city impacted by the decisions we've made in communities. We've seen the increase in crime. We've seen the increase in a variety of other activities, whether or not it's drug uses and other types of activities, which is not normal, but it does occur and residents are impacted. I've had emails from residents and business owners about the impact that our decisions have had on their businesses, and we recognize that it is real. And so the question is, how do we respond to those? The questions I asked Mr. Tanner earlier around how are you dealing with security, and I know that questions have been asked about consultation and so on, and it's been provided. I'll give you, I guess, an overview of an experience that I encountered just before Christmas. We had a decision that was made to move residents from Strawn House, to my ward. The decision was made to put them in a hotel. There was not any consultation with me per se. There was a conversation and bringing the matter to my attention, but there was an advanced conversation with myself and or the broader community. It was stated that they would put the residents in this facility in January, early January, and in fact they would have they would put them in Christmas, just after Christmas, and they would have a consultation with the public thereafter. I insisted that that did not take place. I insisted that my residents were informed and came to obviously a meeting to be told as to what was going to happen, how it was going to happen, how they would be impacted, and allowing them to ask questions. This was on December 23rd. I was told at the time that there wasn't enough time, but there was no way that we were going to put a facility in the community without any consultation, and it's extremely important. I'm happy to say that the facility is working. There are challenges and so on, but the community understands, and there is the community liaison committee that we're working together. It's a tough situation, and it's an expensive proposition as well, working to help everyone as we are required to do because of the humanity of it. There's all the debates as to the costs and so on, and those are real. But at the end of the day, if left to no action, the matter becomes much worse than it is currently, believe it or not. I know it's very difficult for some people to understand and appreciate, but it does become worse. And we are working hard to try to respond because we know that there is a risk associated. I spoke to some young people just a few days ago about, in and around the Bond Hotel and the Dundas Square area. They were complaining to me about the city's activity there and the impact. We've had situations there, and I've spoken to folks at Ryerson and so on, and they've indicated about the concerns. It's a challenging situation, Speaker, but we do have to find ways to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the last speaker, Mayor Tory, can you move a motion to extend to finish this item? You're the last speaker, and then we'll vote on the motions and do the bills. So can you move that we
Speaker, I'd be
extend?
happy to move that we extend to finish this item.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Tory?
You'll just have to take a vote on that before I.
Oh, yeah. All in favor?
I didn't want to presume, Speaker,
No,
that's
I
all.
know.
so.
I would have been the first to cut you off.
Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, I don't know where to start, but I guess I'll start in this way, and I'm not sure exactly what was meant, but I just want to concur in many of the comments that Councillor Carroll made, but I wish I could stand here and say that any of the emergencies we face are over. And I'll start with the pandemic, because I've been going to great pains to say to the people, as much as I hope we've reached a different stage and that we are trying to handle it differently, it is not over. It is not over. And I think the more marginalized you are, the less it's over. And so in that respect, I think that we have to continue to provide supports to people who have been particularly affected by the pandemic. And the one thing I know, and we're in the midst now of trying to sort out the answer to this question, it's very much a part of the planning that Mr. Tanner is doing. And I should say, by the way, he talk about a dedicated public servant and his team. I mean, this is an impossible problem to deal with. It's impossible to deal with from the standpoint of reaching a satisfactory answer that everybody can sort of buy into, because it becomes very polarized and very ideological sometimes. And I say that of criticism of nobody. I just say it's a fact that that happens on this issue in particular. But he's doing a great job trying to pull together a plan like this to help us through this. But one of the things we don't have an answer on yet is what is going to be the new standard that is going to be in the sort of immediate post-pandemic or immediate sort of tail end of the pandemic period to keep people safe and healthy. Because one thing I think we pretty much know for sure, it won't be back to exactly the way it was. So we need that answer, for example, because I have no doubt, and this will cause some people to become inflamed, that we could recreate some capacity in our shelter system, without going back to the physical standards the way they were before. And then it was mentioned by Councillor Carroll quite correctly that there are other crises we know exist. There is a housing crisis. We are, unfortunately, the regional comforters and supporters of people, because a lot of those same kinds of supports aren't provided in other places. And so people come here, and a lot of people are from here that fall into that situation where they experience homelessness, and we provide for them in different ways. So that crisis isn't over. We're just in the midst. I would say we deserve more credit. This administration, and by this administration, I mean we're here as an administration together. There's one mayor and 25 councillors. But if you look at the progress, and it was referenced earlier, I think, by Abby and others in the previous discussion we had, and you hear the number of supportive housing units, I will look forward to the report that Councillor Perks has asked for, because if you compare it to any other time, decades going back, in terms of the number of supporting housing units that have come on stream, thanks, I will say, to an excellent program by the federal government, the Rapid Housing Program, that makes us move quickly. And I'm the one, not the only one, but I'm the one that has gone to every one of those meetings, without exception, the public meetings, to stand in there when people, are consulted and say that they don't want the supportive housing near them because they have fears about it that are in many respects based on incorrect information. But nonetheless, we are putting those supportive housing units in, and you know what? After a period of time, they become adopted by the neighborhood, and the people are going in there and having different kinds of nights and doing things together. And I went to a barbecue in Councillor Crawford's ward. It's something that started off in a very negative environment and now is transitioning itself, as we would expect in the City of Toronto, into something that is quite positive. And Councillor Carroll talked about the question that she heard Deputy Mayor Thompson ask. I ask that question I go to visit the shelters often, and I ask every person that I encounter that exact question. Now, I ask it sensitively, but directly, and people don't seem to be at all offended at being asked. And here are the answers. Here are the answers, the three that I get most common in this order. One, well, it started when I began to suffer from depression or some other description of mental illness. Two, well, it started when I developed a problem with alcohol or drugs. Or three, it started when I lost my job or lost my family in some way. That's who we are looking after. They are fellow Torontonians. And you know what? 7,000 or whatever the number is, around 7,000 is a huge number. But at the same time, out of 3 million people, the notion that you would have a number any smaller than that have had that profound tragedy and experience in their life that makes them so vulnerable and so marginalized and so helpless that we wouldn't have to help them. And the problem is we've been helping them not in the wrong way. We were doing our best, but we figured out, and I think we figured it out more recently, and people might say later than we should have, and that's fine. But supportive housing, as a number of speakers have said, including I think Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perks, and a number, is the answer. And that is why we are focused on putting thousands of units in place. And that is why these modular housing units are so important, because they've allowed us to put out those numbers. And somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Councillor Layton, that about more than 1,000 of the people in those new units are people who are encampments. Is that the answer? I think we heard a lot about that when that was going on, because clearly that can't be the answer. And as a number of people have also said, this also makes business sense. And I'm going to trespass for a minute on this. It's so important because this says so much about who we are in this city. It says so much about who we are as how we handle these things and the degree of sensitivity we display. And that doesn't mean you have to be irresponsible or careless or imprudent with the public's money, but it means you have to start from the premise that we have people in profound states of difficulty in their lives, that they need support. It's turned into permanent housing, which it never should have. And now we're moving back the other way and saying we're putting, and when you go to these supportive housing developments we put in place, the modular housing, and you meet the people, the look of pride in their eyes that they have a home. They're paying rent, by the way. A lot of people don't know that they are. Well, they are. Even out of the very modest income they get from ODSP and so on, they are paying some rent so that they have the dignity of paying that rent. But having those places with the supports they have, and you want to know why it's expensive? It's expensive not because the hotel's charging too much. The hotels actually, for all the other negative effects that might have been experienced by hotels because they were out of business, there was nobody staying in them. They at least got some revenue from having us use those hotels to shelter people. But the reason those rooms are so expensive is because of the supports that we properly put there to make sure we're not just putting people in a hotel room and saying, good luck, we'll call you when the pandemic's over. We are trying to support them through the very same problems that I mentioned earlier. So I will stop. I could go on and talk about this for half an hour, but I just think that yes, we have the obligation. I am in meetings in this every single week trying to make sure we sort out a plan that can have us move away from the dependence on hotels and move away from the dependence on shelters and move towards the ability to provide for people a home. And that's what we're trying to do. And I know there's lots of argument that we're not doing enough, and that's a debate for another day. But we're doing a lot more than we used to do, and there's a strong business case that says that every penny we're investing in that is actually saving money, not spending money, but more importantly than saving money, it's providing people with dignity and the kind of support they need to give them a chance to stand back up on their feet. They're not bad people. They're people experiencing homelessness. They're people with problems in their lives. And so I commend our staff again for trying to work hard at this. We're working hard to try and find a better answer than where things stand today. But I think we are making progress. It's slow, and I thank the other governments for their help with it. We need more of that support. And I'm sorry to have gone on so long, Speaker. I apologize.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen.
I know.
Motion by Councillor Layton.
Madam Chair, do we have a recorded vote?
Sure. Recorded vote.
I'll have to voice vote.
May we have recorded a vote on all the items, please?
Yes. So motion by Councillor Layton, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, may I ask that all members who have voted who may have their cameras off, please turn them on.
Just a message to the clerk.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, the first motion, motion number 1, carries. The vote is 23-1.
Thank you.
Message to the clerk, it's Councillor Filion. I think my iPad is about to go dead, even though it's plugged in. So if I go off the screen, I'm still connected to vote and I'm still present.
Okay, we just have a few motions to go and then we're going to adjourn. Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor McKelvey. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, can you use the system to vote, please?
I need to give you.
And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir?
Black North plan for tomorrow.
Speaker, motion number 2 carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Perks, recorded vote.
Oof.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Perruzza, please, and thank you. And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir?
In the affirmative.
Speaker, motion number 3 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Next motion. A motion by Councillor Wong-Tam. If we can vote on all of them separately. So we'll vote on one first.
Madam Speaker, are we voting on this separately? Can you?
Yes. We're voting on one and then.
Madam Speaker, what are we voting on?
We're voting on Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. We're doing number 1 first.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just pipe it up.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir? Speaker, part 1 of motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 12 aside. It loses on a tie.
Okay, Part 2. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Part 2 of motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 9 to 15.
Okay, Part 3, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Speaker, Part 3 of motion number 4 carries. The vote is 20 to 4.
Okay, Part 4. Recorded vote.
One of them made a mistake. Sometimes strange bedfellows go to bed.
Councillor Min Wong, are you in the meeting and present and voting?
Yeah, I am. Sorry.
Thank you. Mayor Tory, your vote, please. And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir?
Yes.
Speaker, Part 4 of the motion carries 23 to 1.
Okay, so item as, which other motion? Oh, by Councillor Thompson. Motion by Counselor Thompson, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. And Mayor Tory, please. And Councillor Carroll, please. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, sir? Motion 5, Madam Speaker, carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. Well, because Counselor Holiday asked for recorded vote on all of them.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Yes. Madam Speaker, the item is amended, is adopted. 23 in favor.
Okay. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal on item IE 28.7, and a revised supplementary report from the General Manager Transportation Services has been posted on this item. The clerk staff will also email members and their staff to advise them that these materials are available. Now, before we go to the bills, Councilor Prusa, did you have something to say?
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I don't know if this can be achieved, but before, in this building, when we used to meet as a council, there was a speaker system throughout the hallways, like in the bathrooms, you know. You could follow the council meeting, right? And now that system is off, and you kind of like, you sort of, you can't follow it in the same way. And I'm just wondering, can that system be turned back on since some of us are back, and it would be helpful? No, downstairs. I'm talking about downstairs and everywhere. Here too, yeah, there was a speaker there too.
Okay. Are we going to do? Okay.
Madam Speaker, it is possible, and we will turn it on tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I don't remember us having it in the bathrooms before. Was it in the bathrooms? I guess, I don't know.
Listen. You
I
want
guess
to turn
I
it
was
off
never in the
all
bathroom
I'm
during
saying,
council.
all
I
I'm
don't
saying,
know.
Speaker, is that historically, we were able to follow the meetings in the hallways, you know, downstairs in
know,
the lobby,
Counselor.
the public could follow the meetings, and it was broadcast that way. And I'm just, it was useful,
Okay.
and if it can be turned back on, let's
Okay,
turn
the
it back on.
clerk said he's
Let
working
people know
on it.
we're back.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
okay.
Sure.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. May I have a motion to?
No, turn it off in the back.
Hello? May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill?
Yes, do you want
Counselor
that?
Carroll.
Yes, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 42 on April 6, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Show of hands. Any opposed? Carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, we'll adjourn to 9:30 tomorrow. And make sure everybody wears their suit tomorrow, get dressed up. Well, I'm for all counselors.